Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you to today's GA public hearing. If I can convene today's public hearing. Good to see everyone again. Today, Friday, March 26, 2021. We've got 11 bills on today's agenda. Number of individuals signed up to testify, so we look forward to today's discussions and conversations. Before we begin, any comments from the rank members?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know I sound like a broken record to the members of the committee and folks that watch us on a regular basis, but there are always new people listening. So I will just make the usual comment I've been making this session, which is, and it's a very polite and respectful objection to the Zoom public hearing process. And the reason why I want to make it clear it's a polite objection is because I've come to realize that this process has a lot of benefits also. Many folks have been able to come and testify on the various legislation before us that would not have done so otherwise. And I think in that respect, it's excellent that it's opened the door for people who, because of their schedules, couldn't make it to the Capitol and that kind of thing. But I do remain concerned that there is a segment of the population, just because they don't have access to the internet or the necessary technology, or some older individuals who may not, really be up to speed on how to operate, Zoom kind of software, that kind of thing. Those folks are left out of this public hearing process when they could, if we were in person, come and see us directly. So just wanted to put that on the record, Mr. Chairman. And thank you very much for your efforts. I will welcome everyone to the hearing, to my colleagues on the committee, and also to the members of the public and those testifying. Thank you. Looking forward to your comments today, and looking forward to a delightful meeting as always. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, for your comments. Representative Mastrosechko, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comments, just welcome everyone and looking forward to hearing everyone's testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, your hand is raised, I see. Senator Sampson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, forgive me. I just wanted to add one thing, and that is that I just want to note for the members of the public that some of the committee members have multiple obligations today. So you're going to see folks coming and going. Please understand that many of us have multiple committees that we serve on, and there are always lots of different hearings and committee meetings going on. So if you see people not here, please understand that it's just because we have a lot of other obligations also. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Very good point. One I should be remember to make every meeting. So thank you for doing that. First up on our list, Peter Lewandowski from the Office of State Ethics. Mr. Lewandowski, the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you, Representative Fox, Senator Flexer, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastrofrancesco, and distinguished committee members. My name is Peter Lewandowski, Executive Director of the Office of State Ethics. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony regarding House Bill 6193 and acts subjecting certain non-state entities that serve a governmental function to the Freedom of Information Act and the Codes of Ethics, and House Bill 6664, an act concerning quasi-public agency transparency. I've submitted written testimony and I will summarize it here. House Bill 6193 amends the definition of public official under the Code of Ethics for Public Officials to include any person appointed by a member of the General Assembly, a statewide elected officer, the governor, or an appointee of the governor to serve on the board of an entity that is not a state or quasi-public agency, but serves a governmental function. Although the Office of State Ethics appreciates the effort to expand the code's scope, we are concerned about the vague nature of the proposed language. Specifically, as drafted, the bill does not define the term governmental function. Having a definition of that term in place would be helpful in determining who would be included in the definition of public official under General Statutes 1-79. It is quite common for the Office of State Ethics to respond to inquiries whether a particular individual is considered a public official under the Ethics Code. I explained in my written testimony how the office handles such questions by looking into the statutory definition of a member of advisory board under General Statutes 1-79(8), because such individuals are specifically excluded from the definition of public official. There we learn that these individuals are not public officials because, among other things, They do not have authority to expend state funds, public funds, or to exercise the power of the state. In contrast, because public officials have the authority to expend public funds or to exercise the power of the state, it would be helpful to explain whether governmental function entails that same type of authority or something more. Ultimately, providing greater clarity in the proposed legislation will clarify its intent and help the Office of State Ethics enforce it. In addition, I'd like to say a few words about Section 11 under House Bill 6664, which proposes to remove members and directors of quasi-public agency from an exception to the open and public process requirement in General Statutes Section 1-84I, when a public official or state employee or member of the official or employee's immediate family or associated business seeks a contract to contract with the state. The purpose of the open and public process requirement under 1-84I is to provide public transparency in state contracting whenever state employees and public officials, among others, seek to contract with the state in their private capacity and to minimize the potential for self-dealing. The Office of State Ethics has previously proposed extending that requirement to contracts with quasi-public agencies. Currently, if a state employee or public official seeks to contract with the state, that contract must be subject to an open and public process as set forth in 1-84I. But this requirement does not only does not extend to members and directors of quasi-public agencies, but also does not apply to contracts with quasi-public agencies. In Advisory Opinion 2002-3, the former State Ethics Commission held that the legislation which established each of the quasi-public agencies made it clear that they were not to be construed to be department, institution, or agency of the state. Therefore, Section 1-84I open and public process requirement for any contract with the state does not extend to contracts with quasi-public agencies. We urge this committee not only to increase transparency with respect to contracting by members and directors of quasi-public agencies by removing the existing exception that applies to them, but also to make explicit that the open and public process requirement applies both to contracts entered into with the state and to contracts entered into with a quasi-public agency. I look forward to working with the committee, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Lewandowski. Any questions or comments? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here, Mr. Lewandowski. I always appreciate your testimony. You're always on top of the language, and hopefully we can take your input and your advice and make the constructive changes necessary, because I agree with your comments completely. One thing I might ask, though, is that is there a definition of quasi-public agency that is useful, that exists somewhere in our statute that we might be able to incorporate in the first bill? Or is this something that's going to be a little more involved for us to get the language just right to capture who we're after? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Senator Sampson, so we currently have a definition of quasi-public agency in the Code of Ethics for Public Officials under Section 1-79 of the General Statutes. But what the definition actually has is just a listing of all the quasi-public agencies that are currently in place, that are currently operating. So there is no additional explanation as to what it means to be a quasi-public agency. It's just a listing of what agencies are considered quasi-public.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I am aware, and that's kind of why I asked the question. Is that not necessarily the right way to do it? And the reason why I ask, through you, Mr. Chairman, is that a quasi-public agency, it could mean a lot of different things. All the way from complete privatization where the state is contracting with an outside company to do something, all the way to a state agency that has a private function. So, I mean, it's a kind of a broad definition. I just curious. I mean, do you see that using the definition where we just list all the quasis makes good sense or not good sense? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
That's a valid point. What I would suggest is that, and I think what's taking place right now, clearly for purposes of the Code of Ethics, I think it's good to have a reference point in the definition. Okay, what agencies are actually considered quasi-public agencies? But I would recommend, and I think to continue the practice, that in the enabling statutes, when let's say a quasi-public agency is established, there's a specific framework, statutory framework that explains what that quasi-public agency does and what are its functions. I think under each enabling statute for each respective quasi-public agency, you could capture the essence of what they do, and then by reference, have them listed in as it's currently the practice, have them listed in the Code of Ethics for public officials in terms of for purposes of enforcement under the Code of Ethics.
Understood. Thank you very much. I appreciate all that very, very much. I hope our LCO friends are listening, as are my colleagues are around the building about the way we need to structure these things going forward, just from a good government standpoint. And thank you very much for your input, Mr. Lewandowski. You never disappoint with providing good feedback and information for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions or comments? Dr. Lewandowski, if I can ask you one quick question. In your testimony concerning Bill 6664, the second bill you testified on,
Yes.
can you give me the number? You said there was a declaratory ruling of some sort. Can you give me a little more information?
I refer to an advisory opinion issued by the State Ethics Opinion 2002-3. It's available on our website, and it specifically explains advisory opinions specifically distinguishes that Section 1-84I restriction or requirement for open and public process currently applies to state agencies only, and it does not extend to quasi-public agencies.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions or comments for Director Lewandowski? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you for having me.
Up next, Michael Brandy, followed by Representative Patricia Dillon. Mr. Brandy, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can, yes, sir. Please continue.
All right. Thank you. Co-chairs Flexer and Fox and distinguished committee members. I'm Michael Brandy, the Executive Director and General Counsel for the State Elections Enforcement Commission. Also on the call and prepared to answer questions is Shannon Keith, our Director of Legal Programs. First, I want to thank the committee for the chance to review the language in Senate Bill 1078 and for allowing a public hearing on it. In 2005, this legislature enacted a campaign finance reform bill that made Connecticut a national leader in combating pay-to-play politics and removing special interest money from the election process. The Citizens Election Program allowed for public grants in exchange for candidates, one, raising their own contributions from their constituents, and two, agreeing not to solicit contributions from or coordinate with dark money groups and state contractors. This bill fundamentally alters that bargain. It is impossible to know the intent behind the language, but as administrators of the CEP and as the agency charged with enforcement, we can explain how the language will change the program and our ability to regulate. Section 1 is perhaps the most harmful, with far-reaching and difficult to overstate its consequences. It declares intranet solicitations for Connecticut committees not to be expenditures. What does this mean? It means that online solicitation by any group, dark money, foreign, federal super PAC, or corporations on any internet platform, be it Facebook, Google, Instagram, TikTok, will no longer be regulated by law. There will be no attribution requirements and no reporting for any social media solicitations by these groups. Candidates, even CEP candidates, will be able to coordinate with any group, dark money, foreign super PACs, corporations, to raise money online. CEP candidates will no longer have to do their own fundraising to qualify for a grant, undoing an important public support test. Online ads, no matter how negative, no matter how untrue, will have no attribution requirement as long as they include a single line asking for a contribution. The ads can be anonymous. Enforcement will be difficult, if not impossible. Section 2 of the bill dramatically lessens the scope of the state contractor limits, allowing those standing in line for Connecticut's largest contracts to both contribute and be solicited by the legislature that funds those contracts. The last section removes legislative caucus committees from the ban on spending on advertising during primaries. And due to Section 2, that unlimited spending could now be funded by prospective state contractors. Besides allowing contractor money into primary elections, it fundamentally shifts the playing field against challengers. We strongly oppose this bill. House Bill number 6663 implements court rulings made in 2013 and 2014. The statutory adjustments are extremely narrow and reflect only what the agency must already do and has been doing. We hope that the legislature will be able to adopt them this cycle, as it is long overdue that they be codified into statute. I thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I will be happy to take any questions along with Ms. Keefe.
Thank you, Director Brandy, for your testimony. Question or comment for Director Brandy? Representative Francesco, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brandy, for being here. In reference to Senate Bill 1078, I got to be quite honest with you, I'm still trying to understand it. Because when we had our testimony on it, I think I interpreted another way. So can you give me an example when you talk about the of how somebody would advertise on, let's say, Facebook or social media, and how that would how would that play out, I guess?
So effectively under this bill, there'd be no reporting requirements. So they would not have to have an act, as long as there is a one line that simply links it to a solicitation for contributions. Okay, so they're asking for money. As long as they ask for money in one line, they can put anything they want on this page. And under this law, it would not be regulated. We would have no ability, there'd be no attribution. It could be totally anonymous. And it could be an attack ad against any sitting member of this legislature. And we would have no ability to enforce against them, because number one, we may not even know who they are because there's no reporting requirements. So they wouldn't report to our agency the advertisement and who they are and who's behind the ad. It allows for simply basically deregulation of the internet.
Okay, so thank you, through Mr. Chairman. So basically, is this when a candidate puts an ad up there, or a PAC, we'll say?
Could be anybody. It could be a PAC, a super PAC, could be anybody attacking you from the outside. And
Take it off 691.
it would be a really negative, sorry, the screen just shifted on me. It would be a very negative advertisement that could be launched against you by a dark money group that simply is hiding and can do this anonymously. We agree, the bill is very confusing.
It is a little confusing, because don't they do that now?
No, there's groups now that if they're going to be attacking as an independent expenditure committee to attack you online or anywhere else, there has to be an attribution on the page. They have to report to our agency so that we would have there's reporting requirements within 24 hours of making an independent expenditure. So we would know who they are, who they're attacking, the money they're spending, how they're spending it. All those are required now under our disclosure regime. This takes internet advertising completely out of that regime.
Okay, I get it. So in that scenario, they've already sent out the attack ad, and they are reporting it to you. This is the current way. They are reporting it to you after the fact. So technically, the damage is already done.
but they're also, they have to have an attribution on the ad. So you would know who they are at the bottom of the ad. This
Correct.
is that requirement.
Okay. Thank you. It was a little confusing to me. It's pretty detailed. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Brandy, for answering my questions. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Any question or comments for Mr. Brandy? Mr. Brandy, if I can just quickly follow up on the 6663, the other bill.
Sure.
You've indicated, it sounds as though this is something that's already being done by your agency, but you're just seeking for it to be codified.
That's correct. These are, this is the result of Speech Now and several other decisions that came down in 2013 and 2014. As an agency, we're required, of course, to follow the laws that came down in the circuits in the Supreme Court. So we are applying it, but it's appropriate that these be codified now in state statute as well. And we've been asking for that to be done.
Okay, and in your testimony, you indicate that the adjustments are extremely narrow, reflect only what the agency must already do.
Correct.
But are you implying that there's more that? I'm just trying to get a.
Yeah. We need the information to be codified. This is dating back to the McCutcheon decision, as well as Speech Now and New York Progress versus Protective PAC versus Walsh, which is in the Second Circuit. So these are just several decisions that have come down from the federal courts that, of course, we are required to follow federal law, and we are doing so, but it's appropriate that these also be codified in Connecticut law as well, to make it very clear.
Understood. Okay. Any further question, comments, Mr. Director Brandy? See none. Thank you for being here today, sir. Appreciate your advocacy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Up next, Representative Patricia Dillon, followed by Representative Vincent Candelora. Representative Dillon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, ranking members, and members of the GAE committee. And I'm here to testify on House Bill 5656. Thank you for raising it for our consideration. Pizza in Connecticut is a craft. It is high quality, it is small business, and individual pizzerias have their own following. When I was first approached by a friend in New Haven to raise this bill, it was at a low point in the pandemic, and I was excited to think that it was an opportunity to celebrate what is joyful and good in our lives, and also to promote small businesses. Since then, I've heard from many people about the power of pizza, which here is people sitting around a table and a pie, not slices on the run. And they have recommended to me many places around Connecticut. And it turns out there is an informal pizza tourism going on already. And it made me think of a clickable map that could direct people to our local businesses. Thank you, with all of the weight of business that you have before us, to take up this measure, which I believe really celebrates an essential part of our culture as we move forward to the digital economy. We should not forget the ties that bond us and the quality of our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Representative Blumenthal, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Representative Dillon, for your testimony. I certainly agree with it. New Haven Pizza is a treasure, and I believe without equal. I was just wondering if you think that Vice President Harris, who will be visiting New Haven today, if she will sample some New Haven pizza, and whether she should.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal. I believe there are a number of places in Stamford that are quite good as well, I've been told, although I have not sampled them. I don't think she will, but I don't know. I can also recommend Zapardi's in West Haven. There's a great place in the Valley. And Hamden, I would not, believe me, I admit that as a result of, I believe, migration to this country, the cuisine of Greater New Haven which includes pizza, is outstanding. But that's true all over the state. And so it would be great if she could go there. I believe she's interested in children today. And but anytime she wants to come here or to Stamford or to Southington or Waterbury and celebrate pizza, it would be a great day.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for the shouts out to those other areas of the state, which also have excellent pizza. And I hope she'll have an opportunity to sample some pizza when she's visiting us today in New Haven. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Representative Dillon, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your advocacy today. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Up next, Representative Vincent Candelora, followed by Senator Matt Lesser. Representative Candelora, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Fox, Senator Flexer, and ranking members, Master Francesco and Senator Sampson. I apologize for testifying from a vehicle, but as you know, the Zoom world presents us with many different opportunities. And for the record, I am a passenger. So I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 6193 and House Bill 6194. And specifically, I think the overall theme of these is that we believe in the principle that whenever public funds are being spent and public functions are being performed, that public accountability is required. And so the first bill, which would require our quasi-public agencies to be subject to our freedom of information laws. As we saw last year with the Dahlia Foundation, there was a lot of controversy surrounding whether or not they should be subject to transparency. And while the philanthropic purpose of that particular quasi-corporation was laudable, we do believe it was important that any time we set up those type of structures, that we have the ability to provide freedom of information laws for those agencies. The second piece deals with our contract standards board. And when quasis are spending state dollars, I do believe there should be some level of oversight when these agencies are contracting. Maybe the threshold be $10,000 or more to make sure that they are prudently spending our state tax dollars. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Representative, any question or comments for Representative Candelora? Representative Francesco, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Candelora, for coming in. I just had a quick question on 6194 for the bidding process. Are there requirements for the quasi agencies, if you know offhand, if they are renewing a contract, that they need to go out to rebid again? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So that's a good question. I don't believe if they are not subject to the competitive bid process, I don't believe they do need to go out to bid in order to renew a contract. So what this bill would do would require that the initial contract be subject to, as well as any renewals. And I believe unless that renewal is embedded in the original contract, they would need to go out to bid again before they renew.
Okay, thank you. So currently they do not have to go out to bid for renew based on our current language, if I'm understanding it correctly. But this would strengthen that and require them to go out to bid again. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. Under those circumstances, I think so, yes.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you. I agree. I think it's important that there's obviously transparency. And I do notice a lot with contracts, a lot of them are just renewed and things change. They could certainly get a more competitive bid on it. Just because somebody is awarded a contract doesn't necessarily mean they should get, the contract should be renewed, obviously, unless that language is in their current contract. So I wholeheartedly agree. I think the transparency is very, very important. And as far as 6193 is concerned, I certainly believe that the quasi-agencies should be subject to freedom of information when they're using tax dollars. So appreciate the bill. Thank you very much. I have no other further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further question or comments? Representative Kendall, if I can ask you a quick question on 6193, if I can. Representative Master Francesco, just and there, your question, the statement she made just triggered this question. She made reference to if entities using tax-funded dollars, taxpayer dollars. Is that the trigger? Would that be the trigger point for you in your mind for what should be subject to FOI? There's taxpayer money involved.
No, I think it's a little, I think it's a bit complicated because, we do have DECD programs that give private businesses funding. So the way this would be really drafted is the triggering mechanism would be anytime there is public official appointments to these boards that operate and function sort of as a quasi-governmental function, that would trigger freedom of information. So if there was a grant program where DECD has an application process, of course, DECD is subject to FOI, but by virtue of someone being an awarded money from that contract, that would not trigger FOI for that private company.
Okay, so there is a line that you can draw in a sense.
Yeah, there's a fine line drawn, and that would really be who is spending money and who's governing it. And if those appointments are done through the legislature, through the public process, then they should be subject to it.
Okay. I think the bill is to move forward. I think we might need to get some clarifying language in the underlying bill if we were to move forward. So I think we can work with you and Representative Master Francesco on that as well. So,
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for being here today and thank you for your advocacy. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
Up next, Senator Matt Lesser. Senator Lesser, good to see you again.
Good to see you again, Mr. Chair. It's frequent that I'm in front of your committee these days. Good to see you, Senator Flexer, honorable ranking members and members of the GAE committee. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 820, which would create a Connecticut voting rights. And I want to do so with a heavy heart, knowing that no matter what arguments I present, it's hard to compete with the pizza bill, which is clearly the most important issue before us, but it's a good idea and one we should long ago have recognized. I also support Senate Bill 5 along with the rest of my caucus as an important way to expand voting rights in the state. It's hard today to talk about this issue without acknowledging that I think a lot of us have Georgia on my mind. Yesterday, the governor of that state, Governor Kemp, signed into law a real attack on voting rights in Georgia. A member of the state legislature was actually arrested during the bill signing because she wanted to see it signed into law. And among other things, that state is now making it a crime for people to hand out water to voters standing in line for up to 11 hours just to have one of the most fundamental rights in a democracy. On March 7th, 1965, 600 marchers being led by, among others, John Lewis, were attacked by state troopers and a deputized mob crossing over the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. A week later, President Johnson unveiled the Voting Rights Act, which was sponsored by bipartisan leaders of the Senate, Senator Mike Mansfield and Senator Herbert Dirksen, the Republican leader at the time. And it was a real attempt by this country to get a handle on voter suppression and to ensure that the right to vote extends to everyone in this country. Unfortunately, in the intervening decades, we've seen a real attack on the Voting Rights Act. The worst single attack being in 2013, when the U.S. Supreme Court gutted Section 5 of it in the Shelby County decision. We've seen a real inconsistency by the U.S. Department of Justice in how serious it is in enforcing Voting Rights Acts. And as a result, states around the country are moving to adopt their own Voting Rights Act. California, Washington, Oregon have all done so. Virginia and New York are looking at Voting Rights Act as a way of ensuring that the right. And it's very easy for us up here in the north to look and say, oh, this is a southern problem. But the sad truth is it's not just a southern problem. We've had problems in Connecticut. We've had inconsistent application of the laws. We have towns that have consistently run into some problems by guaranteeing the right to vote across their towns for all of their residents. And so this law would seek to replicate many of the tools in place for the federal act, as well as address some of the deficiencies of the Federal Voting Rights Act to ensure that every single vote counts in Connecticut, that we can do away with the legacy of the past. And even though some states, in fact, the last check, I think there were 253 bills that were pending in legislatures to restrict voting rights. Even as some states go to restrict voting rights, we are enshrining access to the ballot in our state laws and making sure that vote dilution and voter suppression are treated harshly and treated consistently across the state of Connecticut. I'm happy to detail specifically how the bill works or would work. There are some real subject matter experts who I know you're going to hear from after me who could probably do so in greater detail. And I will specifically want to thank the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, which is focusing on this issue on a national level, for lending its expertise to the General Assembly as we consider this really, really critical issue, one foundational to our democracy. So happy to talk about the various provisions. There are 5 key provisions of this legislation, but we should be very honest with ourselves. Prior to passage of the 15th Amendment, Connecticut rejected amendments to the state constitution that would allow persons of color to vote. Connecticut was the first state in the country to enact a racially discriminatory literacy test, and one of the last states to eliminate it. And to this day, voters of color in Connecticut routinely encounter long lines and other obstacles to vote that white residents of the state don't necessarily face. Last year, the Center for Public Integrity observed that Connecticut voters still face some of the biggest obstacles outside the South to voting. And many of our electoral structures in towns and cities involving at-large election structures and district maps have the consistent result of impairing the ability of voters of color to elect candidates of their choice and influence the outcome of elections. So for all of those reasons and many, many more, I urge the committee to look favorably on this bill. I think there's some more work to be done, and appreciate in particular the thoughtful testimony from the Attorney General as we engage stakeholders and figure out how best to protect the right to vote.
Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, good to see you. Thank you for being here today. I appreciated your opening comments, although I think I probably disagree with most of them. It's not so much that I disagree with you on some of the policy items, but your characterization of things, including the Georgia law, which I don't know the details of, as being, I don't know the words you used, but they were pretty partisan in nature and implied that people were being discriminated against in their ability to vote. Just out of curiosity, can you give me an example of what policy in the Georgia law that passed that you find so offensive?
Sure. There are a few. I mentioned one, which is making it a crime to hand out water to people standing in line. And I think there's been a lot of evidence that there is inequities in which communities have very long lines and which ones don't, depending on how many ballot boxes there are available. And so for voters to have to stand in line at all for 11 hours, I think is an outrage. But then to deny them the ability to have a drink of water, and I think is outrageous. And I think it's very easy to see how that could have a disparate impact on prospective voters. The Georgia law also restricts the number of ballot drop boxes, for example, and that disproportionately affects certain communities. I saw one suburban community outside of Atlanta with a large minority population, seeing that they would lose 2/3 of their ballot drop boxes, and that would have a disparate impact. Like you, I'm not an expert on all aspects of the Georgia law, but there's certainly things that seem to jump out as potentially concerning and designed to make it harder for citizens out of state to vote.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking forward to going through and reading the actual bill so I have an understanding of what's going on there. I suspect that the creating an illegal situation for passing out water has very little to do with passing out water. There's probably some other reason for it. And I'm anxious to go look at it. I also understand your concern about certain communities having longer lines at the polls than others. And that's something that I would be delighted to work on in the state of Connecticut with you. But I also don't think that it is racially motivated when it happens. And I think that the comment that you made that said it's affecting certain groups of people than others, I mean, there's a mixture of voters in every precinct in the state. Now, I mean, some districts might be more predominantly white or more predominantly African-American, and I get that. And we all should be focused on trying to make sure that access to voting is identical. But I got to tell you, Senator, I mean, the testimony that implies that somehow that there's a racial motivation behind these things, I think is misguided, and I think it doesn't help your cause. I really don't. I want to stick to the bill, though. I mean, it's a very complex bill. Is the difficulty I've had reading through it, and I'm not looking for anything to have a problem with, but it seems like it gives an awful lot of authority to the state to override some municipal decisions with regard to voting. Can you give me an example, or maybe just describe for me, what is the purpose behind Section 1 of the bill? Through Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm happy to talk about that, and I will. And I think you mean section, I assume you mean,
oh yeah,
section 1 is definitional. You mean section 1 or you mean section 2?
Section 2, yes, please. Okay. I'm sorry.
So first off, let me just say that I agree with you. I don't know that just because a municipality is making a decision that impacts voters, that it has to be racially motivated. You know, I think one of the tests that we have is not really speaking to intent, speaking to disparate impact. If it makes it harder for people of color to vote at the expense of other citizens in this state, that would have a disparate impact. And I think that that's one of the actions, and I don't think we need to peer into the hearts of local election officials. I don't think that's necessary. I think the question is, are people being treated the same, and are they people treated fairly in a way that protects their federally mandated, their constitutionally guaranteed voting rights? And that's what this bill is seeking to do.
So I don't disagree with you there, yeah. Senator. And the thing I guess I would say is that there are no monolithic voting districts in the state. You know, I mean, a precinct that is in the center of Bridgeport might be predominantly African-American voters, but it's not just African-American voters. So I don't understand how anyone could ever make the claim that somehow it's affecting one particular ethnic group more than another, because it's affecting people of all ethnic groups because of the nature of the population. The constant focus on people's racial background, I think, is damaging to our culture and our society in a way that is making it come apart at the seams. And we keep putting more and more bills forward that are constantly harping on that subject, when I think that's not the point. If you want to increase the ability, I mean, look, the reason why the city of Bridgeport has longer lines than the town I live in, like Wolcott, is just because it's an urban environment where there's a lot more population and a lot less area. That's the only reason. And there are solutions, but those solutions cost money. And you know, the town government, which is made up of those same residents you're referring to, who go to the polls, are the ones that are voting for the people on their local government to make the decisions about how many polling places there would be. So please tell me where I'm going wrong by looking at it like this is a local control issue. And it's the same people that you're concerned with protecting that are the ones that are directly capable of changing their own situation by electing different municipal officials.
Well, I hear that. And I guess what I would, first of all, I would note that It's not that I am obsessed with the racially disparate impact of voting rights issues. The U.S. Constitution is as well. And if you look at the U.S. Constitution, there have now been a number of voting rights amendments that are specifically designed to address an unusual fact pattern in this country, which is that the laws have been historically used to deny people of color generally, and African Americans specifically, the right to vote. And that's why Congress has again and again and again had to pass amendments to the U.S. Constitution to restrict that, and then on top of that, pass civil rights acts to enforce those constitutional amendments. And that is an inarguable historical truth and something that we have to wrestle with as a country. And the 15th Amendment speaks for itself, and the amendment that prohibits poll taxes speaks for itself. I mean, they were passed for a reason because the 14th Amendment didn't do enough to guarantee Voting Rights Act. And so specifically, though, you asked about Section 2. And Section 2 allows a private right of action to enforce the law. But it does so in a way that is intended to be speedy, to not burden municipalities, to really get to a speedy resolution through hold harmless language. It tries to resolve things outside of court in a way that recognizes that the harm that can be imposed, but also understands that it's in nobody's interest to have lengthy or protracted or expensive litigation to resolve it. And I think that there's a really clever mechanism in the bill, and I would hope that the attorneys who are following me would speak to it in better detail than I'm able to.
Thank you for that. And again, I know that there's a lot of speakers today, and I don't want to belabor this, but this is like, you're a major proponent of this bill. I'm going to have very few chances to have this conversation with the horse's mouth, so to speak. So
I won't take that personally, Senator.
Yeah. I had no disrespect was intended. It's just a common phrase. Anyway, through you, Mr. Chairman. So, Senator, are you aware of any violations of our U.S. Constitution, and particularly the amendments that you've mentioned? And if so, why don't we use the existing legal framework to address those concerns?
Well, I think people do, right? The question is there a, there have certainly been municipalities in Connecticut that have been found guilty of federal civil rights violations. Not a ton, fortunately, but there are some, and I could list a few, but that certainly happened. But I would suggest that with respect to the Federal Voting Rights Act, enforcement right now is largely broken. I mentioned the Shelby County decision in 2013 that broke the pre-clearance standard. There has been really inconsistent enforcement, and I don't think it makes sense for us to hold out for Congress to pass a new, whether it's the John Lewis Voting Rights Act or other federal legislation, to bring in the U.S. Department of Justice to resolve what should be Connecticut issues, where we can go in and see if voters of color are treated differently, if protected class voters are treated differently than other voters.
Understood. So I'll take that as a no. There's nothing currently, but I understand that you want to see the situation improve to reduce the potential for disparate impact on various communities and predominantly urban environments and minority communities. I assume is what you're trying to get at, and I can sympathize with that. Can you tell me anything else besides long voting lines that is a focus that we ought to address in trying to improve? Because to me, that seems like the biggest one. And I think the solution might be a simple bill that says that, our urban communities in the state, those municipalities have to provide more voting locations. I mean, can that be a solution that is just as effective without having to bring in a lot of studies and disputes about race? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a perfectly valid question. So redistricting is a classic place where we have an interest in making sure that disparate impact is understood. So, for example, in the community that I live in, Middletown, in the last after the last decennial census, there was an effort to redistrict the town that would have eliminated the polling place that I go to, which is in the census tract with the highest percentage of minority voters in the town, and redistrict folks to a polling place on the other end of town. And that would have created a disparate impact. Unfortunately, the data hasn't really been available, hasn't been collated in one place to really able to really quickly ascertain that impact would exist. We had to eyeball it, and I personally caught it and intervened and called the registrars and the town council, and that was a process that worked in that instance. But we know that this is an issue that happens around the state, and again, it doesn't have to be intentional. It can be inadvertent, but there are all sorts of cases where redistricting decisions impact the ability of people to vote. There are other decisions as well. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar. I mean, this is something that this committee has looked at in detail with the ballot. The case in Hartford a few years ago, where there were polling places that ran out of ballots. There are all sorts of issues that affect the ability of people to vote that are local decisions. And but redistricting, I think, is the biggest issue that this bill focuses on, and I think that it's something that we could help provide a remedy for.
All right, thank you, and hopefully to be continued, because this is a subject that is near and dear to me as ranking member of the committee with cognizance over elections. And I would like for no one ever of either party, news media, pundit, or otherwise to be able to point at Connecticut and say Connecticut elections have problems of any type. I'm as focused on that as the Secretary of State or anyone else. And I want to see solutions to the problems you mentioned. I just don't think that they're race-based. I think that they are a result of funding for urban settings and the existing municipal governments, which I think that if you look at the places where these problems are and you take a look at their local government, you might find the source of your problems in a lot of cases. I have two more quick questions. I want to get this quickly. I don't want to belabor this bill too much, but it is a very important bill. Section 3 establishes this database, which I think is a good idea, but why put it under the auspices of UConn and not in the Secretary of State's domain? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
That's a great question. So this bill is based on national model legislation, and that was, I believe, the New York law had designated one of the state universities in New York as the repository. Based on some conversations I've had in the last 24 hours, I think that you're right, that the Secretary of State might be a better place to house it. I think that's a conversation we need to have with her. Obviously, no matter where we place it, there may be a fiscal impact, so understanding that as well will be important.
Thank you. I appreciate that, although I don't really care about the Secretary of State's personal opinion on the subject. I think that's something that we would determine as a legislature and representatives of the people and require her to do. But I'm with you on having a conversation anyway. Section
yeah, I wasn't taking it. It was a personal opinion is what matters. where it's would be most appropriate to house it. That's your point is well taken, Senator.
Understood. So on section 6, and I read through this quite a few times, Senator. The one thing I'm puzzled by, and maybe I'm just reading this wrong or I'm reading too much into it, but it really appears to me to be extremely broad language, which in some respects I'm all for. When it comes to the language about intimidation at the polls or deception that would cause someone to vote for a different candidate. I know it's getting at voter intimidation to prevent people from voting or voting for a different political party or something like that. But it seems pretty broad. And I'll just use an example. I mean, I had people that were working for my opponent standing at polling locations and basically saying to every person who walked in the door things that were completely untrue, documentably so. Would that count as deceptive voter intimidation that causes someone to vote a different way, and could they be prosecuted under this? Because boy, I'd love to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I would refer you, actually, I think the existing general statutes pretty explicitly make it a criminal offense to suppress the vote. And that is an existing law in Connecticut. I believe it's a felony offense. So this would be a civil penalty that would be assessed. And I think that would be less onerous than putting a registrar of voters or a moderator in the penitentiary. So I hear your question. I think the reason it's a felony offense in Connecticut is because it's a very serious issue to suppress the vote. It is as harmful to the integrity of an election as voter fraud in every sense of the way. But I think creating a civil action is more practical because I think there is a hesitance to fill up our prison system with well-meaning but or maybe not well-meaning local elections officials who may have given misinformation to potential voters.
Thank you, Senator. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't referring to election officials. I'm talking about campaign operatives. Because I mean, the bill under section 6 rather says, the very first paragraph, no person acting under the color of law or otherwise may engage in acts of intimidation, deception, or obstruction that affect the rights of electors to exercise their electoral privileges. And then more specifically in item number 2, it says any person who uses any deceptive or fraudulent device, contrivance, or communication that impedes, prevents, or otherwise interferes with the electoral privileges of any elector, or that causes or will reasonably have the effect of causing any elector to vote or refrain from voting in general, or vote for or against any particular candidate or question. I mean, to me, that's what campaigning is. I'm with you on deceptive campaigning. I have run clean campaigns my whole career. I do not even talk about my opponent except to defend myself, and constantly under assault of people putting out misinformation and deceptive practices. Is that the intent of this bill, to go after deceptive campaign activity or deceptive campaign operatives during a campaign, or just at the polls, or in any way?
I don't think the intent is to say, if I said, hey, I've done a good job as a state senator, and it turns out I've done a bad job as a state senator, I don't think we're looking to interfere in, the claims that candidates for office make. I think the issue is, are you, as part of your campaign, intending to suppress the vote? If you are telling people the election is on Wednesday, when in fact it's on Tuesday, that to me is not calculated to persuade someone of the rightness of your cause. It's to deny someone their fundamental constitutional right.
I appreciate that answer, Senator. But I would take a look at this language, because I think the language is extremely broad. And I think it does capture exactly what I referred to, which is something that happens in every campaign that I've ever been involved in, where there are people at the polls and throughout campaigns. But I mean, I take it this is more important at the actual point of the vote, that are providing misinformation to voters entering the polls for the purpose of dissuading them from voting for or against particular candidates. I'm pretty certain the language captures that. I don't know if that's the intention. I don't know if that's something that this committee wants to do. I think we got to be very careful about our First Amendment concerns. But I would love to find a way to prevent bad actors from using false information for campaign purposes. I just don't know if this is the right mechanism. Thank you very much for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for answering my question, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Master Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Lesser, for coming in. I often say in our committee meetings, we get a bill, it's 22 pages, it's very complex. Obviously needs a lot more discussion, and you almost wish the proponent of the bill is there in your committee meeting, so you can kind of go back and forth, ask questions. So I understand that this bill is pretty complex, and I believe Senator Sampson went over a lot of the areas of it. And I don't want to take up time today to drill down into the bill to ask you questions because I realize people want to testify. So my question is, are you willing to have a discussion offline to explain more in detail exactly what we are trying to accomplish here through you, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. I will reach out to you and certainly have that discussion because I am really concerned. I really want to know exactly what we're trying to achieve in this bill. And for the respective time for everybody else, I think probably the best way to do it. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Senator Lesser, for your advocacy again today. Good seeing you. Hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You too, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing we've hit the 1 hour mark, we're now going to switch over to members of the public. First up, number 7, James Ormerod. I don't believe James Ormerod here. I don't believe he's with us. James Ormerod. Seeing that with us at the moment, Lawrence Fox. Mr. Fox, you got a great last name. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I credit my parents for that. Good afternoon, Chairs Flexer and Fox, Vice Chairs Haskell, Thomas, Ranking Members Sampson, and Master Francesco, and distinguished members of the GAE Committee. My name's Lawrence Fox, and I am the Chair of the Contracting Standards Board. We've submitted written testimony on 3 pieces of proposed legislation: Raised Bill 1076, Committee Bill 6194, and Raised Bill 6664. But today I would like to focus my brief comments in favor of Committee Bill 6194. Over the past 18 months, we have received complaints from Connecticut citizens and businesses regarding procurement and contracting issues at several different quasi-public agencies, but most recently the Connecticut Port Authority. When we reviewed the enabling statute of the Port Authority and other quasi-publics, we had questions about the extent of our authority with regard to the quasi-publics. Consequently, we requested that the Attorney General issue a formal opinion about the board's authority with respect to the Connecticut Port Authority and with quasi-publics generally. On February 25th, the Attorney General issued a 10-page formal opinion, which states in part, quote, "The board's jurisdiction over quasi-public agencies in general is quite limited, and the board's jurisdiction is even more circumscribed with regard to the Port Authority. The General Assembly would have," and then it goes on to say, "the General Assembly would have to change the statutes to expand the board's oversight," close quote. And that is why I am here today. Committee Bill 6194 will bring quasi-public agencies under the oversight of the State Contracting Standards Board. Based upon what I have observed since becoming board chair 3 years ago, the need for a watchdog function regarding our contracting and procurement is not a hypothetical question. Connecticut's been my home for over 40 years, and I have to say, sadly, that our state is not doing a good job at contracting and procurement, and we should be. We should not accept bad practices with taxpayer dollars. Like any watchdog, our job is to prevent agencies from doing things that shouldn't be done. The Contracting Standards Board was created by you in the wake of the procurement and ethical scandals of the Rowland administration. We're a volunteer board made up of 12 highly committed individuals, people who have worked in procurement, accounting, business, labor, engineering, real estate, municipal and state government, Republicans, Democrats, unaffiliated. All of us have been appointed either by the governor or legislative leadership.
Your 3 minutes is now over.
I'm almost done. We're united in our focus on clean, honest contracting, a level playing field, no self-dealing, no pay to play. I'm here to tell you there are serious problems with the quasi-publics. It will be up to you to determine whether you want our board, it's really your board, to continue its work and in what capacity. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Any questions, comments for Mr. Fox? Mr. Fox, about how long have you been chair of the board?
3 years, almost to the day.
Well, congratulations on your anniversary first.
Thank you.
And it's obviously based on your testimony that you're supportive of the bill and the fact that this bill would place competitive bids and contracts by quasi-public under your authority. Is that correct?
Yes, it will.
And you're obviously supportive of that?
Very supportive of that. Right now, there is really very little oversight for the quasi-publics. I know there was a question earlier about whether competitive bidding is required. And really right now, there's no way to enforce even competitive bidding with the quasi-publics. And even when they do competitive bidding, we've had instances where it's done in a very lax fashion. I mean, I'll give you one example. We've had a serious complaint where there wasn't a level playing field for bidders on what information they had in the RFP. Some bidders thought the thrust of the RFP was one thing. Other bidders thought it was something entirely different.
Okay. Thank you for that. Senator McCrory, your hand is raised. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, quick question. Thanks for your testimony. Quick question. Are your concerns specifically around these quasar organizations, or are you also concerned about some of our agencies also when you come to clean contracting and standards? That's my question for you.
Thank you for the question. No, we have concerns over the agencies, contracting agencies. For example, we've been pressing on just using competitive bidding and leaving aside this past year, which because of the pandemic and emergency executive orders, in many cases, the state suspended competitive bidding in service of quick emergency response, which is right. But even leaving that aside, we barely do 50% of the bidding in this state competitively, and that's contracting agencies. But the issues, and in fact, OPM, frankly, has begun to try to address it. And they've beefed up the priority that they give to it. But we have a lot of work to do with all the agencies in our state. But the quasi-publics, there is no oversight. And I have to say that the procedures and practices that go on that we've seen are not really, they're not good. And they have significant ways to improve. And right now, there's no oversight for them on contracting and procurement.
Senator, you're on mute still, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Quick question. Are you familiar with the so-called Minority Suppliers Program?
We are. And
are you satisfied with the operation? I mean, with the oversight, are you satisfied with that program, how it's functioning?
No, and I'll give you one specific example, which is of great concern to us. The way that people find out that, in fact, there is a potential contracting opportunity is when bids are posted on the portal that's maintained by Department of Administrative Services. If you sole source contracting, when you don't do competitive bidding, nobody finds out about it.
Right.
And so the only people that know about the opportunity are people that the contracting agency decides to talk to.
Exactly.
So the issue of competitive bidding is probably one of the most important issues for bringing more equity into public contracts and more opportunity. That's just one example.
That's a great example. There was a conversation I was having, whereas I think I'm specifically talking about the Minority Supplier Program, removing it from DAS, because DAS is pretty much just an administrative structure. They have no capacity to enforce anything. That's not their responsibility. I'm interested in probably moving that that part of the program out of DES and placing it somewhere else where there are more eyes can be placed on it and more accountability. Do you follow my thinking? And because what I learned is up until like 4 or 5 years ago, it was out of DES. It was over at the Department of Economic and Community Development. Would you be in favor of maybe doing something like that, removing it from DES and putting it into, in somewhere where there can be accountability in place?
The quick answer is I'm not sure. I'm definitely in favor. Our board right now, contracting is dispersed over every single agency, quasi-public. The states that do a better job than we do centralize contracting so it can get the focus. And then they build a very professional operation that works with each agency. I mean, the large agencies of our state have a procurement function that can work. Department of Transportation has a robust procurement function. Most of our agencies don't even have one full-time person that does it. But whether or not the problem, I would think that either DAS or OPM could manage that program if in fact they built the capacity and made it a priority. The question is, to what extent is it a priority for the agency? And then I would say we need to watch it. We need to be able to watch it. I mean, under a separate, we've talked with the Appropriations Committee about giving us more of an appropriation so that we have more capacity, a story for another day. But whether or not DAS can make it a priority or whether it should be moved somewhere else, the question is for the agency to make it a priority.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate your commentary about being a priority and doing things differently at 2021 as we didn't do before. Appreciate your commentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next, Representative Master Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fox, for coming in. Just one quick question. So the DAS administers the competitive bidding, correct?
No, they do some of it. Right now in Connecticut, we have a pretty decentralized system. DAS has a major responsibility to work with agencies on issues of goods when people are purchasing equipment and on IT issues. But when it comes to personal service agreements and purchase of service agreements, that is at OPM. And then it's OPM working with the agencies. So it's really the operational oversight is split between DAS and OPM, with each agency really having responsibility on its own.
Okay.
Under their oversight.
Thank you. So do the ones that require bidding, are there a lot of bid waivers involved? Do you see a lot of that where they should be going out to bid and they are not? And that's where the oversight really should be as well.
With respect to purchase of goods in the state, which is most of what DAS does, there is very little waiver of competitive bidding. The only time there are waivers is really, they're fairly strict at it. At OPM, which has responsibility for all the personal service agreements, the consultants, the professional, there is historically been a huge amount of waivers. And I have to say that the Secretary of OPM now has increased the priority on this. And I believe she is committed to doing a much better job. It's hard and the legislature passed legislation to try to get more information at our urging. And then we got hit with the pandemic. And so we don't really know the full impact of what the increased priority is. If you look at the stats on competitive bidding that are in most recently, it doesn't look like it's changed that much. But I'm not sure that isn't due to the pandemic.
Right. So aside from the pandemic, historically in the past, do you know what the bid waiver process is? Like you said, DAS is pretty strict. They're not waiving a lot of bids, but OPM is a little bit more loose on it. Do you know the process of the bid waiver? Do they just waive it? Or is there a board they need to go through to waive it? Who approves that bid waiver? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Historically, as far as we can tell, even though the statutes say list specific reasons why you can apply for and receive a waiver with the approval of OPM, historically an agency just requested it and it was approved.
Okay.
But that is not the case now. I believe there is much more scrutiny now than there was. But when you look at the stats, there is still a very, very significant number of waivers. Now, sometimes, by the way, the legislature mandates that an agency should contract with a specific contractor. Sometimes the federal law indicates that it should go a certain place. But all that aside, there is much, much more work that needs to be done. We audit the state agencies, and we can see that many, many times they should be competitively bidding and they don't. And the other question, it might have been you that asked it, is that when the contract of a personal service agreement is up, to what extent is there another fresh look before it's renewed? There is a huge amount of work.
No, I agree. Just because somebody gets a contract for a certain term doesn't mean it's automatically renewed. Because, you know, things change, technology changes, prices could be higher, prices could be lower.
Yeah.
This is a big problem, and I certainly think it needs to be looked at, and it certainly, definitely, in my opinion, needs some oversight. So thank you for filling me in. I probably could sit here all day and ask you a lot of questions, but I won't. I can certainly call you if I have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Fox. And Mr. Fox, again, we have two Foxes here, but I don't see two Master Francescos. So I think that's going to be a hard one. Thank you both so much.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Mr. Fox, for your testimony today. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Have a nice afternoon. Up next, Colleen Murphy, followed by Kelly Moore. Good afternoon, Ms. Murphy. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon. Representative Fox, Senator Flexer, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco, sorry about that, and members of the GAE committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on three bills. I'm Colleen Murphy. I'm the Executive Director and General Counsel of the
Ms. Murphy, can you just pause for 1 minute? Is anyone else having a difficult time with her audio, or is it just me?
I was having a tough time.
I am as well.
Yeah, I mean, so we can't hear.
We're getting a bunch of Ms. Murphy, we're getting a bunch of feedback on your audio. Your voice is rather garbled on the audio. Do you have another device open as well, or just your?
No. One moment. I can try to go on another device. If
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, it might be helpful if she just turns off her video. She may just have a weak internet connection, and if she turns off her camera, it might be enough to carry her voice through clearly.
Thank you, Senator.
Happy to try that.
She actually sounds fine to me right now. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah, she
Maybe it fixed itself.
I'll try it this way. How does that sound now?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So I'm here to testify on three bills today. Again, Colleen Murphy, the Executive Director of the FOI Commission. The first two bills are essentially the same bill with different titles. So The testimony applies to both. Regarding 1074 and House Bill 6651. 1074 is an act concerning various provisions related to government administration and COVID-19, and the other is an act responding to issues related to COVID-19 and government administration. Now, these are bills 4 and 5 of a collection of bills aimed at the same subject matter. We have previously testified before this committee on Senate Bill 183 and then before Planning and Development on House Bill 6448, which is the governor's bill, and House Bill 6441. All 5 of the bills offer new mechanisms and rules by which public agencies can continue to conduct meetings remotely in a post-pandemic world, which we all hope will be soon, with the aim of providing greater options and flexibility for public agencies to convene meetings, and also greater flexibility and accessibility to the public who want to attend public meetings. The FOIC supports in concept all of the proposals, but as the agency charged with administering and enforcing the new rules and processes, it wants to ensure that the provisions are set forth with precision and clarity, so that everyone knows what the new ground rules are, that the public knows what their rights are, and that agencies know what their responsibilities are. Thus far, in all of these bills, we've worked pretty closely with the governor's office and the administration on 6448 with extensive language to update the original proposal. We haven't worked on any of these other bills with anyone, but we're perfectly happy to join in the fray. We'd really like to be part of that. In the bills before you today, the issues, I guess, that we have generally are that there are a number of areas that really could use clarification. And I guess, again, going back to the need for clarity as the agency that has to enforce these new provisions. It's in my written testimony that in lines 10 and 11, there's use of the phrase within a reasonable period of time. It's unclear what that means in terms of making access to recordings and transcripts of meetings. Line 14 refers to any materials relevant to the meeting, and we feel that that is going to pose a problem as well. And also there's other language in line 20 that refers to provide materials to the extent feasible. And again, that phrasing we think probably needs to be adjusted. One other thing related to these bills is that there appears to be language that requires municipalities to have websites and to post things on their websites. We just want to be sure that that is the aim of this bill. That would be somewhat new. Municipalities before had kind of been carved out on some of these posting provisions before. From the commission's standpoint, we think it's a perfectly good idea to have municipalities post things on websites, but you may hear some issues about agencies' abilities to do that. And we, I guess in general, feel that if agencies are taking advantage of the flexibility afforded under these new provisions, that agencies also ought to figure out a way to post the materials online. So that's generally the testimony. In these bills, though, there is something new that is not in the other bills, and that's in section 6 of each of the bills. And in that section, it would extend the time period that a person has to file an appeal with the commission for a discrete period of time till the end of this year, this calendar year. And it would also ensure that matters that are currently pending before the commission that were filed during the pandemic and up until the end of December 2021, that they would get an extended period for the commission to decide them. We right now have a 1-year time limit, and we are afraid that we would lose jurisdiction on those matters if that isn't extended. And that is in the governor's executive order currently. This would give a nice end date to that extension. So the commission is supportive of that. And I'll turn my attention now to the other bill that we want to testify on, and that's 6193, an act subjecting certain non-state entities that serve a governmental function to the FOI Act and the Code of Ethics. The proposal aims to ensure that certain public-private bodies, which are created for a public purpose, are subject to our transparency laws. And the FOIC very much supports this concept. The FOIC, though, would urge, in looking at the current language in the bill, a more direct approach than the bill provides. Either directly subject these entities to the FOI Act, and there's a couple of ways you could do that. Perhaps by saying that for purposes of the FOI Act, these entities are, or individuals even, shall be public agencies for purposes of FOI. Or it's just stating that these entities shall be deemed to perform a governmental function for purpose of the functional equivalence test under the FOIA. And getting into the weeds, that this is language that's already in our law, and the way that the bill is drafted would pose some confusion for us in terms of applying it. The governmental function piece is defined in our statute, but it really applies in terms of situations where government contracts for the performance of a governmental function, and it may not work in this context. We also have this functional equivalence test that we apply in any situation where we don't know if the agency is subject to FOI, and it's a 4-part test. So the way the language is written, it almost appears that if you simply say that it's a governmental function, then it meets the functional equivalence test, and you throw the other prongs out the window. And if that is the intent, then we think that we ought to just go back and say these entities or individuals are public agencies for purposes of freedom of information. And that concludes my testimony. Happy to answer any questions for you today.
Thank you, Director Murphy. Any questions or comments? Can I just ask one follow-up question, Director Murphy?
Sure.
On your testimony on Bill 1074, you
Yes.
spoke on Section 6. Can you just go ahead? Were you supportive of Section 6, or I was just a little?
Yes, we are supportive of it. It would extend the appeal, the time that we have to decide an appeal, and thereby ensuring that citizens don't lose their freedom of information rights.
And the proposed timeframe is one that you're in agreement with?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments for Director Murphy? Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to go to Kelly Moore, followed by Salim Abdul Hamid. Ms. Moore, good to see you again.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for having me. I'll go ahead and get started. Chairpersons Flexer and Fox, ranking members Master Francesco and Sampson, distinguished members of this committee. My name's Kelly Moore. I'm the interim senior policy counsel for the ACLU of Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 5, which has quite a few provisions that support voting rights, and Senate Bill 820 on the State Voting Rights Act. We also submitted written testimony on several other bills before the committee today. And while I won't be addressing those in my remarks, I'm happy to take questions on them. First, we support Senate Bill 5 and its provisions. A free and fair voting system upholds the foundational cornerstone of our democracy, the right to vote. Removing barriers to voting help everyone. For that reason, we support the automatic voter registration provisions in sections 1 through 6 of the bill, which makes voting easier for folks, and especially for people who have disabilities, who lack transportation, and students, and even more groups. We also support the provisions which expand the franchise for voters with developmental disabilities, those which permit alternative absentee ballot return methods for voters with disabilities, which allow for telephonic and online absentee ballot application returns, and the ones that provide for greater language accessibility. We also strongly support sections 8 and 9, which work together to create an election day holiday that working people can actually use. And finally, sections 23 and 24, which support absentee ballot cure, are important and will help ensure that voters whose absentee ballots have mistakes are not disenfranchised just because of those mistakes. Most importantly, in Senate Bill 5, we support the parts of the bill that end the Jim Crow era practice of disenfranchising people on parole. The changes in this bill are the strongest version of refranchising people on parole because they remove the requirement that people pay court fees before getting their rights back. Removing this provision ensures that Connecticut does not just substitute one voter suppression method, the felony disenfranchisement, for another, poll taxes. By passing this bill, Connecticut would join Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and 15 other states. It would also provide a way to reduce the harms of mass incarceration by re-extending the franchise to folks. So this is but just one strong provision in Senate Bill 5, and we support it as well as the bill as a whole. I'll just quickly turn to Senate Bill 820, the State Voting Rights Act. Throughout the history of the US, spatially neutral voting laws, policies, and decisions have either been used for the purpose of disenfranchising voters of color or with the effect of disenfranchising voters of color. That history is the reason the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965 was ever passed in the first place. As Senator Lesser mentioned, that legislation is not in full effect right now following the Shelby County v. Holder decision. The legislature has the opportunity to enact a state version of the Voting Rights Act to ensure that the racial, ethnic, or language minority voters are not subjected to barriers to voting. So the ACLU-CT supports Senate Bill 820 as an important step towards ever greater voter equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, for your testimony. If I can just quickly follow up please, on your testimony on Senate Bill 5, and I think I know the answer to this. In terms of the early voting rights,
yes.
You're supportive of the fees being waived?
Yes, sir. We find that the court fees piece, so it doesn't necessarily touch fines or restitution imposed. Mm-hmm. The court fees piece are an important piece for voters who are reentering, who may lack financial means. It's a really, it is a barrier to people. So removing those is one way to actually make voting for people on parole meaningfully extended.
And you'd be supportive of not only the court fees, but the fine and restitution as well being waived? But you don't have to, if you don't, that's fine. I wasn't sure you're your organization.
Yeah, on theoretical language, but generally speaking, removing financial barriers is a positive thing.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Representative Master-Francesco, your hand's raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize coming after you once again. When you speak, it just puts a question in my mind that I need to ask. So you reminded me of something. So thank you, Kelly, for coming out today to testify. I understand obviously that you're in favor of Senate Bill 5. And I know you are a proponent of civil rights and so forth. But in that particular bill, it infringes on the civil rights of gun owners. Can you elaborate on that and what is your feeling about that part? You are, obviously a civil rights activist and you certainly want to protect people's rights. Are you in favor of protecting their gun rights in that bill? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate the question. The ACLU is an organization, and the ACLU of Connecticut does support the Second Amendment, but we do believe that that is a collective right, and that is how we show up to support it. And we do think that the restrictions in this bill are reasonable restrictions that are tailored to ensuring that people do not face intimidation at the polls. So we are supportive of the provisions in this bill that create a 200-foot zone.
Thank you. And when you say collective rights, obviously our gun owners, they have gun rights based on our Constitution. So when you say collective rights, what do you mean by that? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So the ACLU shows up in support of the Second Amendment as it applies to collective militias and in other ways that are not about individual restrictions on individual gun ownership. On those that we take a neutral position and do not weigh in and are not, frankly, experts on that. So to get more into organizational positioning, I really can't do that because that is outside of our lane, and I'm frankly not an expert on that.
So, okay, I won't press you on it. I certainly understand it, but it's when I see organizations come up and support bills that clearly violate someone's constitutional rights, to me that trumps everything, right? So to me, that one provision would make the whole bill unconstitutional because there's something in there that is unconstitutional and infringes on someone's Second Amendment rights. So I'm always amazed how organizations support it. So either you support the Constitution or you don't. So I understand it's not your area of expertise, but I appreciate you attempting to answer my question. Thank you very much, Kelly, and Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask those questions.
And if I may just quickly respond, I certainly recognize the constitutional protections of the Second Amendment, but voting is also a constitutionally protected right. And so there are instances, right, where the constitutional rights may be in tension. And in that case, we look at sort of, I would look to the parameters of how they interact. And in this case, I would say that the restriction on, just a radius restriction on election day is a reasonable restriction that does serve a purpose of protecting the constitutional right of voting.
Thank you, Kelly. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Kelly, for being here. I wasn't going to ask you any questions, but the conversation you just had with my colleague really inspired me to ask you, really, I mean, you work as counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union, which I would presume means you are an expert about rights. And you said that the Second Amendment is a group right. And I really want to press you on that to understand, what does that mean? Is a group right different than an individual right? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I think that's a very valid thing to ask, but truth be told, I'm not prepared to expand on that right now. We, as an organization in Connecticut, do not weigh in on gun rights, and so I would need to get back to you on some more of the parameters on that. Happy to do it because I think it is completely within your right and a totally valid question. But like I said, unfortunately, not prepared to fully answer that right now.
Understood. So the ACLU does not take a position on certain constitutional rights in policy before the legislature, just certain ones? Like, in other words, you're here to testify in favor of the voting portion, but you're not taking a position on the Second Amendment piece, or you're okay with the Second Amendment piece? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. I mean, as all organizations do, we have our scope is to some extent limited. So I think that is what you're seeing from me today. And yeah, we are here to testify in support of voting rights today. And I can tell you that the analysis that went into our taking a position on the 200-yard zone around voting places looked at the details of this restriction and the fact that they were limited in time and place, and the interest to be protected, which is the important constitutional right of voting. And based on the limited nature of the restrictions and the important right to be protected, that is how we arrived at our position.
All right, I appreciate that. I think it speaks volumes that the voting right trumps the Second Amendment right in this conversation. And I'm sorry to hear that. I find myself very much in line with the ACLU on many, many causes. I consider myself a civil libertarian. I fight for the rights of my constituents in every way, shape, and form. But I try and be consistent to protect all of their rights. And just for the committee's sake, I would say that there's no such thing as group rights. It can't work that way. A man cannot, or a woman cannot acquire more rights by joining a group or lose them by leaving a group. That doesn't make any sense. And it also means that any group that has more rights than another is not expressing rights. They're a gang or a mob. And I just wanted to point that out, that all rights in the Constitution are individual rights, notwithstanding the Second Amendment is obviously an individual right too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. And as I said, I'm happy to continue this conversation when I'm armed with more facts to better participate in dialogue with you.
I would appreciate that. And I would love to have a dialogue with the ACLU and make sure we can get on the same page on some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Kelly. Seeing no further questions, hope you have a nice afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Salim Abdul Hamid, who will be followed by David Glidden, who will be followed by Jameem Davis. And again, if I have mispronounced anyone's name, please feel free to correct me when it's your turn. Salim, I see that you are here.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome, Salim. If you want to turn your camera on, the floor will be yours.
I don't have a camera. I'm just going to be on audio.
Okay, we usually try to make sure people have their cameras on, but please proceed.
Okay, my name is Salim Abdul Hamid, and I'm a resident of Hamden, Connecticut, and I'm speaking in opposition to Bill SB 5. I would like to begin my remarks by reminding the lawmakers here and my fellow citizens that the right to bear arms in defense of one's life and liberty is a fundamental human right, a natural right that was recognized and enshrined in the Constitution of this country by its founders. We in this country have a tendency to get lulled by a false sense of security into thinking that humankind has evolved in the 21st century beyond the necessity of the Second Amendment. And in our evolved, advanced state, everything can now be solved purely through the use of the First Amendment, namely speaking, voting, speaking, voting, peaceful protest, etc. The fact that the very existence of the First Amendment is contingent not only on the existence of the Second Amendment, but upon its active practice by a knowledgeable citizenry is an incontrovertible fact that is borne out through both recent history and even current events. In this very 21st century, in the past few years, there have been multiple large-scale massacres of unarmed civilian populations and overthrows of democratic governments, in many cases, in the face of large-scale peaceful protests on a scale that perhaps has not ever been seen even in this country. I would assert that not only is bearing arms a right, it is a responsibility for citizens who are able-bodied, have the financial means and time to maintain their arms and get trained, to bear arms and be a member of the deterrent against tyranny and the defense of freedom that a well-armed civilian population constitutes. As lawmakers and legislators, you have a sworn duty to support citizens who strive to uphold that responsibility and practice that right, and placing restrictions and causing difficulty to such citizens on the basis of short-term political gain or misguided ideology is reprehensible. Making it more difficult for a citizen to exercise their right to vote solely on the basis of them being an exerciser of their Second Amendment right is especially hideous. I am certain that others will give many concrete examples of how this law is an undue burden on such citizens. And I think it's fairly obvious that there's no real utility to this law. No one who intends to vote, takes the time to go to a polling place, stands in line, is going to stop voting or change their vote or go home because they suddenly realize that, gasp, there might be another citizen in line who's legally armed. And if they fear extra legal actors, a citizen who is armed and shouldn't be, or who is going to commit some illegal act, then obviously this law does not change that. That fear would exist even in the existence of this law, because bad actors don't follow the law. It seems that there's no purpose behind this law except for pushing forward slightly, again, the ever-creeping gun control agenda in this state. Therefore, I strongly oppose this act, the disingenuous rationale being given for it, and most importantly, the misguided ideology behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Hamid, for your testimony today. I just want to say that it was extremely thoughtful and well-rounded. I think you covered every aspect of what I might say about the provision being contained in this bill also. And I also want to thank you for reminding my colleagues about the oath that they've made to protecting the United States Constitution, which always makes me wonder when we have gun control legislation before us. I don't know if that provision is an afterthought in this bill or it was a focus of the people who drafted Senate Bill 5. But I share your concerns, and I want to let you know that I'm going to do my best to advocate that that portion of the bill is removed, whether it goes forward or not. Can I just ask one question to you, Mr. Chairman? And that is, Mr. Hamid, are you concerned that the I don't know, that the focus on the Second Amendment, you called it an assault on the Second Amendment, that an agenda that is happening in our state. I don't know that I might characterize it the same way. I think there are certain people that want to see more gun control. That's the way I might describe it. But are you worried that that agenda is being advanced in ways outside of the obvious, like through this bill, more so than an honest debate over the merits of the individual right to protect oneself? That's my question through you, Mr. Chairman.
I think it's hard to judge people's intentions, and I wouldn't presume to do so. But I think looking at the overall arching picture of the direction of legislation over many years in the state and the way things are going, then it seems suspicious is what I would say.
No, I appreciate that. And thank you very much for your comments today. You did a really great job. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions from members of the committee, thank you again for your testimony and for your time today. Next, we will hear from Jameen Davis, who will be followed by Craig Judge, who will be followed by Rhonda Caldwell. And I would remind folks, we do try to make it a best practice for public hearings that people do have their cameras on unless there's some sort of technical issue that is limiting that due to a bad internet connection. So please try to be prepared with your camera on. And Jameen Davis, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, and the esteemed members of the GAE committee. Again, my name is Jameen Davis. I'm the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now Votes. We are a 501c4 organization fighting to strengthen democracy and protect voting rights through litigation, legislation, and grassroots organizing. I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 820 and Senate Bill 5. I think it's no secret that the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965 has been drastically weakened by the courts. Subsequently, states around the country are trying to pass legislation that threatens Black and Brown citizens' rights to vote. Even here in Connecticut, legislation that would expand voting rights and cure longstanding systemic obstacles that people face when trying to exercise their rights have been met with partisan opposition. Connecticut needs to protect our voters. In 2019, our organization helped voters in Bridgeport sue campaign and government officials, and despite overwhelming evidence of voter intimidation and manipulation, we were granted very narrow standing under current state election law and therefore could not be granted appropriate relief. In that ruling, Judge Stevens said that the evidence as provided indicates very serious matters that the legislature should consider. We believe that this consideration is in part addressed in SB 820, as it would grant a new private right of action against voter intimidation, deception, and obstruction, therefore allowing voters in Connecticut to bring a case and have proper standing for relief. I also want to add that it is really time now for Connecticut to root out all racial discrimination in voting and pass legislation and policies that correct past harm and makes it easier for people to vote. One of those things is expanding automatic voter registration beyond the Department of Motor Vehicles to other state agencies and restoring the right to vote to people on parole. We know firsthand in our organization how confusing it can be for voters who, when we go to register people to vote, they sometimes forget that they are registered or get confused whether they're registered or not if they move. So we strongly believe that expanding automated voter registration will help to cure some of those duplicate registrations and things like that. Also, restoring voting rights to people on parole is extremely important to me. And people must not be required to pay large fines related to their conviction in order to regain their right to vote. So
your 3 minutes is
I
now
urge
over.
you to pass both bills.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Jameen, and nice to see you again. Before I take questions from members of the committee, Mr. Glidden, I did accidentally skip over you. I promise you, you will be right after Ms. Davis. I apologize for the error on my part in the transition between chairs. Representative Blumenthal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Davis, for being with us today and for your testimony.
Thank you.
We just heard the previous witness testify essentially that there would be no reason why any voter, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, no reason why any voter would decline to go to a polling place and vote because they believed or knew that other people there were armed with firearms. Do you have any opinion on that or perspective on that?
Yes, and I can say to him and to whoever is listening that I know people personally who during the last election cycle were afraid, even in Bridgeport, to go out to the polls because there was so much talk about people showing up and trying to intimidate people. I tried to assure them, especially older folks, that in Bridgeport that they would be okay, that they were able to go, and that there would be protection around them. But it is absolutely a real fear that people of color have and have had for years around people intimidating them and possible harm coming to them while they go exercise their right to vote.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your answers. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. How do I say your first name? Excuse me. How do you say it? Jameen?
Yes.
Oh, Jameen. Thank you. Thank you, Jameen. You had mentioned something that's concerning. You had mentioned that there was racial discrimination in voting in Connecticut, and certainly nobody should be discriminated. But everybody should feel free to go out and vote and obviously feel safe in doing that. Can you give me an example of where you experienced that and what happened? Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I didn't say there was racial discrimination in voting. I said that there are systemic problems in our race in our system that are racist in nature. So, for instance, people in Bridgeport, a lot of people in Bridgeport work 2 and 3 jobs. The voting, they may not be like in town on voting on the day of voting, so they will miss out on voting because they, are working one job, leaving that job, going to another job. They have children that are in school, so there are systemic problems in our system that need to be fixed.
Thank you. So you had mentioned that that there was systemic racism because you had some people that worked 2 and 3 jobs, that they were out of town. Are they aware that because they are working out of town and not available to vote on election day, that they can request an absentee ballot through you, Madam Chair?
Not always. There's so much confusion around the absentee ballot process. And so very often is that process manipulated by political operatives here in Bridgeport, that people are left very confused, which is why I believe that we should eliminate the absentee ballot process altogether and go to a system of mail-in voting. But that is a question for another bill. Shouldn't, spend too much time getting into that, but we have several systemic problems here in the state that need to be addressed. Another one that disproportionately, affects people of color is, the fact that our people on parole can't vote, right? So we need to change that, which is why I'm supporting SB 5. We need to enfranchise people. We need to make sure that people, regardless of their past mistakes, can fully exercise their rights.
Thank you. I'm still confused. I don't understand where those issues have to do with race, I guess. Somebody not being able to go out to vote because they have to work, to me, has nothing to do with race. There's a lot of people, regardless of their race, that really isn't an issue, that are working and they can't go out to vote. An easy fix for you, for the community, would be to educate people on the process. to explain to them that, look, if you're working that day, you can go ahead and request an absentee ballot. So you mentioned that there was a lot of confusion. Was it just this election, or is it every year that there's confusion with absentee ballots? Because within each town, your town, you said Bridgeport, am I correct?
Yes.
So those are great conversations to have with the town clerk and the register of voters, saying, listen, we need to educate the people in our community to let them know that they can't go out and vote on election day because they're working. But that has nothing at all to do with race. So that's where I would respectfully disagree on that end. And as far as the parole, people on parole, I understand concerns on that, but that's part of their punishment. And that's just the way it is. They need to fulfill their obligation, and that's just part of the process and part of the punishment on that. So I respectfully disagree when it comes to the race part of it. I don't believe anybody has been turned away from voting based on race or gender or religion or any of that. And if they were, that's unacceptable. That should never happen.
Right. I didn't think would turn this way. I'm saying that there are structural things in place that keep people of color, that make it harder for people of color. Maybe you understand it that way. It makes it harder for people of color, poor people, people of color. It makes it harder for us to exercise our right to vote. And I believe that it's not the responsibility just on organizations like myself who care about this issue, but I think it is the responsibility of our legislature to make sure that we make voting easy for everyone, and that we remove the barriers that disproportionately affect Black and Brown people, so that they can, so that we can all participate in democracy, all of us. Thank you.
I understand. I respectfully disagree. I think I just don't see how race has to do with somebody being denied to vote. I have never heard of anybody being denied for or making it harder to vote, because Connecticut is probably one of the states where it's the easiest place to vote in Connecticut. So I guess I just don't quite understand those barriers, but I thank you so much for listening to me, and I do respect your opinion. And thank you for coming out to testify today. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, thank you again for your testimony today and for your time. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Next, we will hear from David Glidden, who I very rudely skipped over a moment ago. I apologize. And after David will be Craig Judge, followed by Rhonda Caldwell, followed by Colin Kaplan. David, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco, and distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Dave Glidden, and I'm the Executive Director of CSEA, SEIU Local 2001, which is a labor union that represents thousands of state, municipal, and private sector workers, as well as over 11,000 retirees. I offer the following testimony on their behalf in support of House Bill 6194 and House Bill 6664. Both bills have the potential to be powerful tools that will bring much needed transparency to the operations, expenditures, and contract policies of quasi-public agencies. Such things as bringing quasi-public agencies under the oversight of the Contracting Standards Board, as is done in House Bill 6194, or requiring annual audits of quasi-public agencies that must be sent directly to the General Assembly Committee of Cognizance, as proposed in House Bill 6664, will go a long way to protecting taxpayer dollars and ensuring the delivery of public services. In the aftermath of the rolling corruption scandals and the infamous I-84 drainage ditch to nowhere, CSEA members played a critical role in the creation of the Contracting Standards Board. The oversight provided by the board is not an obstacle to efficiency, but rather a critical entity for the protection of taxpayer resources. If sunshine is the best disinfectant, then the Contracting Standards Board is like a bright and clear summer day. The truth is that House Bill 6194 and 6664 are long overdue. The Contracting Standards Board and the General Assembly have important roles to play in the crucial oversight of quasi-public agencies. These bills begin to bring down the barriers that hinder effective oversight, barriers that have allowed quasi-public agencies to operate under a different and dangerous set of rules. While quasi-public agencies have a limited and targeted role to play in the delivery of public services, they should operate under practices and procedures that put the public before the quasi. I encourage members of the committee to support both of these bills, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and for your testimony this afternoon. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and thanks for your understanding, particularly this afternoon. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Craig Judge. I don't know if Craig is with us, and then Rhonda Caldwell, who will be followed by Colin Kaplan, who will be followed by Timothy DiCarlo. Is Craig here? I do not see Craig. So I am going to call on Rhonda Caldwell. And Craig, if you are here, let us know. Welcome, Rhonda. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Rhonda Caldwell. I'm an organizer with Hamden Action Now. We are an organizing group of Black, Brown, and Indigenous people in Hamden demanding equity and justice. And we are here in full support of SB 820, a Voting Rights Act for Connecticut, and SB 5, which includes automatic voter registration and restoring voting rights to those that are on parole. As the late Congressman John Lewis said, the vote is precious and almost sacred. So go out and vote like you never voted before. As I said in my previous testimony, Connecticut is one of the most voter suppressed in the nation, as it has the most limited access to the polls. According to the Secretary of State in 2020 presidential election, the 2.3 million registered voters in Connecticut, only 80% participated. While everybody thought that that was record-breaking, I happen to disagree. Record-breaking voting would be 100% registered voters going to the polls. Okay, we need a sense of urgency in this very blue state that there is a problem that is espoused in our voting process where only 80% show up to the polls, and we call it record-breaking. It's not. The times in which polls are open on a daily basis on election day from 6 to 8 p.m. It's kind of not even numerically correct to even possible to get 2.3 million people into a polling station around the state in between 6 and 8 p.m. It's not, when we've kind of tried to calculate the numbers and it just doesn't make sense. You'd only have about 3 seconds to get in and out, to have every person get out. We can no longer operate in a process where we expect only 80% of registered voters to come. We have to expect and make access for 100% of voters to come. And we have to understand 43 states in the union offer in-person early voting options, including 6 states that have all mail-in options, making it unnecessary for them to even appear physically at a polling station entirely. And you know, many voters work 2 and 3 hours. I know I just heard the discussion about, you know, it shouldn't be a problem. You should just be able to take a day off from work to go. But Black and brown folks are definitely disparately impacted by having to take time off from work. And then also you have very little bilingual assistance that's built into our voting process at the polls. Many people I've gone to, I've stand at the polls religiously here in Hamden, in the south end of Hamden, and many people roll there, and there is no bilingual assistance. And unless we are, you know, the folks that are outside can help, they're disenfranchised. So, and then on the matter of restating voting rights to people on parole, that decision is simple. They are citizens of the United States of America, and it doesn't change because they are in what building they're living in. And it's really disgraceful that they're punished by taking away their civil rights, which is also a constitutional right, especially a right that so many people shed so much blood for and died for. It's really inappropriate, and they should be automatically reinstated upon their
Your
exit
3 minutes
from
is now over.
incarceration. So in summary, the choice is clear in the legislation. We have to choose democracy over suppression. and approve this very overdue measure to increase the number of eligible voters and access to the polls.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? I don't see any. So thank you again for your time and for your testimony this afternoon. Have a great weekend. Next, we will hear from Colin Kaplan, who will be followed by Timothy DiCarlo, who will be followed by Michael Pernick. Again, Timothy DiCarlo will be followed by Michael Pernick. Colin, welcome. The floor is yours. Please turn on your camera.
Okay, I'm trying. Can you hear me? Can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, yep, my video is starting. I think.
Great, thank you.
Okay, start video. Cannot start video. It says it can't start. Start my video, I'm working on it. These are fun. Well, I'm here still in support of the pizza bill, HB 5656. I'm working on my camera all the while.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
Yeah, so I'm going to continue, but if it doesn't hurt, I would just continue my testimony.
We really strongly urge people to testify with their cameras on, but if the request that I'm sending you to turn your camera on isn't working,
yeah,
only proceed.
Technical difficulties.
Yep.
So let me testify that I'm testifying that I am actually the creator of the pizza bill, as we called it, to make pizza the state food of Connecticut. The whole idea is to support the community of families we have here, as well as the amazing economy that's produced by the pizzerias. The pizza business is an amazing testament in this town, in this whole state. We have the highest rated pizzas in the United States. We have some of the oldest pizzas in the United States. We have the largest number of pizzerias per capita in the United States. Connecticut has the most independently owned pizzerias in the US. Connecticut's restaurants made $8.2 billion in sales and 165,000 jobs annually. Connecticut has its own word for pizza known as Ab Eats. The pizza box, the pizza vending machine, the home pizza making set, the white clam pizza were invented in New Haven and in all of the rest of Connecticut. And New Haven style pizza is internationally recognized. Taste of New Haven, my company, runs multiple pizza tours, classes, events, things that are based on the pizza economy. And the documentary film Pizza, a Love Story is based on New Haven pizzerias, and the book, my book, Pizza in New Haven, is based on New Haven pizza history. So this testimony is all intended to show you that there is an entire culture that we are connected with, an economy we're connected with. The vice president is in New Haven right now. My understanding is she is getting New Haven pizza, and I may know a thing or two about that, but I can't tell you. I can only say that every president, every vice president, whenever they would come to Connecticut, they would always stop in New Haven for pizza. And that's part of our culture. It's a big deal. And I think we can all rally around this. It's something that connects us, not divides us. It's something that is equal. It's for everybody. Everybody, it was brought by Italians, and now it's eaten by every ethnicity, culture, race, you name it. And that's it's something that I can be very proud of. I hope we can all agree.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? I don't see any, but I do want to thank you for your advocacy on this issue. I think your work, along with Representative Dillon and Senator Winfield, has brought a smile to many of us on a Friday afternoon, incentivizing a trip to New Haven. And I'd love to see that tour that you said the Taste of New Haven runs come to Northeastern Connecticut and show off that New Haven pizza. But we've got some good pizza here too. So thank you again for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Next, we will hear from Timothy DiCarlo, who will be followed by Michael Pernick, who will be followed by Joseph Florizio. Timothy, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Member Sampson, and Master Francesco, the members of the GA Committee, my name is Timothy DiCarlo. I'm the Registrar of Voters in the City of Waterbury and the Chairman of the ROVAC Legislative Committee. I'd like to state for the record that ROVAC is in fully support of the pizza bill. However, I am here today in order to testify regarding Senate Bill 5. ROVAC would like to speak explicitly to the following changes in Title IX that have been proposed by this bill. They are allowing electors to return to their previous affiliation if it is determined that they were unaware that they had made a change during online transactions, distributing information on how to become an elector in public high schools on the fourth Tuesday of the month of September, and appointing partisan and nonpartisan members of Town Committee and League of Women Voters to seek out electors who have not properly completed their absentee ballots prior to submitting it to the town clerk. Beginning with the subject of online transactions of electors, Roback would kindly ask the committee for further clarifications in lines 89 through 96 and again in 203 to 210 of this bill. Would an elector be able to state for that the transaction was unintentional for a certain period of time or indefinitely? For the purpose of voting, would an elector who appears at a primary election or party caucus be able to re-affiliate and regain party privileges instantly? Would the Secretary of the State have to create a form in which an elector would fill out on the day of a primary caucus in order to add the elector to the list of eligible voters? And finally, what would happen if it is discovered after a primary or caucus that the transaction did not take place through means of electronic transactions, but instead through the mail, including registration drives that are conducted by local advocacy groups? Regarding distribution of information on becoming an elector to public high schools on the fourth Tuesday in September, Roback feels to ensure uniformity through all of Connecticut's 169 towns, this responsibility should be best left to the Secretary of State's office. Registrars are currently required by statute to hold annual voter registration sessions in all high schools, including regional and technical high schools. These sessions are generally held in the beginning of the school year and help to register students prior for that year's elections. SB 5 would also now allow for members of political town committees to be appointed for the purpose of collecting electors' completed absentee ballots and returning them to the town clerk. Would these town committee members be asked to take an oath and face possible penalties should they act in a way that suppresses an absentee ballot of a party member that they disagree with or a candidate that they are not endorsed locally by? The majority of primary elections take place at the local level in large cities. As written, SB 5 does not address what would happen should a town committee member choose to only collect absentee ballots from a certain candidate or in the general election, or accept a ballot from those who are not affiliated with a certain party. This committee has proposed legislation that would allow for absentee drop boxes from the 2020 election to become permanent means for an elector to submit their absentee. Roback believes that these drop boxes are a better alternative than asking someone from a town committee to do so. Sections 1325 through 1381 are new sections and will allow for the registrar of voters opening and rejecting absentee ballots 5 days prior to an election. Currently, an elector has the right to pull their absentee ballot before 10.
3 minutes is now over.
I'll try to summarize as fast as I can. Electors would no longer have this option, and it creates an issue when if a person pulls it back ahead of time, they're given a form from the town clerk's office informing the registrars that that's taken place. Those that are done after that period, which would now be 5 days prior, would not have that paperwork. So when they're going into a polling place, it's causing two sets of rules for the same thing for those people that were reached out by a town committee or a League of Women Voters member. It's confusing, and we would ask, and my testimony goes further into it for further clarification in JFS language. I'll take any questions at this point if there are any.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and your time this afternoon. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Pernick, who will be followed by Joseph Clarizio, who will be followed by Richard Cardosa, who will be followed by Jeremy Stein. Michael, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastrofrancesco, and distinguished committee members. My name is Michael Pernick. I'm a redistricting counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, or LDF. I'm here to testify in support of SB 820, the Connecticut Voting Rights Act. I want to start off by thanking the committee for considering this important bill, and I want to commend Senator Lesser for sponsoring it. If enacted, the Connecticut Voting Rights Act, or CTVRA, would make Connecticut a national leader in protecting the right to vote for communities of color and all voters. The CTVRA builds on successes in state VRAs in California and Washington and Oregon and emulates current efforts to enact state VRAs in New York and Virginia, both of which LDF, my organization, has supported. We submitted written testimony to the committee, and we also prepared a detailed white paper on the bill which I hope will be useful to the committee in analyzing and understanding and considering the bill's provisions. I'll focus my comments today on Section 2, which provides a private right of action, but I'm happy to take questions on any part of the bill. Section 2 of the bill is similar to existing provisions in the Federal Voting Rights Act, which have been effective at combating a wide range of barriers and burdens that have excluded voters of color from the political process. But in the decades since the federal VRA's passage, courts have eliminated or weakened many of its protections. The private rights of action that exist in the federal law impose a heavy burden on plaintiffs, often costing litigants 6 or 7 figures to vindicate their rights, and they're equally expensive for municipalities and jurisdictions to defend. In addition, Section 5 of the federal VRA was rendered inoperable by the Shelby County decision in 2013. As a result, voters of color often lack an equal opportunity to participate in the political process and elect candidates of their choice. Section 2 of the CTVRA provides 2 private rights of action, one for voter suppression and one for vote dilution. The voter suppression right of action allows voters to challenge a municipal practice that has the effect of suppressing minority votes. For instance, a town that has sufficient polling places in white communities, but insufficient or inconvenient polling places in communities of color. The vote dilution right of action allows voters to challenge municipal election structures that dilute minority voting strength. For example, if a town that has a Black neighborhood splits that neighborhood into 2 different town council districts, and as a result, voters in that neighborhood are unable to elect candidates of their choice. The CTVRA also has important provisions that do not exist in federal law to resolve these types of cases outside of court. Before any prospective plaintiff can file a lawsuit under the CTVRA, they must send a letter to the municipality. And the municipality then has a safe harbor to try and resolve the issue without litigation before the plaintiff has a right to initiate any claims. So I'll pause there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Michael, thank you very much for being here. I guess I'm going to ask you the same question that we've asked some other folks that have testified in favor of Senate Bill 5, which is, you mentioned 4 or 5 times in your testimony voters of color. And, I want to say from the outset that obviously any sort of discrimination or racism is wrong. And I will work with this committee to end racism and discrimination in any way possible. Every time that it's brought up, I don't see the racism. I see discrimination based on populations or communities that are high density or urban environment, stuff like that. But you're not affecting only people of color, as you mentioned. So can you give me an example that has to do with a voting law or provision in our policies that is actually discriminatory based on race or any other protected class? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you for your question, Senator. I think it's an important question, and I'm glad you raised it. The Connecticut Voting Rights Act, and indeed the Federal Voting Rights Act, focuses on policies or practices that have a racially discriminatory effect. If there's a practice or a policy that leads to disparities, plaintiffs don't need to prove that the government officials intended to discriminate. They don't need to prove that there was racial animus in enacting the policy, although sometimes there is. That's not a necessary element. The focus of these laws is to look at policies that have racially disparate effects because of our country's history of laws, of practices that do just that make it more difficult for communities of color to elect candidates of their choice. And I can give you some examples. Consider, for instance, and this is a hypothetical, a town that placed situated polling places in convenient locations in white communities, but didn't situate polling places in convenient locations in communities of color. Right now, it is very challenging for voters of color to vindicate their rights. Those cases are expensive and burdensome. Oftentimes, they're not resolved for years. This would give voters tools, efficient tools, to address those issues and it would also implement procedures to prevent those types of problems from going into effect in the first place. Let me give you another example in sort of the districting concept. Imagine there's a locality that uses an at-large election structure for its local elections, for its local council elections. And there's a community of color within that municipality, but because the elections are at large, that community of color is consistently outvoted, and they are never able to elect candidates from their community. This would give a mechanism to resolve those sorts of structures that have a racially dilutive effect. But again, the critical test in this law and the Federal Voting Rights Act is to look at laws that have racially discriminatory effects, where there are disparities when you compare the outcomes based on turnout based on race.
Thank you for that answer. And you said the same thing everyone else said, though, Michael. Forgive me. And I guess I had a conversation with Senator Lesser on the same subject, and I suggested to him. I said, look, if the problem is that the city of Bridgeport, for example, is predominantly minority populations, and they are disenfranchised because the precincts are larger, and therefore you have to stand in line. Wouldn't the solution be to do something to affect policy that requires that voting precincts cannot exceed 10,000 people, for instance? I guess my concern about this is not so much the policy that you're after or your concern over its disparate effect on people of color, as you mentioned. It's the constant case being made that this is all happening because of an attack on people of color, and I just don't see that. I mean, the city of Bridgeport is run by the Democrat Party, has been for 50 years. Are you telling me that the city of Bridgeport municipal government is responsible for setting up voting places and rules that negatively impact people of color? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Senator, so thank you for that question, and I think you're hitting on important issues and important points. Right now, if there are voters of color in a community where they are noticing disparities, where they are finding obstacles voting, it's very difficult for them to resolve those issues. But again, the point of this bill is not to target jurisdictions, not to say that there is that there's a widespread intentional discrimination in voting. The focus here is to look at jurisdictions where there is a disparate effect in access and where voters aren't at an equal playing field. Now, Senator, there are different circumstances town by town. I mean, I'm sure that everybody on this committee has grappled with this issue, that towns have different challenges that they face, different parameters, different structures in place, and discrimination and disparities in access can present in many different ways. It can happen at the point at which voters go in to cast their ballot. It can happen in the absentee ballot process. It can happen in redistricting. The purpose of this bill is to give voters a tool to efficiently and effectively protect their rights, the rights that are protected under the U.S. Constitution, the rights that the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was enacted. This would give voters in Connecticut and voters of color in Connecticut tools to protect their rights, and it's modeled off of bills in other states that have worked quite well. In California, for instance, which passed its Voting Rights Act back in 2001, hundreds of violations have been resolved out of court without hundreds or thousands or millions of dollars in legal fees, because voters had an opportunity and a mechanism in place to send a letter to a jurisdiction saying, hey, wait a second, we think this structure, we think this election structure is problematic, and work with the jurisdiction to resolve that violation. It makes these claims more predictable and easier to resolve for courts, and it's modeled off of the good work that's happening in other states.
I appreciate the very lengthy answer. It seems like we're talking past each other. I guess I'm a solutions-oriented person, and for me, I just want the solution. And the solution is if voters are being disenfranchised, regardless of what their background or race or gender or whatever, protected or otherwise class that they come from. I want everyone to have the same access. And I think they do. The fact is, Michael, nothing you said was an example of a law or a provision or a voting place that is altered for people of color. There are people who of all races and ethnicities that are affected by these policies. I mean, the city of Bridgeport, every voting precinct has African American, Hispanic, and white, and Asian, and who knows who else voters. So it's not targeting any specific group other than to say Bridgeport voters in that community. And if you say you want to affect change to help Bridgeport voters in that community, I'm with you 100%. I will fight tooth and nail to make sure that they have as much access to voting as anyone else in the state. But what I would take exception to is the constant hammering that this is about systemic racism, because it's not. It just stands to reason that our urban cities have dense populations, they have limited funding, they have democratic governments predominantly, and those are the governments that are setting up the rules for the voting. And I'm sure you're the last person who would suggest to me that it's that Democrat town government that is responsible for those racial discrepancies and disparities. So let's work together, put past this thing. And again, I will ask you one more time, if you can give me an example of a law we need to change or a provision we need to put into law that says a town can't do X or should do Y, that is going to, that already affects different races differently and disparately, not communities, like I keep pointing out is what you're actually talking about, then let's change it. But I don't think there is one. So if it is communities that need to be fixed, let's fix those communities and work on the solutions without trying to make this a political, issue of race. It's just, I want to work with my counterparts on this committee. I want to hear from groups like the NAACP who have obviously represent a constituency of concern, and I'm not legitimizing your concern, but I think it's being tailored in a way that's not accurate. It is voters in Bridgeport or voters in Hartford that are being affected, not just Black and brown voters. We need to be concerned about all those folks, don't we? Because I don't care if you are white, Black, brown, Asian, whatever. If you're being disenfranchised and have to stand in line for 10 hours in Bridgeport, that's wrong, and we should fix it. And we should be concerned about everybody, regardless of their ethnic background. And I'm sorry for going off the rails, Madam Chairman. I really do appreciate your testimony. I do want to see a bill like this go forward, but I want it to be based in truth and reason and not just political hyperbole. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator, for your, I'm sorry, Senator Flexer.
No, Mr. Pernick, if you'd like to respond, go right ahead.
Thank you very much for your question, Senator Sampson, and I do appreciate the points that you're making. Let me say a couple of quick things. First, racial discrimination in voting and racial disparities, they don't happen today from bills that specifically target and specifically name individual races. They are facially neutral bills, laws that structure elections in particular ways that have racial disparities in their effect. And that's why laws like Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that are effects-based tests are very important and have allowed communities of color to vindicate their rights across the country, including here in Connecticut, where there was a significant Section 2 Voting Rights Act case in the 90s. The purpose of this bill is to allow those claims to be brought, or specifically the purpose of the private rights of action is to allow those claims to be brought more efficiently, more effectively, to give jurisdictions a safe harbor so they can resolve violations without the burden and expense of this complicated area of the law, and to give voters tools to vindicate their own rights. So I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate your willingness to collaborate. I would love to continue this conversation and find a way to work together to protect the right to vote for all voters in Connecticut.
Can I just ask one more question to you, Madam Chairman? Yeah, that is, Michael, do you know if Section 2 allows voters, regardless of their ethnic background, to have that same right of action, or is it only limited to certain folks? And when I say that, go ahead. Answer the question. I'll ask a follow-up. All right. Well, I was going to say, if it does not do that, does it limit the right of action only to racial discrimination, which might preclude a white voter, for example? Through you, Madam Chairman.
So, Senator, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act protects against voting discrimination on the basis of race, color, or language access. So it is specifically targeted at historical discrimination based on race, color, or language access. It comes out of, it was passed in 1965, enacted to combat decades of discrimination in voting across the country.
I'm asking about the bill before us that creates the right of action in Section 2 of, I think it's Senate Bill 820.
I understand. The bill before us is modeled directly on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, so it has the same definition of protected class as the Federal Voting Rights Act and tracks federal law on that point.
All right. So I guess my only concern about that, and I would be very supportive of that language. My only concern, though, is that if you're a white voter in Bridgeport and you're being disenfranchised the same way as your African-American neighbor, because you're both standing in line at 10 o'clock at night after being there for hours, you don't have a right of action because you are not being racially discriminated against. And I would argue that your black neighbor isn't either. You're being discriminated against because you live in a community that doesn't care about the size or wait time of the voting district. And I would just point that out, that that's the problem that needs to be solved. And I hope that the bill considers that going forward, and that maybe we can work on it in a way that solves the problem without the focus on the political divisions that exist in our world. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for your questions. I don't see any other questions from members of the committee. Mr. Pernick, I do just want to ask you one quick question, and I want to thank you for working so closely with this committee and with Senator Lesser on this bill. Do you see that you mentioned in your remarks, you were talking about redistricting and the provisions of the bill that are related to that. Do you see that there is a particular urgency around this legislation this year, given that Connecticut, like all states, are about to enter a redistricting process?
Absolutely, Senator. And I think that's an incredibly important question. Within the next year or two, every town in Connecticut that has district or ward-based elections will have an opportunity and likely will redraw those district boundaries. Those boundaries will be in effect for the next decade. The implications of those decisions for the right to vote, for representation at the local level are profound. And this bill would give voters in Connecticut mechanisms to ensure that communities of color do have a fair opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. So this bill is urgent in that sense. We are coming up on this redistricting cycle, and every town in the state will be embarking on this process. That's a very important point. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. And thank you for that answer. And seeing no further questions, thank you again for your time and your testimony. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Senator.
Next, we will have Joseph Clarizio, who I don't believe is here.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Joseph will be followed by Richard Cardoza, who will be followed by Jeremy Stein. Joseph, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Clarizio, and I've been a resident of Connecticut for the past 55 years. I would like to register my opposition to SB 5, an act concerning increased opportunities for absentee voting, safe and secure in-person voting, and voter registration. My focus today is on the language being proposed in several locations in the bill, which states that no person shall possess a firearm within a radius of 200 feet of any voting location. While many voting locations are in schools which already have this type of restriction, many are not. I myself have not voted in a school building in many years. Like many other attempts to implement what some call common sense laws, this type of language only serves to negatively impact the nearly 300,000 law-abiding, state-vetted, and permitted firearm owners here in Connecticut. These law-abiding citizens would now have to either drive home to secure their firearm before voting, or park more than 200 feet away and secure their firearms in their vehicle, leaving it unattended. So now you would have created a false sense of safety in exchange for leaving someone defenseless. Please also consider the plight of a handicapped person choosing a firearm for personal protection who would not be able to utilize the handicapped parking spaces within the 200-foot limit. We need to be careful when writing these bills that we are not making voting more difficult for large groups of law-abiding citizens or inadvertently making a common activity into a crime. Just imagine if there was a legally armed citizen who stopped at a local church each morning on their way to work to say a quick prayer, and they forgot that on one single day out of the year, that church becomes a gun-free zone. In closing, I did a bit of research to educate myself and discovered that there's actually some controversy among scholars as to whether or not voting is a right. But the Supreme Court is clear on this, and in a voting rights case in 1964, Reynolds versus Sims, Chief Justice Warren wrote, "The right to vote freely for the candidate of one's choice is the essence of a democratic society, and any restrictions on that right strike at the heart of representative government." So I ask you not to pass this bill as it's written, at least with that language, as you would potentially be infringing on not one, but possibly two rights of the citizens of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Joseph, I just wanted to thank you for being here and for your comments. And especially because you made a point that I think is very important, which is that when you start to infringe on the right, Second Amendment rights of a potential voter, you're also infringing on their voting right. And I don't think that that is something that people have thought all the way through who are supportive of that language being in this bill. So thank you very much for being here. I know there's a lot of people lined up, and we've already done a lot of talking today. So we'll let you go, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions, thank you again for your time today and for your testimony. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Next, we will hear from Richard Cardoza, who will be followed by Jeremy Stein, who will be followed by Warren Stevens. Richard, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you to Chairpersons Flexer and Fox and all the distinguished members of the Government Administration Elections Committee for this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Richard Cardoso. I'm a resident of New Haven, where I attend college, and today I'm testifying as a member of the Yale College Democrats to communicate my strong support for Senate Bill 5. I've submitted a written testimony for this bill, and I summarize my testimony today. Among many things, this historical and monumental bill will first, codify the automatic voter registration of citizens when applying for driver's license, distribute information on voter registration to high schools, mandate paid time off for workers to vote during election day, expand protections and provisions for voters with disabilities, ban firearms within a 200 feet radius of a polling place, mandate the automatic restoration of voting rights for felons discharged from Connecticut, other states, or federal government, and allow absentee ballot applications to be made by phone or online without a state ID. Historically, the United States has fallen short of fulfilling its kind of goal of being a democracy by making it more difficult, if not impossible, for some people to vote due to their race, criminal history, or economic status. However, this bill will remove many of the existing barriers and pave the way for more people to participate in our democracy and have their voices heard. The state of Connecticut will be leading the charge in restoring and expanding voting rights, and show the rest of the country that voting rights deserve to be protected and upheld. Currently, one of the biggest reasons why individuals do not vote is because of an inability to miss work. This creates a huge disparity between salaried white-collar workers and hourly blue-collar workers who cannot afford to miss even hour work to go to vote. People should not have to choose between exercising their right to vote or putting food on the table. Thankfully, Senate Bill 5 will resolve this issue by mandating paid time off for workers to vote during Election Day. Additionally, Senate Bill 5 will allow absentee ballot applications to be made by phone or online without state ID. Being able to request absentee ballot from home will remove many barriers that would otherwise prevent an individual from requesting one before, like financial mobility problems. I am glad this bill allows voters to request an absentee ballot without an ID, since laws requiring some sort of voter identification are known to be discriminatory and disproportionately affect people of color and those from low-income communities. Finally, in the last point, I would like to elaborate on the bill's ban on firearms within 200 feet radius of a polling place. Recognizing that more than 50% of Americans have been victims of gun violence or know someone who has been a victim of gun violence, it is crucial to ensure that voters are not intimidated by the presence of a weapon in the polling place. Moreover, in Heller v. District Columbia, the Supreme Court affirmed the constitutionality of banning firearms in and around polling places in an opinion written by Reagan-appointed Justice Scalia. To summarize their argument, they found that bans on guns at polling places fell outside the scope of the Second Amendment. Thus, in the eyes of the Supreme Court, this provision of the bill is constitutional. Senate Bill 5 would be one of the biggest voting bills to be passed this legislative session, and more importantly, it would guarantee that more voices are heard and protected in our political system. Senate Bill 5 is a crucial step towards reducing political inequality and voter suppression, but making it easier and safer for citizens to vote. To truly uphold the principles of our democratic government, we should make voting as effortless as possible and ensure that no one's right to vote is obstructed by systemic barriers. Thank you for your consideration. I hope you choose to support Senate Bill 5.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony this afternoon. Have a great weekend. Next, we will hear from Jeremy Stein, who will be followed by Warren Stevens, who will be followed by Mary Ann Melly. Jeremy, welcome. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Members Senator Sampson, and Representative Mastro Francesco, distinguished members of the Government Administration Elections Committee. Thank you for hearing from me. As you probably know, I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I'm testifying in support of SB 5, but very specifically limited to those portions of the bill relating to the prohibition of possessing firearms within 200 feet of any polling place. The late Senator John Lewis stated, "The right to vote is the most powerful nonviolent tool we have in our democratic society, and we must use it." Our country was founded on a simple idea that the people should be able to vote. It's a fundamental right, and there's been a lot of talk about rights so far. Every right guaranteed under the Constitution is built on this basic foundation, that the people decide who will govern them and who will create their laws. America is built on the concept of democracy. The ability of the people to vote is threatened in any way if their access to voting is impeded, or if people possess the ability to intimidate voters, then our democracy crumbles. The November 2020 election posed new challenges and obstacles, not just because of the armed siege on our nation's capital afterwards, where armed insurgents invaded one of our most sacred symbols of democracy with the intent to change the result of an election by force with guns, but additional concerns about armed intimidators before that acting to prevent American citizens from casting their ballot. Voter intimidation by armed individuals is very real. Trump supporters showed up to polling placing sites with guns, while private militias and other groups have displayed arms and leveled threats at lawmakers around the country. Here in Connecticut, we received calls and discussed concerns from citizens, the police, state's attorneys, and attorneys generals about people bringing guns into polling places. This was a real concern. The polling places have to be preserved in what the Supreme Court has called an island of calm for voters. Even the most conservative states like Georgia have laws banning guns in and around polling places. In states without a bright line rule, gun carriers must still comply with legal prohibitions against voter intimidation and brandishing a weapon or a threat as a threat, but those laws require the government to make discretionary calls about, for example, whether a particular individual is intimidating. Such judgments are prone to racial and other forms of bias, while also leaving gun owners subject to the whims of local officials. That is one reason electioneering rules are written in a bright line fashion. The Coalition to Stop Gun Violence, Brady, Everytown, and other groups recommend states establish such prohibitions. The stakes are high. Even one violent incident could not only claim lives, but deter countless would-be voters from venturing to polling places in the future. Such harms to a society, the chilling effect that guns can have on others' constitutional interests, cannot be overlooked. But gun laws are designed to do more than protect physical safety alone. They can and do also help preserve public order and the freedom of others to assemble, speak, and worship and vote without intimidation. I also want to make this very clear. There is no right to have a gun in a polling place, no right to have it near a polling place. The idea that Americans have the right is a complete and utter misreading of the law, and the years of constitutional challenge and Supreme Court decisions. The Heller decision states that the states have the right to forbid weapons in sensitive areas. And the Ninth Circuit just days ago, just a couple of days ago, upheld the ban.
Your
on
3
open
minutes
carry of
is
guns.
now over.
If I can just finish up with this final Supreme Court quote from Hill versus State. The practice of carrying arms at courts, elections, and places of worship is a thing so improper in itself, so shocking to all sense of propriety, so wholly useless and full of evil, that it would be strange if the framers of the Constitution had used words broad enough to give it a constitutional guarantee.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Jeremy, thank you for being here. And I appreciate your organization, Connecticut Against Gun Violence, since I'm also very much against gun violence. And in fact, I'm responsible for putting forward more anti-gun violence legislation than any other person in the legislature in the last 10 years. Sadly, it hasn't been acted upon. Your testimony, I don't know that we're ever going to see eye to eye on things. I guess I just want to ask you this question, which is, you kept alluding to like people brandishing weapons and so forth. Would you agree with me that those are already crimes and those are already prohibited? We wouldn't need this law to prohibit someone from brandishing a firearm at a polling location or any other place?
Well, I think that, I mean, I appreciate the question, and I think that having a firearm, openly carrying a firearm, which is legal in Connecticut, if you have a permit, but the idea of walking into a polling place without brandishing, yes. So brandishing, yes, is covered. But the idea of carrying a gun on your hip and standing with you know, having a political agenda and having a gun with you while you're talking about your political agenda creates a very volatile situation and also tends to intimidate. So I want to make this also clear, is that the issue that I'm addressing is mostly talking about open carry. It is the idea of openly carrying firearms at these places. And we have seen across the country people coming to polling places and standing outside promoting a political agenda while carrying long guns, AR-15s, also wearing military style bulletproof vests, things like that, which are extremely intimidating and hostile to our very democracy.
I don't think that some of those activities you mentioned would be already against the law, and from what I can gather, and would be classified as brandishing. I've been to the polls many times, Jeremy, and every time I've ever voted, I don't recall having a conversation in the line with the other people about my politics. I don't know how much that actually happens. I guess I don't know. There's so much that I would love to talk to you about. Your final statement about whether or not the right to own a firearm is a constitutional right.
I didn't. That's not what I said, Senator Sampson. I didn't say the right to own a firearm. What I said was the right to have a firearm at a polling place is not a constitutional right.
I don't understand how you could make that leap from the Bill of Rights.
So I don't make the leap. The Supreme Court actually has ruled on it several times. And in the Supreme Court decision of Heller, which is the most current Supreme Court case that talks about the interpretation of the Second Amendment, what the Supreme Court has said in Heller is, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. And what the Supreme Court has also said under the Heller decision is that the right to have a firearm is paramount in the home and in the defense of the home. So the Second Amendment actually doesn't apply to carrying a firearm outside of the home. And what Justice Scalia continued to say is, it is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. And then they went through this list of things that states can do to restrict people's ability to have guns outside of the home. And some of those are prohibiting firearms possessions by dangerous people, which we already do in Connecticut. But they also talk about forbidding firearm possession in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings. And this would be considered a sensitive place. So under the, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, I mean, through you, Madam Chairman, so where does the sensitive place begin and end as far as you're concerned? Because this bill contemplates 200 yards from the polling location, which is 600 feet, which is substantial when you consider that even political activity that happens outside a polling location is allowed as close as 75 feet. So 600 feet is pretty far away. And the only exception I think that is in the bill is for someone who resides within that that area. We've heard testimony about people concerned about having to park very far away. You started your comments by talking about the importance of your right to vote. So, I mean, do you see that could be a unnecessary, burden to place on someone to actually, to cast their vote, to make them park so far away?
Well, I mean, I'll defer to the legislators as to what the proper distance is. I mean, I do think it's, a lot of legislation is.
Well, forgive me, Jeremy, you present yourself as a tremendous expert on constitutional law and what a sensitive place is. So that's why I'm asking. I think
the Secretary Senator, can we just please go through the chair, please, instead of going back, just go through the chair, please. Thank you. Jeremy, I think the question was asked of you, I think.
Sure, thank you. The idea is this. We know that people have reported cases of intimidation. We know that people in Connecticut have reported cases where they've seen people carry firearms close to polling places. How close to polling places is considered intimidation? I mean, that's something for you all to consider, but I think that the idea is that if someone is going to go to a place to vote, they shouldn't have the fear that someone is going to be carrying a firearm to prevent them from voting, and that somebody may be afraid to enter a polling place for fear that someone is carrying a firearm. Now, I do appreciate people's desire to carry firearms because they feel that it makes them safer. We know from statistics that it doesn't make you safer. But I don't want to have an argument about whether somebody has the right to carry a firearm or not. I do respect the right of somebody under the Connecticut law to go through the training and get a permit and to have background check and have a firearm. And that's not what we're really talking about here. What we're really talking about is the ability of people to carry firearms, most specifically openly carry firearms, while they are either entering a polling place or standing outside with signs with a political candidate, which they're able to do. And that's what we've seen around the country. Is it's more the people lining up outside of polling places in an attempt to actively intimidate people from showing up to vote. And we cannot have that in the United States, of people being able to intimidate people from voting, from exercising their right, and people with guns either frustrating that right or frustrating any other right, like the right to exercise your First Amendment right. Like the Second Amendment cannot do away with other rights, including the right to vote.
Thank you very much for the answer, Jeremy. It had nothing to do with my question, respectfully. And because of that, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to ask any more questions. I respectfully disagree with your assessment of what the Second Amendment is. And I think that you're looping people that are just honest, law-abiding citizens who carry for personal protection with people that would intimidate someone else. These are two entirely different things. The bill covers both, and that's problematic. If we want to narrowly tailor a bill that prohibits someone from some sort of threatening or intimidating behavior, I would be supportive of it. But I believe that's already against the law. And I think that it's just, forgive me, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but disingenuous to try and to put those two things together like one doesn't have anything to do with the other. And the fact is that the bill is going to adversely impact people who are completely honest, who are not going to be open carrying, they're going to be concealing carrying for their own protection and because it's convenient for them. I have friends and colleagues that work in dangerous environments. They have to travel into the bad neighborhoods, for example, and so forth. They carry for personal protection. If they're going to try and vote on their way home from work, what if one of them is disabled? I mean, these are the questions that the bill really needs to flesh out. And I was hopeful to have a conversation about that dynamic with you and not a debate about gun control in general. And I guess you and I are just not capable of that, which doesn't surprise me. But thank you very much for being here and voicing your opinion, Mr. Stein. And thank you, Mr. Chair or Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stein, for coming in. It's a pleasure to certainly meet you. Is your focus for Connecticut Against Gun Violence for this particular legislation only for intimidation at a polling place, or does your organization focus on any type of intimidation? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure if I answered. I'm not sure if I understand the question. Are you asking what my organization does specifically,
No.
or are you asking about this particular bill?
Well, you're here today through you, Mr. Chairman. So you're here today talking about this particular bill, which prevents a gun owner from carrying a firearm within 200 feet of a polling place because you feel that you don't want people to be intimidated. Is that a correct assumption through you, Mr. Chairman?
I think that's a misrepresentation. It doesn't have anything to do with what I feel. It has to do with reports around the country by citizens, law enforcement, by newspapers, that people have shown up to polling places with semi-automatic rifles and handguns, around the country in an attempt to prevent people from voting. So that has happened, as well as reports and concerns from people that they did not want to go vote because they thought that their lives would be at risk because they had heard that guns, that people were going to be carrying firearms, that there was a call by the NRA to come to polling places by firearms, and that there was a call by the President of the United States to basically ask people to show up to the polling places to monitor people voting while carrying firearms.
Okay. So the reason why I asked you is because you just recently said it's intimidating voters with guns. And I just wanted to know through you, Mr. Chairman, is that your concern that voters are intimidated because somebody is standing there with a gun? You did say intimidating voters. So I just wanted to know.
Yes, I think the idea is, and I said this to Senator Sampson, it's mostly talking about open carry of firearms. It's not necessarily the idea that somebody may have a firearm. This has more to do with the idea of open carry of firearms, where somebody has a visible weapon, and that people are intimidated or may be intimidated or impeded from going to the polling places.
Okay, so thank you for answering. That's what I was just trying to get. Your concern is because they are open carry, it will intimidate people from voting. Correct through you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, that's
okay. So is that your position for your organization for other areas? Do you feel that people can be intimidated if they see someone open carry, maybe perhaps going shopping? Just as an example through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, when we're talking about open carry versus concealed carry, I do think that the idea of people being able to open carry a firearm doesn't make a lot of sense, and it does intimidate people. I think people are, when they see someone openly carrying a firearm, that's not a police officer, that's not active military, that's just a citizen carrying a firearm on the hip, I do think that people are taken back by it. They are not comfortable with it. That is the culture of Connecticut. That may not be the culture elsewhere. I have lived elsewhere in the country where it is more acceptable to carry a firearm openly, and so it's not as shocking. But seeing that firearm openly carrying, the idea of carrying a firearm for self-protection, I understand, but the idea of openly carrying a firearm for self-protection is oftentimes motivated by someone who wants you to know that they're carrying a firearm. The very act of openly carrying a firearm is oftentimes, the whole purpose is to intimidate other people.
Okay. So thank you for that. And so I'm assuming that your organization is pretty vocal about this issue and that you speak out often on it. Is that correct through you, Mr. Chairman?
This is not, the open carry is not one of our high agenda items right now. I mean, I'll be honest, what we are concentrating more on this session is on suicide prevention and making sure that we expand our extreme risk protection order bills so that we can have tools that help the police and citizens remove guns from the home of somebody who might be at risk to themselves or others. That is one of the main agenda items that we have. Our other priority is on decreasing community level gun violence. And so the other area of our main concern of our organization is to promote what we're calling the Connecticut Initiative to prevent community gun violence. And that's to get state level funding to make sure that we are funding community organizations that are doing the kind of work to interrupt and intervene in gun violence in our major cities like Bridgeport, New Haven, Hartford, as well as places like Waterbury, where we've seen increases in gun violence. So those are really our two main priorities this session. And I hope that answers your question about what our organization does.
Well, no, it kind of does. I was more focusing on that people feeling intimidated about it. So, and obviously
I can't speak to what people feel or don't feel
you said
at any given moment, and I think that the idea is we're not trying to interfere with anybody's ability to carry a firearm. We're not trying to interfere with anyone's ability to obtain a firearm legally in Connecticut if they go through all the steps of having a background check, permit to purchase, and all those things. Where my organization tends to talk more about is not whether or not you can have a firearm in those circumstances, it's whether or not you should have a firearm in those circumstances.
Jeremy, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm kind of going off topic here. I just really was just focusing on it because you specifically said to Senator Sampson that people carrying a gun at a polling place, they're intimidating voters, and that's all what my point was trying to be. So I would ask you, and that's why I asked, I'm certain that you speak out on that part of the bill where it's intimidation. And would you say that the violence that was going on in the summer, the people carrying and shooting in the summertime, that was a form of intimidation as well? Would you agree with that? I would assume you would agree with that.
Which shootings are you talking about? Are you talking about the day-to-day shootings that are happening in Hartford?
No. I'm saying pick a day across the country across any state in the United States during the summer when there was an outbreak of violence and people were being shot. And those people, I was just curious on your opinion, was that a form of intimidation as well? They're open carrying, they're down there, they're intimidating businesses that can't open, they can't open their business because there's violence in the streets, people are getting shot. Would you think that that was a form of intimidation as well? That's all. I was just curious. I would assume that you would agree with that. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I keep trying to call you Mr. Speaker. Maybe someday. Through you, Mr. Chairman. That's a question.
Jeremy, is he still frozen?
He might be frozen.
He might be frozen, I think.
Yeah.
I think we just lost Jeremy.
Okay, I guess we lost him. He won't be able to answer my question.
Few minutes. He might be trying to get back in.
He might be trying to get back in.
Madam Clerk, are you able to get Mr. Stein back in?
No, Mr. Chair, he's not present.
Okay, hopefully I didn't scare him away. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Mastrofresco. If he's able to reconnect, we'll see if we can continue the conversation. Barring that, next on number 22, Mr. Stevens.
Can everybody hear me?
We can. There's a little feedback for 20 and begin and see if it continues.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Please continue.
Okay. Well, I'm Warren Stevens. I'm the CCDL liaison for the Southington Sportsmen's Association and the Bell City Rifle Club, representing a voting bloc of approximately 3,000 people between club members and family. And we oppose the section of Senate Bill 5, which will make polling places a gun-free zone. Not only does it infringe on our Second Amendment rights, it infringes on our voting rights as well. Gun control advocates state that Connecticut has the safest gun safety laws in the country. Therefore, any permit holder vetted by these laws is beyond reproach. This bill creates another gun-free zone similar to the Gun-Free Zone Act of 1990. Fact-based data from crimeresearch.org shows that between January of 98 and December of 15, 96.2% of mass shootings occurred in gun-free zones, while only 3.8% of shootings took place where firearms are allowed to be carried. Gun-free zones kill. The Center for Disease Control, National Academy of Science, and the U.S. Justice Department have all reached the same conclusion in independent studies. There is no evidence of any gun control measure resulting in a reduction of crime. A case in point is the renewed call for the federal assault weapons ban. The original ban was in effect from 94 to 2004, and according to FBI statistics, it had no measurable impact on crime. Yearly breakdown of that ban shows a 0.0% impact on crime. The recent incidents in Georgia and Colorado underscore and strengthen the justification and need for legal carry by honest citizens. One armed citizen can and has made a difference, as proven by Jack Wilson in Texas, who in December of 2019 stopped a mass shooting in a church in seconds because he was armed. Connecticut laws do not make us any safer. Gun control advocates endanger our well-being and make us vulnerable by these laws. New Hampshire and Maine have constitutional carry, no permit involved, no ban on assault rifles, large capacity magazines, ghost guns, or any of these other made-up terms used by gun control advocates. Yet with more firearms per household than the majority of other U.S. states, New Hampshire and Maine continue to tie each other every year as the two safest states in the nation. A recent story by NBC Connecticut News stated that 70% of gun charges, arrests, are not even prosecuted in Connecticut. Data on the Connecticut Department of Public Safety website suggests that between 70 and 90% of gun charges are plea bargained or reduced. Gun control does not work. Making polling places gun-free zones is just another attack on our Second Amendment rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for your testimony and advocacy. I would like to remind my colleagues on the committee, if we can, moving forward today, I don't want to limit debate or discussion, but just try to focus on the bill at hand without getting, we tend to do certain issues. So many of us are passionate. We tend to veer off the topic on time. So just, let's keep focusing on the bill before us if we can. Representative Thomas, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I love the reminder to stay focused on the bill. Thanks for being here, Mr. Stevens. Just very quickly, so you understand where I am. I have always been very open. I used to shoot.
Hold on 1 second, Representative. I'm getting Mr. Stevens, can you put yourself on mute when you're not speaking? I'm getting a lot of feedback from you. If you can be on mute when someone else is speaking. Try now, Representative Thomas.
Can you hear me now?
We can much better, yes. Yeah, Mr. Stevens, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I was getting some weird feedback too. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I just to let you know where I am in gun ownership. I just like to let people know that I used to be an active shooting enthusiast. I used to go on my lunch break every day, go to the target range around the corner from my job. So, I don't have a bias against people who shoot. But I wanted to focus on something that a few people have brought up. And I was struck earlier by the fact that I'm a candidate. I can't walk into a polling place with a t-shirt that has my name on it, or, I can't even, go within 75 feet with a brochure of a certain type, and on and on. There's all these regulations. So I was curious if you had it came up earlier about, maybe there is a need for a distance and what that distance would or should be. So given that we have all of these other regulations of things that can't happen within 75 feet, is there a distance that you or your members you think would be comfortable with? Oh wait, you're muted.
Yeah. Am I?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
The distance, well, as far as I'm concerned, the distance is 0. If I'm vetted by Connecticut law, which the gun proponent people say are some of the safest in the nation, then I must be the best of the safe. And so are the rest of the 300,000 pistol permit holders in this state. We don't constitute a danger to anyone. So if I'm vetted by the strongest laws there is, then I'm beyond reproach, and so are the other hundreds of thousands of people in this state. We're not the problem.
I appreciate that answer. I'm just always looking for common ground. I thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam.
Representative Blumenthal, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Mr. Stevens. Thanks for being with us today. You said just now that as far as you're concerned, the only acceptable distance would be 0 for this bill. Do you also have an opinion whether it should matter whether someone is open carrying or concealed carrying? Do you think there should be any regulations on a person who is open carrying a firearm being at or around a polling place?
Well, again, I have to refer back to the fact that if I'm vetted by the strongest laws in the nation here in Connecticut, I don't represent a threat to anybody or anything. So whether I'm open carry, which I never do myself, I conceal carry. Because if there's a bad guy, well, he's going to find out the hard way that I'm carrying concealed, and that's all I carry for. I'm my own first responder, I'm my family's first responder. But as far as the rest of it goes, the people vetted in this state, the people that have pistol permits, we're not the guys you got to worry about. The men and women in this state are the safest of the state, safe. And you and I have had conversations before, Representative, in Hartford. We talked about the serial number issue on the antique guns a couple of years ago. I got a little respect for you that day, so I know you're on the other side of the issue. So keep it going today, don't blow it. But again, if I'm a legal, law-abiding citizen, I've been vetted by Connecticut laws, which Mr. Stein and his group say are some of the toughest in the nation. Please explain to me how I am a threat. I'm not.
Open or not?
Open or not, I'm not a threat. Open or not, I'm an honest, law-abiding citizen vetted by some of the strongest laws in the nation. I think the problem, and I'm sorry to say this, is that firearms owners and certain types of firearms have been kind of villainated by the news media. All this talk about assault rifle. Well, an AR-15 has been here since 1957, Representative. 1957. AR-15s were as dangerous as everybody said they were. There'd be mass killings back in the 60s. That's not what changed in our country. What seems to have changed in our country is culture, attitude, gangs, drug violence. Somebody commits a crime with a firearm, in my opinion, that's the tail end of the dog of a long series of problems that led up to it. And I'd like to point out to you, if I may, that, this tragic incident in the grocery store in Colorado last week, that individual passed the background check that everybody's screaming for now. Colorado has restrictions on semi-automatic sporting rifles, magazine restrictions. He passed all that. But the problem here, I'd like to point out to you, is that he was convicted of an assault charge. You do a little research on this guy. He was convicted of an assault charge. Anybody convicted of that, you and I will agree on this, should not own a firearm. They got a violent temper, they hit somebody. but yet somehow this guy slipped through the cracks. Number two, he was posting violent, anti-white racist things on one of his social media sites. He was posting insults, borderline threats against President Trump. And regardless of your opinion of President Trump, nobody should post threats against anybody in public office. The FBI had this guy on their radar, and they simply dropped him. So how did he end up killing 10 people? Well, I point to failure of law enforcement, the assault charge, failure of the FBI. I point to all that before we got to the tail end of the dog, which is the gun. But I think firearms and firearms owners have been made the bad guys recently. And there's 300,000 pistol permit holders in Connecticut who won't commit a crime today, Representative. So,
we don't think that you're the threat here as a law-abiding citizen. I guess, and I also would point out, just kind of in conversation with what you said about the Boulder shooting, that I definitely think that our background check system needs to be improved. And also that if Colorado had Connecticut's background check law, then that man would have been ineligible to obtain a firearm because of that.
They did, but they did, Representative. They had a thorough background on this guy. He passed it 6 or 7 days before. He had the standard NICS check. He passed it.
Because it was a misdemeanor charge or something about the charge, it didn't. I'm sorry, I don't want to debate you about this.
Can we just try to keep our focus on the bill at hand?
Yeah,
rather than grading issues.
All right, well, then I'd like to say something to Representative Blumenthal there.
Mr. Stevens, please hold on for a second. I think Representative on the floor. He was speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Stevens, I didn't want to get into a debate about more general gun laws with you. I just was trying to make a comment, and I wanted to kind of return to the bill.
Sure.
It's a pretty specific restriction. First of all, so you do you believe that voters should be able to go to the polls and vote free of intimidation?
I absolutely do, and I should feel free of the same intimidation because I have a firearm. It works both ways.
Thank you. And you mentioned that it doesn't matter whether it's the firearm is being concealed or open carried, and you mentioned that there are lots of lawfully and vetted people in Connecticut who can carry firearms. And I guess my question to you would be, if a voter sees somebody open carrying a firearm in or around a polling place, how would they know that that person was one of those people who'd been properly vetted and was law-abiding?
Well, I suppose that's subject to opinion, but I didn't say open carry or concealed carry either way. I wanted to correct the statement. I said I conceal carry. I answered in terms of myself. Okay. Number two, I have no opinion on that because, again, if a person is a pistol permit holder, I mean, police are open carrying, they have firearms, and there's as many problems with police officers' lives as with regular citizens. But I can guarantee you something, Representative Blumenthal. If you were at a polling place standing next to me, you'd be in the safest polling place in Connecticut.
I'm not disputing that.
I would. I'd protect you.
I mean, I think part of the problem there is that it would be pretty hard to tell for some bystander to know whether the person who was there was carrying in a law-abiding fashion if they were open carrying. And just moving on, so you indicated that you believe that any restriction of a person's ability to carry a firearm around.
Oh, sorry.
We're not speaking. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, and I'll try to be a little quicker. So you indicated that you believe that any restriction on a person carrying a firearm in or around the polling place would be unconstitutional in the Second Amendment. And I guess my first question would be, would you agree that polling locations are sensitive locations?
You're stopping me, Mr. Stevens.
Now you're on mute. You unmute.
I'm not used to all this computer witchcraft, so. Okay, law prohibits prohibits us from carrying a firearm to a school. That's a polling place. And again, if I was carrying a firearm concealed to any other polling place, I pose no danger, neither do the hundreds of thousands of other permit holders in the state. We're not the bad guys. So I really don't know how to address your question any further than that, Representative Blumenthal.
Respectfully, I'm not disputing what you're saying. I just asked, is a polling location a sensitive location, in your opinion?
Well, then I'll have to answer it by saying, say a non-school polling place. Can we reframe it in that form of the question? A non-school where I would go to vote. Sensitive? Well, if I was guilty of a crime simply because I was out, had my handgun on me, and I stopped to vote, all of a sudden I'm arrested for something like that. The sensitivity works both ways. I shouldn't have to worry that I lock my gun in my car. I have to worry about having it stolen. I shouldn't have to worry about these things. I should simply be able to go in and vote and get out. And the sensitivity issue works both ways. Why should I?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor the point, but are you saying, I understand that you believe that gun owners shouldn't be inconvenienced, but do you believe, yes or no, that a polling location is a sensitive location?
Framed in that context, I have no opinion on it. I really don't, because if I go to vote, whether I have a handgun on me or not, I'm going there to vote, and then I'm going to come home and have dinner. So as far as it being sensitive, well, sensitive, I really don't know how to answer that question to you. The sensitivity works both ways. I shouldn't feel discriminated against or feel that I'm teetering on the edge of getting arrested simply because I have a handgun on me. So the sensitivity works both ways.
Unfortunately, it seems like, I guess you're saying you have no opinion. Okay, well, I'll just leave it at that. There's, sorry, did I lose you there? Okay, so sorry. Would you agree that Justice Scalia understood the Second Amendment?
Am I unmuted here?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Well, what I do believe is different Supreme Court judges render different decisions that, I may or may not particularly agree with. If Justice Scalia rendered a decision his way, then so be it. And, at what point in history, Representative, we can go back and cherry pick through any Supreme Court decision until we find the one that we agree with. That's my best answer to that.
Okay, so I guess you are saying that you don't necessarily trust Justice Scalia to interpret the Second Amendment, that you may disagree with him on some matters?
I didn't say that. I said he rendered his decision as other justices will render their decision. That was my response.
Okay, so when he in DC versus Heller said, the decision that a person has an individual right to own arms in the home did not in any way affect longstanding prohibitions on bearing arms in a variety of situations, including in sensitive locations. You don't have any opinion one way or the other about whether that was correct?
Again, my opinion would be that was their decision at the time. That's my opinion. If they decided that on a certain day and place and time, then that is their decision. I'm not interjecting whether I agree or disagree with the United States Supreme Court. What I'm saying is, if there's a certain decision today, tomorrow, 10 years ago, or 10 years from now, that is their decision. That's my response.
Okay, and one more question. Again, with regard to the constitutionality of banning firearms in and around polling places. In your opinion, so first of all, there are more than 20 state statutes currently in existence that ban firearms in and around polling places around the country. And a number of those prohibitions came into effect during the founding generation between 1776 and the early 1800s. Would you dispute that those members of the founding generation of this country who passed these laws at and around the time that they also wrote the Second Amendment did not understand the Second Amendment when they banned firearms in and around polling places? Sorry, you're muted, sir.
I know. Listen, I'm here to voice my opposition to the section of Senate Bill 5 about firearms and polling places. This is turning into a debate on the Founding Fathers and the Second Amendment, and I really don't think that's what our time is wisely spent on today. I'd be happy to engage that with you at a different time.
Well, I do appreciate you being here and your advocacy. However much I may disagree with you at times,
sure.
Respect your engagement. And I never intend in any way to suggest that you are an unsafe or risky gun owner. I appreciate your dedication, and it's always a pleasure talking to you. Thanks, Mr. Stevens, and thank you.
I hope it's always a pleasure talking to you too, but all this talk about pizza before has got me hungry.
I appreciate you being here. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you again for your testimony. I do not see any other questions or comments, so thank you for your time and have a great weekend.
We're going to get pizza. It's all your guys' fault.
Jealous. You'll get pizza faster than the rest of us, so.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. Bye.
Bye. Inadvertently, Mr. Stein was kicked out of the meeting earlier, and I know that he was in the process of answering a question, I believe, from Representative Mastro Francesco. So, Mr. Stein, if you wanted to complete that answer, we will allow you to do that. And then after, we will hear from Marianne Melly, Joe Sapper, Holly Sullivan, and Ibrahim Ilahi. Mr. Stein, go ahead.
I'll be honest, I don't remember what the question was or what I was saying. I will agree with one thing that Mr. Stevens said, which is that there's definitely witchcraft at work here. I apologize. I literally lost power while I was testifying. So if the representative would refresh my recollection as to what the question was, I'd be happy to answer, or any other question that anybody from this committee might have.
I don't know that the representative is still here, and since I don't see her raising her hand and I don't see any other questions from members of the committee, I think, Mr. Stein, you may be, Representative Blumenthal. The floor is yours.
Sorry, I just had a quick question. You cited a case that sounded like Hill versus United States or something like that. I was wondering if you had that case name handy.
Yes, I may. It was, in fact, Hill versus State. It's an 1874 decision. And I believe what you're referring to is the quote, the practice of carrying firearms in elections is wholly useless and full of evil. Is that the quote you were referring to, Representative Blumenthal?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be Hill versus State. I would be happy to get you that site. I don't have it handy, though. I had it, but then I lost power, so I lost everything.
Fair enough. I appreciate being here as always, and thank you for your advocacy.
No, my pleasure, and thank you for all the work that you all do on this committee. I would be happy to answer. If anybody has any question offline, I'd be happy to continue the conversation as well.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no further questions or comments, thank you again, Mr. Stein, for your patience today. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Next, we will hear from Mary Ann Melly, who will be followed by Joe Sapper, who will be followed by Holly Sullivan.
Good afternoon, committee members.
Mary Ann, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Mary Ann Melly, and I am testifying in favor of electronic ballot return systems, which is addressed in section 27, page 43 of SB 5. I am president of the National Federation of the Blind of Connecticut and a blind voter. For years, the blind have been dealing with problems at polling stations. Some issues are the machine we vote with is not set up yet. The poll worker does not know how to set up the machine. The poll worker looks at our ballots to make sure the printer works, so there goes our privacy, and many more. But right now, I want to concentrate on absentee ballots. This problem was brought into the spotlight with the COVID pandemic last year. Governor Lamont declared that all voters who were concerned with their health about going to polling stations could vote by absentee ballot. Starting in May, myself and many of my fellow affiliate members started reaching out to Governor Lamont, Secretary of State Denise Merrill, Attorney General William Tong, and our own personal representatives. The lack of response to our concerns was astonishing. During a TV interview on the evening news, where we voiced our concerns, the Secretary of State's response was, they can have someone else fill out their ballots for them. Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, requires that voters with disabilities must be provided an opportunity to exercise their right to vote that is equal to the opportunity provided to voters without disabilities. This means that states and local jurisdictions that have converted to all vote by mail or are in the process of converting to all vote by mail must provide an accessible way for the blind, low vision, and other print disabled voters to mark their ballot independently and privately at home, work, or other convenient location. By September 17th of 2020, the Attorney General and representative from the Secretary of State's office had a phone meeting with members of our national organization in Maryland. They decided and agreed that a formulated a non-commercial and a homegrown system is what they would work on. It took until October 8th for the state to come up with a form that was fillable when using a Mac or PC with talking software. However, they never figured out a way to make it accessible for blind or print disabled individuals who only have iPhones or Android devices. Another roadblock was once you filled out your ballot, you had to print it and put your ballot in the inside envelope and sign your name. If you can't see, you don't know where to sign your name. For all these reasons, PDFs do not work, and electronic ballot return systems are absolutely necessary to make voting equal for everyone in this state. Other states use these systems with no issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your patience and your time today and your testimony. I hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. I don't see Joe or Holly. So
sorry, I'm here.
Oh, Holly. Okay, welcome. I don't see. There you are. Okay, welcome, Holly. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Co-Chair Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Member Senator Sampson, Representative Ms. Mastro-Francesco, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Holly Sullivan, and I am the president of the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. We are the preeminent pro-2A organization here in the state of Connecticut with just shy of 40,000 members. I am a single woman with an elementary age child. Voting in the morning is not possible for me, as many other single moms might know that mornings are quite hectic with school drop-off that coincides at the same time as my workday begins. So every November, I put my daughter on the bus, I get myself to work, and voting is my practice in the evening on top of daycare pickup, errands, all those other things that moms juggle. This fall, that means that I'm returning home in the dark, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the areas that a lot of women like myself live in. I live on the Southbury-Roxbury lines. I raise pigs and chickens on top of having a full-time job and doing lots of volunteer work. There is no cell phone reception where I live, and I'm frequented by bear, bobcats, coyotes. In fact, you may have heard a story not too long ago, just about 6 or 8 weeks ago. My neighbor just a few houses down was attacked in her garage by a rabid bobcat. our need for self-defense is not only in the event of a human interaction. Many Connecticut women live in remote areas just like mine. In the cold fall months, as my daughter and I arrive in the dark, it is very much my responsibility to take care of her and myself and ensure that we're able to safely get home. In the event that I were to lock my firearm in my vehicle, I think that is well proven that there's even a greater risk there, that smash and grabs are very common. And I think it is certainly not the best solution to recommend that firearms owners leave their firearms unattended in their vehicle. There's been a lot of discussion today, though, about the impact of SB 5 on different demographics. And I'm curious if the proponents of this bill have spoken with the 2A community at all about this. One thing that I'm very much in tune to as the only female leader of any state 2A organization in this country is women's concerns when it comes to firearms. We file FOIA requests regularly. And there are more than 65,000 women in the state of Connecticut who currently hold a permit to carry a firearm. But the fastest growing demographic of these women are Asian women and African American women. Both groups saw double-digit increases in firearms permits just from 2020 to 2021. That's double-digit increases, but white women only saw less than 0.5% growth. So I question if the individuals who are working towards this bill, if they've had any discussions with minority gun owners in their communities and how this gun would impact them. For a lot of women who are survivors, have restraining orders, or individuals who might have individuals in their lives who are a threat, that is a very predictable, plannable day and time.
Your 3 minutes is now over.
I'll just wrap up in saying that it leaves women to become victims when their potential attacker knows exactly when and where they would be disarmed. So I encourage you to be in touch with the women in your district to choose to carry, why, and to not put her in a position to have to choose between voting and carrying a firearm. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? See, Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Sullivan, for your testimony. Appreciate having you here today.
Thank you for having me.
I just had a couple questions for you. First of all, like I asked Mr. Stevens previously, as president of CCDL, do you have any opinion about whether it should matter whether a person is open carrying or concealed carrying in or around a polling place?
Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting question. And I think this is something that's often not talked about when it comes to women. So one thing that you might not have thought about is that concealed carrying for women is notably more difficult than it is often for men. And the reason being is that our clothing is far more fitted. When women are carrying, even concealed carrying, they tend to be very concerned about whether something might show or print through a silky blouse, things like that. Whereas men might have more of a, a more of a draped over coat or something along those lines, or waistlines, or a belt and then some flared pants, whereas women tend to wear far more fitted clothing. So it's actually an interesting thing that we talk about a lot when it comes to women who carry is they go, I'm afraid to go here because I'm afraid somebody will think if I lean this way, it'll show, or if I bend over, if I get something out of my purse, it's going to show. Nobody really talks at least in the legislature, about how that affects women in particular. So I don't think that there's a difference between open or concealed carry, because for a lot of women, that line gets blurred often because, as you can, I'm sure, understand just the movement of our clothing, the way that it fits us, and to be able to conceal a 2-pound piece of metal on us might not be as easy. So I really don't think it does matter, because I think for a lot of women, the perception is somebody might notice it on me regardless. And I think there is an element of concern that they will be flagged or also just publicly embarrassed. I know for me, if I take my child somewhere, if an officer or somebody in the election place were to pull me over with a concern about my firearm, I would be certainly concerned about my child's experience. And I think there's an element of that that is unique to women as mothers as well, that we would be put in that position.
Okay, thank you for those very fulsome answer. It sounds like you don't believe there should be any restriction on people open carrying in and around polling places? Is that a fair
I
summarization? Opinion?
I think that is a fair summarization. However, I think it's important to recognize that there are individuals who can only open carry because of handicap. Individuals who are wheelchair bound cannot use an in-waistband holster, things like that. So because it's such a generalization and because we have 40,000 members with various needs, handicaps, disabilities, etc., I think a blanket ban on open carry is not appropriate for all individuals, and there's reasons why.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And I'll ask a question that was actually asked by my colleague Senator Sampson earlier. Do you think there is any distance that's appropriate from the polling place that it's appropriate to ban someone carrying firearms within, or should they just be able to carry firearms everywhere in and around a polling place?
Well, I'm not afraid to tell you I have carried a firearm in my polling place many times as it's a firehouse. I'm not under any restriction to carry a firearm, and that's not a problem. So I don't think that there is, and I think that there's a lot of dialogue here about fear. And this, while I certainly recognize that there is fear, because there is, I think it was quoted that there's fear, that there's talk of people coming with guns. I can personally attest that as an individual who has carried a firearm lawfully in a polling place, just because there's discussion of it doesn't make it reality, right? So you're around individuals every day, grocery shopping, whatever the case may be, that lawfully carry their firearm. Why should they be put in a position when they leave that polling place to be disarmed? So yes, I would absolutely say that there is no distance that's appropriate. And I think you also really need to think about individuals who take public transportation. So for somebody like me who has a vehicle and I can, under the statute in the state of Connecticut, lock up my firearm, individuals that rely on public transportation will absolutely have a greater burden placed on them because they have no place to store that firearm. So if we're talking about people being rushed to come and go from second jobs and things like that, this is going to make it harder for them. So I think that's important to talk about.
Okay, and it sounded like from testimony I heard earlier from folks who were opposing this aspect of the bill, that they view making it inconvenient for gun owners or anyone, introducing inconvenience for somebody to vote is an infringement on their right to vote. Would you agree with that statement?
I don't think it's so much about it being merely an inconvenience. I think what you really need to talk about is the fact that you're disarming people. And for me, that focus is really on women. So there are a lot of women, and keep in mind, there are 65,000 of us here in Connecticut alone. This isn't a small group of people. It's not 10, 20. It's not myself and my friends. It's 65,000 women that have made the decision to carry a firearm. And a lot of those women have been through some sort of situation that they say, going forward, I'm going to be responsible for my own self-defense, whether it's leaving work, coming home at night, whatever the case may be. So to get back to it, I just simply think that it's not that it's just an inconvenience. You are on a very determined day, time, an individual's routine. Anybody else who pays attention to her, and we talk a lot about, protecting women, and I've testified for the last 5 or 6 years through a lot of these bills, and a lot of, we talk about protecting women from violence and these things, but if you really think about this situation, you're putting a woman in a position where somebody who she might have a estranged relationship with is going to know exactly on that Tuesday, she can't have a firearm on her today. Today's the day. And I think that it's really important to think about the bigger picture about what that means for 65,000 of us.
Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
And would you agree that a polling location is a sensitive location?
Every location is a sensitive location. I think, no matter where you go, if I go and I pay my tax bill, there's conversation no matter where you go. And I think politically, I've never lived in a time that's more tense politically. I think anywhere you go is potentially sensitive. I could go to a PTA meeting and I would consider that sensitive because people are upset about a lot of different things. And I think that dialogue and discussion, especially in the last year, it can be very heated and emotional. So I don't necessarily think that a polling location is unique in that. I think that there's just a lot of folks who just don't know what they don't know. And if we did a better job of educating people as to who their neighbors are and what law-abiding gun owners in this state in particular go through, we go through 5 levels of background checks, 3 at the local level, 1 at the state level, and then another background check when you purchase your firearm. I think there might be a more acceptance and a lot more dialogue around why we choose to do what we do, but there's a stigma that guns are dangerous and people who carry guns are dangerous. And I think there's a lot of information that's lost there. And I think that we could be doing a better job so that it doesn't have to be sensitive. I don't think it's any more or less sensitive than performing any other civic duty.
So you don't think it's any more sensitive than any other location?
I didn't say any other location, right? So I'm not saying, is it more or less sensitive than going to the dog park? That's not quite what I said. I think there's, if you go to the tax collector's office and you're paying your taxes or your car taxes or whatever the case may be, you might be surrounded by individuals that are having political discussion. Do I believe that we have a problem with voter intimidation here in the state of Connecticut? I don't think that we do, because I know, there's been testimony talking about it around the country. I certainly have not heard that we've had a situation here in Connecticut where somebody has brandished a firearm at somebody in an effort to intimidate them. And I certainly recognize that there is a preventative effort here, but I am not convinced that we have a problem that has to be solved right now. I think that we already have laws that prohibit voter intimidation. We also have laws that prohibit brandishing a firearm. So the need for this one, especially when we're putting in the information that I don't know that anybody's been aware of regarding these 65,000 women and who they are and where they come from, I certainly don't think that this is a necessary additional step.
Okay, yeah, I definitely appreciate your perspective. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback here. And I guess my final question would be one I put to Mr. Stevens as well. You talked about how, gun owners, legal gun owners who are law-abiding citizens should not be considered a threat. And I guess my question would just be, if somebody sees someone with a gun in and around a polling place doing political organizing, how would that person know that the person carrying the firearm was a law-abiding legal gun owner?
You're talking about them doing political organizing within the polling location. So would we be advocating for one candidate over another?
Yeah, put aside what exactly they're doing, but they're in a polling location, they have a firearm, and it's visible. How would a person observing that person know whether the person carrying the firearm was doing so legally and whether they were a law-abiding citizen whom they shouldn't be afraid of, like you were saying before?
Well, they're not afraid of us when we go shopping in any retail store that permits it, and they're not afraid of us any other place. So what I fail to understand here is if we do not have examples of intimidation here in Connecticut that have shown brandishing a firearm, what is the difference between that location and the other 364 days of the year that we are around them? And getting back to my point about these 65,000 women, it is very difficult for us to carry a firearm on our person the same way that it might be for a male, just based off of traditional clothing. So, I'm going to disagree with you on that. I think that at the end of the day, it's the state's responsibility, which they've clearly addressed in the permitting process, to say these folks may carry a firearm 364 days out of the year. Why not that last one? We're around the same public every day as we would be on that day. So what difference does it make?
Okay, so the answer is that I didn't hear a reason why or how the person should know if they can see somebody carrying around a firearm in and around the polling location. I mean, and again, with this year, we've seen political violence with firearms in and around important government sites, including the Michigan State Capitol, including our United States Capitol. I guess I didn't hear an answer as to how a voter would know that the person carrying the firearm was a legal, lawful gun owner who didn't mean them any harm. And I think that's part of the problem. And that's what the legislation seeks to address, is not to bar, someone like yourself, who is probably a very safe gun owner and is law abiding, from carrying. I think it's about trying to ensure that everyone can go to the polling place and vote free of intimidation, especially with the environment surrounding political violence in this country in recent days. So I appreciate your answers, Ms. Sullivan. Thank you for being here with us today. And thank you, I think it's Madam Chair or Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal. See no further questions, Ms. Sullivan. Thank you for your time today and your advocacy. Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Ibrahim Iyali is unable to be here. Was here but had to leave. So number 27, Anna Posniak, I believe, is joined by Mark Bernacki as well. Posniak, good to see you again. You're on mute, ma'am.
Sorry.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chairperson Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Member Senator Sampson, and Representative Mastro Francesco, and distinguished members of the GAE Committee. My name is Anna Posniak. I'm the Windsor Town Clerk and President of the Connecticut Town Clerks Association. The CTCA appreciates the opportunity to testify to Senate Bill 5 today. In sections 16 and 17, we are respectfully requesting to change the election warning notice requirement from both the newspaper and the website to a choice of either the newspaper or the website. Town clerks experienced cost savings for our municipalities this past year as Governor Lamont's executive order allowed us to post the election warning on our websites only. Additionally, we are asking to maintain the current language in the statute that provides for a time frame of not more than 15 days and not less than 5 days. This is greatly needed as section 22 of this bill requires the registrars to inform the town clerk at least 10 days prior to the election that absentee ballots will be opened early. Town clerks must include in the election warning notice the location of the early opening of absentee ballots. The change to the 15-day notice would mean that we would have to re-advertise the notice and incur additional costs. Section 18 allows for voters to utilize electronic and telephonic systems to apply for a ballot. For several years, the CTCA has supported the ability for voters to electronically apply for an absentee ballot on the Secretary's website, much like the online voter registration system. We would be supportive of any telephonic system that is also electronically connected to the state, as this would offer us the ability to issue absentee ballots efficiently. With respect to Section 19, the CTCA does not believe that a police escort is required to retrieve ballots from drop boxes not located in front of town halls. We do believe that a second person is needed to maintain the integrity of the election, but we do believe that another election official would be sufficient for that purposes. Our cities in November had a great difficulty, especially at 8 o'clock, as the election boxes needed to be simultaneously locked and removed the ballots from them in multiple locations across the city. In Section 27, the CTCA is supportive of removing any barrier that makes voting difficult for our military, overseas, and disabled voters, especially our military voters who often do not have access to an efficient postal system while they are in combat zones. However, before using any new technology, the state must be certain the technology is well tested to ensure and maintain the security of the election. We encourage and are eager to be part of a legislative working group that will investigate online voting systems. Lastly, and most importantly, the CTCA strongly believes that Section 28, subsection C, will greatly erode the transparency of the absentee ballot process and encourage fraudulent voting. By allowing the voter's name and address to remain confidential, town clerks would be required to redact the confidential voter's information from any absentee ballot report, making it impossible for independent parties who seek to audit and verify the election results.
Your 3 minutes is now over.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'd be willing to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Posniak, for your testimony, and again, for the efforts of yourself and your other members on behalf of the citizens that have connected over the past many months and years. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for your advocacy. So, Representative Mastro Francesco, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I just hit it last minute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Anna, for being here. Just one quick question. I believe on Senate Bill 5, there's a provision in there that would allow members of political town committees to appoint someone to collect the electors' completed ballots. and return them to the town clerk. Is that a concern of yours? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that question. It's a great question. The CTCA does believe that if the town committee members or if the League of Women Voters were to be involved, that there is a possibility that there could be voters that were not contacted. As election officials, we're sworn to uphold the election laws and that we treat every voter the same regardless if they're affiliated with a party or independent. And we take that, take that seriously, and we would be certain that all voters are contacted regardless of their party affiliation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, this was when they pick up the completed ballot and return it to town clerk. Is that something different than contact? Is that what you mean by contacting them?
Is your question in reference to curing the absentee ballots, or is this when they can pick them up and return them?
When they pick them up and return them.
The CTCA would rather have it remain with the family members having the ability to return the absentee ballots to us.
Okay. Thank you, Anna, for answering my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. No, Ms. Padre, if we can just ask a quick question. Has CTCA taken a position on the drop boxes, whether they should remain permanent or not?
The CTCA strongly encourages to keep the drop boxes. We saw that the voters utilized them greatly. With the postal system, there is issues with deliveries and making sure those ballots are received timely fashion. So we firmly believe that the 1% rejection rate was greatly due to the fact that we had these drop boxes and that people didn't have to use the postal system.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no further questions or comments, thank you for being here. Have a nice weekend. Thank you, Ms. Bernanke.
Thank you.
Next up, number 28, Benjamin Martin, followed by Sal Luciano, number 29. Benjamin, Mr. Martin, there you are. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I am here to testify in favor of SB 5 and SB 820, as we need to expand voting rights in Connecticut and keep the advances that we made in this last election to absentee voter and expanding voting rights to people so that we can allow every Connecticut resident to vote and get an actual working democracy. I do have a comment on a couple other bills on the hearing today. First of all, on HB 5656, while I enjoy New Haven pizza very much, maybe we should have something more associated with Connecticut and not other places such as Pez, which is in Connecticut, or apple cider donuts. On SB 1078, to the campaign finance laws, this sounds like a loosening of donation restrictions when we should be tightening them. So I hope that that bill does not go forward, as we don't need more money in politics, we need less. And I would much prefer HB 6663, which seems to limit the spending on our elections more than expand it. On SB 5 and 820, listening to the testimony today, I would just comment that the expansion in voting rights that we have had over the years has been due to nonviolent peaceful protests such as Martin Luther King, John Lewis, and others, and not due to people who are using firearms to make themselves feel better. And to the people saying that people intimidated are not intimidated in the store, I am certain that people are intimidated by firearms in stores. It's just that they can go to a different store and buy the things they need if they see a gun and want to leave a store. You cannot go to a different polling place and vote if someone has a gun in your polling place, which is why they should not be allowed in polling places. And this stipulation, another thing I would like to say on this comment is, like, I often carry around with me a Swiss Army knife, and it's called a knife, but I carry it around because I like to have a screwdriver or a pair of scissors or a nail file to use on occasion. but when going into the Connecticut State Capitol, I cannot bring this in there. When going into a concert or a sports event, I cannot bring that in there because there is a danger of people using a knife for stabbings. That is not discriminatory towards me because I have never used it for stabbing. It's not discriminatory. So I'm happy to be looped in with the people that will produce stabbings and leave my Swiss Army knife in the car or at home when I know there's a place that doesn't welcome it. So the arguments against that provision seem silly to me. And I would also like to say that, you know,
Your 3 minutes is now over.
All right, I will sum up by saying I hope that SB 5 and SB 820 are approved in their current form. And I think the people that are worried about their gun rights are overblowing their representation. As you know, someone kept mentioning 65,000 members. That is less than 2% of the Connecticut population. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, are you here on behalf of an organization, or are you testifying on your own?
I am just a concerned citizen in Connecticut. I am part of the Wallingford Democratic Town Committee, but they're not representing my views here.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your advocacy and your testimony. I appreciate your insight both into those two bills and the others as well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
You too.
You have Sal Luciano, followed by Christopher Freixel. Mr. Luciano, floor is yours. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, and members of the Government Administrative and Elections Committee. I'm Sal Luciano, and I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I've submitted written testimony, and so I'm going to concern myself on two bills. HB 6194, we support an act concerning the competitive bidding and oversight of quasi-public agency contracts. The State Contracting Standards Board was enacted in 2007 as an independent executive branch agency after Governor Rowland pled guilty to accepting vacations, airfare, and home improvements from contractors who did business with the state. The board was charged with ensuring the effectiveness and integrity of the state contracting and procurement process and has the authority over acquisition and management of supplies, services, construction, state contracting, and procurement processes and practices. Unfortunately, quasi-public agencies were excluded from oversight when the statute was enacted. HB 6194 appropriately adds quasi-public agencies to the definition of state contracting agency. The need for HB 6194 has been highlighted by controversy and ongoing investigation at the Connecticut Port Authority, a quasi-public agency. The Connecticut Port Authority contracted with Seabury Capital for work that included finding an operator for the State Pier in New London. Seabury Capital was paid more than $700,000. The size of the contract, together with previous allegations of misuse of funds and mismanagement, led to legislative hearings. Now the quasi-public is being investigated by Attorney General Tong. If the Connecticut Port Authority had been subject to the oversight of the State Contracting Standards Board, controversy over its contracting procedures may have been avoided. The State Contracting Standards Board is charged with key government oversight responsibilities to enhance transparency and prevent corruption. Attorney General Tong issued a formal opinion last month stating that the SCSB did not have authority over the Connecticut Port Authority. HB 6194 would fix that shortcoming. We urge the committee to support this bill. And we support House Bill 6664, an act concerning quasi-public agency transparency. This is a companion bill. Without the transparency requirements contained in House Bill 6664, quasi-public agencies may struggle with mismanagement and potential corruption, like the situations mentioned in my testimony on HB 6194. Taxpayers need to have certainty that the public dollars are being spent appropriately and effectively. We urge the committee to support this bill.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Question or comment from Mr. Luciano? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir. Appreciate your advocacy, and I hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Up next, number 30, Crystal Frixell, followed by Judy Lehman, followed by Kim Yannon. Christopher, I saw your name.
Yes, yep.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll try to be brief so the robotic voice doesn't get me. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. Chairwoman Flexer, Chairman Fox, Ranking Member Sampson, and Ranking Member Mastrofrancesco, and the members of the committee. My name is Christopher Frixell, President of the Associated Builders and Contractors of Connecticut. We're a statewide trade association representing Merit Shop Construction. I'm testifying today in support of HB 6194. Fair and open competition is a core value of ABC. We believe strongly in it, and we appreciate efforts included in this bill to make sure that all quasi-public state agencies abide by competitive bidding practices, and that ensure the State Contracting Standards Board has jurisdiction to review and investigate their actions. My written's up, so I won't go over many of the things people have covered. I'll just add a wrinkle. We also ask that you include language to make clear that quasi-public agencies are subject to 31-56B of the Connecticut General Statutes, which regulates the use of project labor agreements. PLAs are, by their nature, anti-competitive. Until the legislature or a court says otherwise, they are legal. We get that, but statute requires that certain protections are in place to make sure that they're being used correctly. The Port Authority used a PLA. They didn't follow any of the requirements included in 31-56B. They didn't have any evidence or support to show that a PLA would be in the public's best interest. We believe that's wrong. And we hope that in the future, quasi-publics have to show justification for the use of project labor agreements. So with that, I told you I'd be brief. Happy to take any questions. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. So how big is your organization?
We are over 200 member companies. Our companies range in size from small contractors to really large contractors, specializing in commercial industrial construction. So we have some members that dabble in residential, but for the most part, it's commercial industrial.
Well, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your advocacy, and thank you for your patience with the committee. Have a nice weekend.
My pleasure. Thank you as well.
Judy Lehman, I don't see her. Judy with us. So Kim Yannon, President, followed by Ray Beavis.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to be very quick with my remarks. My name is Kim Yannon.
Is there a way you put your camera on, Kim, by any chance?
I thought my camera was on.
There you go. It's on now. Thank you. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. Then just,
it's on.
I don't know.
Nope, now it's off.
Now it's off. Okay. Well, I think I can't.
It's fine. Please,
I can't have my, I can't have my, my words up and my camera up at the same time, I'm guessing.
That's fine. Please
so
continue.
you saw me once. There you go.
We did. Thank you.
I am a 39-year resident of Connecticut. I've been a public school teacher for 36 years. I've raised 3 smart, hardworking, successful children. I've owned 2 homes, participated in my community, given to charity. I run community service projects with my kids. I earned a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctoral degree, all from Connecticut universities. I have never broken the law. I pay my taxes on time, and I have never harmed anyone, all which makes me a member of the majority. And I am the Democrats' favorite target. It is my rights that they seek to infringe upon when criminals do bad things. It is my unalienable rights from which they seek to separate me because they do not have or do not want any other solution. They care little for facts and data, only optics. Unfortunately, their constituency is easily soothed by calls for common sense gun control, measures which were already in place in Colorado and multiple locations of heinous shootings, but that did little to stop those crimes. That same constituency ignores the fact that our entire Connecticut Democrat House of Representatives delegation voted against an amendment that would have mandated notification to ICE if illegal aliens attempted to purchase a gun. These same Democrats, while decrying voter ID and clean voter rolls, as the most egregious impediment to the right to vote for minorities, turned a blind eye to economic and travel barriers for low-income people to participate in their Second Amendment rights. And supporters of this bill are curiously unaware of the irony of their restricting my right to carry in a polling place, effectively creating a barrier to my right to vote by making me choose between my voting rights and my gun rights. My concealed weapon is a threat to no one. My leaving my weapon at home or in my car does not remove the risk of a bad actor attacking a polling place. No one in a grocery store knows I have it. I keep no one from eating. No one at a doctor's office knows I'm carrying. I keep no one from their health care. No one is aware that I am carrying a gun into a polling place, and therefore my Second Amendment rights provide no barrier to another person's access to their voting rights. It is at least disingenuous to suggest that a concealed weapon intimidates anyone, and it's completely unacceptable for those who today have conflated gun violence by criminals with the lawful carry of a weapon. And to address Representative Blumenthal, the idea of a location being sensitive is a subjective assessment that's fueled by misinformation, such as repeating that the protests at the US Capitol were populated by armed insurrectionists, which was roundly disputed by the FBI in front of a Senate panel. The conflation of violence and lawful gun ownership, such as we have heard today, continues a false perception of the lawful gun owner. Put simply, my lawful weapon does not create uneasiness. You're continuously painting an unfair picture of lawful gun owners does. Stop. Just stop. And may I remind those who think we are silly, you do not have a constitutional
Your 3
right
minutes
to a
is
Swiss
now
Army knife
over.
or to a t-shirt. This bill is a solution in search of a problem. I believe further erosion of our freedom and our rights. Voters should be more concerned about their disenfranchisement by voter fraud, made more possible by mass mail-in ballots, unclean voter rolls, ballot harvesting, and ballot curing, which, as we saw in the 2020 election, was manipulated to allow one party over another to fix their ballots. For each fraudulent ballot, a legitimate voter is effectively disenfranchised. Voting needs to be accessible to all legal voters, and that necessarily requires implementation of regulations to make sure the integrity of our elections is preserved. Those in favor of limiting the rights of concealed permit carry
Ms.
holders
Yannick, can you please
should have,
wrap up your comments?
nope, one sentence, no problem with common sense regulations to keep the precious right of voting secure.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, appreciate being here. Thank you for your advocacy today.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Good as well. Up next, I have number 33, Ray Beavis. Mr. Beavis, I see you with us. Thank you for being here. Please proceed.
Thank you, Co-Chair, Representative Fox and Senator Flexer, Ranking Members, Senator Sampson, and Representative Master Francesco, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Ray Beavis from Wolcott. I'm the Legislative Coordinator for Connecticut Citizens Defense League. I'm speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 5, an act concerning increased opportunities for absentee voting, safe and secure in-person voting, and voter registration. Specifically, I'm speaking in opposition to Section 15 of this raised bill pertaining to possessions of firearms within 200 feet of polling locations. I'm a little perplexed by the intentions of this, and it's interesting enough that the title of the bill in part is Safe and Secure In-Person Voting. But as recent events over the last decade have noted that gun-free zones are where prohibition on firearms possession doesn't make us safe. And in fact, where prohibition of vetted, background checked, and lawfully permitted firearms persons can carry doesn't make us safe and secure at all. And it does nothing in the name of public safety. Furthermore, I feel this is a blatant attack on a class of voters solely based on their belief of self-protection. Senate Bill 5 appears to be attempting to suppress a group of voters, even though we heard numerous testimony today about increasing voter rights and not being prejudiced or racist at the polls. Not only does this impose a great inconvenience for the gun owners of Connecticut, and especially the voters with physical disabilities that may not, that will now be required to park more than 200 feet away and will be unable to utilize the curbside voting that's available to people that are handicapped. But in fact, this also makes citizens guilty of a Class E felony under Connecticut General Statutes 29-37 if they enter that 200 feet radius of a polling location. So potentially causing citizens to lose their voting rights forever. Connecticut voting locations are unique from each other. We have voting locations that are within certain feet of within the 200 feet of parks that people visit. We also, the bill does not, with a few limited exceptions in the bill, it does not include individuals transporting lawfully stored firearms when passing through the right of way or sidewalks in front within that 200 feet, or anyone that's patronizing a business nearby within that 200 feet, or people that are visiting family and friends that live within that 200 feet radius. So I ask that you do not make Connecticut citizens give up one right to exercise another. So I'll take any questions if there are any, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beavis, for your testimony today. Senator Haskell, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hesitate to ask questions because I don't want to unnecessarily prolong the meeting, but I've got to jump in because this is a 46-page bill, and we're hearing again and again about one sentence in that bill. So I did want to ask Mr. Beavis a few questions, if you don't mind, sir. Are you familiar with the Supreme Court case U.S. v. Heller?
Yes, I'm not a scholar or nor a lawyer, but I am familiar with the premise of Heller.
Wonderful. Well, I appreciate that. I'm neither a scholar nor an expert either. But I'm sure you're aware that, given your work with the Citizens Defense League, that in Justice Scalia's decision, he actually clarified that the decision in no way cast doubt on the long-standing prohibitions, such as, and I'm quoting, laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings. Is that right?
That is in the decision. Yes, correct.
So would you consider a polling location to be a sensitive location?
Thank you for that question, Senator Haskell. I personally would not consider it to be a sensitive area. That voting is a right, and we all go there to exercise that right, all walks of life, depending on your political views. And I think that historically elections can be polarized, and we've seen elections polarized maybe more so in recent years, in my lifetime at least. And I still don't think that created a sensitive area. We had no voter intimidation in Connecticut. And we already have laws on the books if the intention is to discourage or prevent voter intimidation. So I would have to say that, in my opinion, polling locations are not sensitive areas.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, but I want to get back to sort of the constitutionality argument here, because that's something that your organization has raised time and time again in the testimony today. Would you consider a postal office to be a sensitive area?
I would not consider a postal office to be a sensitive area either. But I also have to point out that while you cannot carry a firearm within the building, you're still allowed to carry it within 200 feet of the building.
Are you familiar with the case Bonity versus U.S. Postal Service, a 2015 decision?
I am not.
So that decision found that not only is a postal service classified as a sensitive area, but because the U.S. Postal Service poses an important interest in creating a safe environment for its patrons and employees, it's not just acceptable to limit the carrying of a firearm inside the postal office, but it's also acceptable to do so in the parking lot of a postal office, which is a place that people are going to pass through. And given the fact that there's nothing in our Constitution necessarily that protects every citizen's right to send a letter, but there is, time and time again, our Constitution, I believe, protects the right to vote. So I can't understand why the courts would have decided that a postal service is a sensitive area, but why you believe that they wouldn't ultimately decide that a voting location is a sensitive area.
So I mean, that is my opinion, and obviously we don't know how a court will rule, but I understand you do raise a valid point as why one building, a federal building of being a post office, could be considered sensitive, and the polling place might not be ruled sensitive. But in my personal opinion, I do not think polling locations are any more sensitive than any other location.
Fair enough. Does CCDL have a strong position on whether or not, as Representative Thomas mentioned earlier, individuals should be allowed to wear campaign paraphernalia when they walk into a polling place? Just if it's not different than any other location, then why is it that I, as a candidate, and Representative Thomas, as a candidate, are not allowed to walk into our local polling place while wearing a sticker with our name on it on election day? If it's no more sensitive than the post office or than any other store, well, then does your organization take a position on that First Amendment infringement?
So we are a Second Amendment organization, so we don't take First Amendment issues up per se. But I do have to say, I believe the reason why you cannot wear campaign slogans or ads or shirts is because that's a question that's on the ballot. Now, if the Second Amendment was a question on the ballot, then I would have to say then maybe firearms would not be able to be carried in the 75-foot mark of our current laws. But since the Second Amendment isn't a question on the ballot, where a candidate's question is a question on the ballot, I think that's why the difference in those, in my view, that's the difference between those laws or regulations.
Fair enough, Mr. Bevis. I would argue that firearms regulations are on the ballot every year because candidates often take vastly different positions, but I understand your organization's perspective. And although we may not agree that polling places are sensitive locations, I feel very comfortable with the constitutionality of the specific line in this 46-page legislation that's come under such scrutiny today, largely because we've got so many conservative and liberal Supreme Court and lower court rulings that there is an important interest in making sure that certain sensitive locations, school buildings, government offices, elsewhere are safe and secure for all. So anyways, I appreciate your perspective. I don't think we'll see eye to eye, but I do want to push back on this notion that it may be personally objectionable, but I don't think that in any way it's constitutionally questionable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hask. Representative Blumenthal, your hand raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you again, Mr. Bevis. Did I say that right? Sorry, is it Bevis or Bevis?
It's actually Bevis.
Okay, Bevis, sorry. Nice to see you again, Mr. Bevis. So I just had a couple brief questions based on your conversation with Senator Haskell. So you indicated you don't believe that a polling location is a sensitive location?
That is correct. In my personal beliefs, I'm not a scholar nor a lawyer. But I do understand the Heller and Scalia decision where they recognize sensitive locations.
Okay, so a polling location, I guess, in your opinion, with regard to the Second Amendment, or it sounds like really otherwise, it doesn't need any special protection. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I think that's fair to say. I think that we have voter intimidation laws, both federally and state. So obviously no one wants voter intimidation, but I don't think they don't need special protection in Connecticut.
Okay, and that would be true of any location where people are voting, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and so, if people are voting in a place other than a polling location, then there's nothing especially sensitive about that either, wouldn't you say?
I'm sorry, Representative, you're saying if they're voting in a place that's not a polling location? I'm not understanding the question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so wherever people are voting, regardless of whether it's a polling location, official polling location, or if it's in their living room, by your logic, that wouldn't be a sensitive location that would require special scrutiny. Isn't that true?
Yeah, if I misrepresent, I don't think polling locations are a sensitive area. Is that?
No. I was just saying that applies to wherever people are voting.
Oh, correct. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I think that's useful to know. Just generally, because we get a lot of people coming in to this committee saying that absentee voting or voting by mail, where someone's voting from their kitchen, is a very sensitive matter that requires extra scrutiny and protection. And I think, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, I think if polling location is sensitive or not sensitive, then I would agree that if you're voting from your kitchen, then we shouldn't be applying special scrutiny to that either. So beyond anything basic to ensure that the person is who they say they are and how we do already. So appreciate your testimony, Mr. Beavis. Thanks for being here with us today, and appreciate your advocacy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative, thank you, Mr. Beavis. Seeing no further questions or comments, you, sir. Have a nice weekend. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. You too.
Next, we have, I think Judy Lehman is now with us. So we're going to first go to Judy Lehman, who was just passed over, and then we will go to Peter Estrada.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Fox and Senator Flexer. I'm an ancient boomer and I was on YouTube instead of on Zoom. So thank you. I'm here from the League of Women Voters in support of SB 5 and SB 820. As you know, we are a nonpartisan statewide organization that seeks to make it easier for eligible voters to register and maintain their voter registration, to promote active citizenship, and to build confidence in elections and government through effective public policy. And for those reasons alone, we are very much in support of both SB 5 and 820. But I really am here today to shed a little more light on SB 1078, an act concerning campaign finance laws, because the League is a longstanding advocate for accountability and transparency in election finance, which are crucial to clean elections and voter trust in the integrity of the electoral process. And we believe that every qualified person who wishes to run for office should have the opportunity to do so. This bill contains several provisions that cause us grave concern. We oppose SB 1078 and outline our reasons below. First, the bill would exempt spending on online solicitations from reporting obligations and CEP limits, effectively taking an already vast and rapidly growing segment of campaign spending out of the purview of Connecticut's campaign finance legislation. Second, the bill would weaken existing law precluding contractors pre-qualified for state-awarded businesses from making campaign contributions. We believe that shrinking the class of pre-qualified contractors subject to campaign restrictions and allowing contributions from contractors who may later bid on contracts to make contributions to candidates could weaken voter trust in the integrity of Connecticut elections. Finally, the bill would exempt legislative caucuses from the current ban on contributions to candidates in primary elections. In so doing, the bill could create a mechanism that advantaged incumbents and disadvantaged other candidates who wish to run for office. For all these reasons, the League of Women Voters is opposed to SB 1078. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy, for your testimony and advocacy. Representative Blumenthal, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to thank Judy for her advocacy and for all the work that she and the League do for our state and its voters.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions or comments, thank you for being here today, man. I appreciate your time and patience with the committee. Thank you. Up next, Peter Estrada. Mr. Estrada, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience today. Please proceed.
How you doing? Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Good afternoon to all the members of the committee. My name is Peter Estrada, and I'm today here to speak against SB 5, and will ask all members to vote no on this bill, or at least take a part of the bill out of consideration. At first glance, as I read the title and thought that this bill just wanted to expand voting and make voting safe. But then I came to a part of the bill that says you cannot be within 200 feet of a voting location with a firearm. And this is to help prevent voter intimidation, which I thought was already a crime. So when I went to Google to research some of this stuff, to find out what's happening with voter intimidation, I came across a lot of information in regards to the targeting of the Black and brown communities. So if my people are being discriminated against and are likely targeted for harassment at these voting locations, then how are we supposed to defend ourselves? How is it when it comes to people of color and the right to protect ourselves, we are always disproportionately impacted? While this bill is recognizing that people of color are being targeted when it comes to our voting rights, if we are being targeted, why put us at a disadvantage? Why is it when it comes to the Second Amendment, minorities always get the short end of the stick? If it's not a bill that wants to increase fees on pistol permits that's introduced, a bill that would send police to stop and frisk minorities in these communities, or tax ammunition, or even this bill now with trying to keep your firearm at a faraway distance, what these bills have in common is that it will all disproportionately impact my people. So I'm here to ask everyone to vote against this bill, or at least remove that part of the bill. The solution that this bill is introducing to everyone is to tell me that if I feel threatened or might be threatened while I'm voting, that I need to go run 200 feet to my car to then go get my firearm to try to defend myself, or even if I am being attacked. So while I hear a lot of good things from the Black and Puerto Rican Caucus, which I think does great work, they talk a lot about equity in education, equity in healthcare. I'm even hearing about equity in the cannabis bill. But today, what I'm asking for is equity in our Second Amendment rights, which I think we are being totally neglected in. If we truly are being targeted, then what are my people to do? So I'm here today to ask that you vote no or remove that part of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. Thanks for being with us, Mr. Estrada, and for your testimony.
No problem.
I was just wondering, I've asked several other witnesses about this. Do you think there should be any difference between whether someone's concealed carrying or open carrying? Do you believe that people should be freely able to open carry in and around polling places?
It's like, sure, if they choose to. Depends on the voting location. Also, I tend to vote where there's a school, so I can't go inside of the school with my firearm.
Okay, but you think? Do you have any problem with firearms not being allowed in schools?
In the school?
Yeah.
Well, it's against the law because the state voted on it, I believe.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well,
do I think it makes people less safe because firearms are in there or not in there? I don't think it makes anyone more safe or less safe because it's in there or not.
Okay, but you don't believe there should be any restriction on people open carrying in and around polling places?
No.
Okay, but thank you very much for your testimony. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you again for your time and your testimony. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you.
Next, we will hear from Tom Swan, who will be followed by Daryl Brackeen, who will be followed by Herbert Fry. Welcome, Tom. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or should I say good evening, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, and other members of the Governmental Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Tom Swan. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group. On behalf of our thousands of members statewide, I want to once again thank you for raising various proposals to strengthen our democracy. I will start by saying how proud I am to be from Connecticut, where we will strengthen the right to vote this year, instead of a Georgia, Texas, or other states where racist voter suppression bills are advancing. The efforts in other states, which resemble other hideous bills you heard earlier this week, are designed to reinforce the big lie and should be the last gasp of the effort by one party to maintain power by codifying a modern-day Jim Crow. I want to comment on several bills before you. SB 5, we strongly support. This bill makes it more convenient for people to register, apply for absentee ballots, and enhances the ability for people to vote with disabilities. Whether it be strengthening the automatic voter registration, drop boxes, online ballot applications, or enhanced language protections, this bill contains a number of popular common sense reforms. We do not support, I must say, Section 27 because we do not believe that technology is advanced enough to guarantee safe online voting. We also support the portion of the bill that makes it safer to vote. No one needs a gun to vote. Senate Bill 820, we also strongly support. When testifying this, I can't help but having Georgia on my mind. The weakening of federal protections call for urgent action at the state and federal level. While Connecticut is not Georgia or Texas, we have a history of making it more difficult for voters of color to exercise their right to vote and to dilute these communities' collective voice. Our bar on early voting makes it harder for working people to exercise their right to vote, which disproportionately impacts voters of color. The history of long lines in these communities and voter dilution. Giving individuals the right to bring private action to protect their vote is an important tool in protecting the integrity of the vote. Finally, I want to speak on Senate Bill 1078, an act concerning campaign finance laws. CCAG has historically supported something similar to the first section of this bill in terms of allowing for groups to announce their endorsements and email to their members. We worry this is probably drafted too broadly. We believe a one-time post and or email announcing an endorsement with a link to the candidate's webpage that is filed with SEEK makes sense. We worry the way it is currently written will open the door to an explosion in online activity in a manner that would totally circumvent CEP restrictions at a time when online spending is making up a larger percentage of campaign
Your 3
spending.
minutes is now over.
Okay, real quickly, we strongly oppose the other two portions of this bill and worry that they will return us to the days of corrupt-to-cut. Nobody is clamored to allow for contractors to begin to donate like they did to John Rowling. And the idea that leadership PACs could weigh in an unlimited amount in potential primaries is just a way for incumbent protection and would be a power grab by people in leadership. And we worry that they represent a return to the Wild West of our corrupt past and must be rejected. Thank you and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time this evening and thank you again for your testimony. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Daryl Brackeen, who is followed by Herbert Fry, who is followed by Chef Plum, who is followed by Luther Weeks. Is Daryl here? Welcome, Daryl. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and co-chairs. To this evening, I am testifying on item SB 5, section 27. My name is Daryl Brackeen Jr. I am an alderman in the city of New Haven, and I'm also the chair of Generation Change CT, which is a statewide political action committee whose mission is to seek this particular item concerning mobile voting and electronic voting for specific populations of voters who are often overlooked and have unique challenges and difficulties via the traditional means of voting. In particular, our disabilities community and military voters who are overseas and active duty military personnel and their spouses and dependents. It is our hope that you would consider this item as a means to also looking at the current state in which we're living now. Who would have thought that we'd be living in this type of way, using Zoom and this type of platform to testify even to you all? It means that this is just the beginning of what could be in terms of ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to vote, who is a rightful citizen of this great nation. And it is also a fact that there is a version of electronic voting that happens presently, a part of the absentee ballot process. So it is not uncommon or unknown here in the state of Connecticut as to providing that opportunity for individuals overseas, in particular our military personnel overseas, to allow them that opportunity to vote in that way. In order to accomplish that, we are seeking your support. And in particular, a support in the New Haven, city of New Haven. We have identified a way to not only pilot this program, and but also be in partnership. So we're not asking for anything in addition from the state except the opportunity to provide the opportunity for individuals who rightfully so have the right to vote, and in a way that is accessible to them. I encourage the passes of SB number 5, and we look forward to providing more accessible and secure voting options available to our residents. Thank you for your time and consideration on this important matter.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and your time. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Next, I don't believe that Herbert is here, so we will hear from Chef Plum, who will be followed by Luther Weeks, who will be followed by Sam Oliker Friedland. Chef Plum, welcome. The floor is yours.
There we go. Sorry
There we
about that.
go.
Had to get things turned on there. I appreciate your time. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Chef Plum. I am the host of Seasoned on WNPR, as well as Restaurant Road Trip. And I'm here in support of Bill
Just a moment.
56.
I think it might be appropriate for us to ask you to use your actual name for record keeping purposes.
Sure, you can, but I'll tell you what, it's just Chef Plum, even in my wedding vows. So good luck looking that up.
I apologize.
No problem. No problem at all. But hey, my given name is Christopher Plummer. How about that?
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
There you go. Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, first, I want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. I wish you could be here under a more happy circumstances. However, there's been a grave injustice committed against the people of Connecticut. We live sandwiched between two culinary meccas, New York City and Boston. And many people in this fine country overlook our seemingly hidden culinary treasures we have in this state. We need the country to know that we are not just a pass-through state, a tiny little speck on a map. No, 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 no. We want people to know that the people of Connecticut are hardworking, friendly, strong, and home to some of the richest culinary history in our entire country. Connecticut is the home to over 100 years of pizza history. 30 minutes or less was a catchphrase, but some would have actually say that delivery pizza started here in New Haven, with bakers riding bicycles to deliver pizza to factory workers. Generations of families have been running those iconic pizza places for years. From the amazing 100-year-old magic oven at Frank Pepe's on Worcester Street to the magical second phone number that's Sally's. The stories of legendary bakers in our state like Dominic Zupardi and Antonio Tali, to neighborhood shops all over like Lorenzo's and Sandy Hook, who are celebrating their 95th year this year. Do you guys understand that 95 years? In the restaurant industry, stories like that are unheard of, unless they are beloved by families, being regulars there for generations and generations. I started this off by saying there's been a grave injustice committed, and it has. New York State has its state muffin, the apple muffin. Delaware has a state pie, the peach pie. Delaware, of all places, that's so small. Oklahoma has a state steak, the ribeye, and even Missouri has a state dessert, the ice cream cone. Not the ice cream, just the cone. I'll let you guys sit with that for a second. Listen, pizza's been left to abandonment, to just live in society on the street with no family to speak of, no place to call home, to be taken advantage of by cities like Chicago and Detroit that take some thick piece of dough and throw it into a casserole dish, empty out the refrigerator, toss it into an electric oven, and call it pizza. Places like California putting avocado and pineapple on top of their pizza. And to make it worse, you guys, they eat it with a knife and fork. A knife and fork. How did we get here? How did this happen? I say let Missouri have the ice cream cone and let peach pie live in Delaware. The homeless, poor, forgotten pizza needs to be adopted. New York will always try to claim that, but the history here in Connecticut is undeniable. Pizza belongs to the people of Connecticut. Real Beats lives here, and it's time to bring it home officially. And as it pertains to factual content, I want you guys all to know our state has 2 state songs and no state food. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I have to say, this may be my favorite testimony we've heard thus far. We don't pick favorites, but of all year, I have to say, and I don't see any questions or comments from my colleagues on the committee. I will just say that this has been a very dark time for all of us, no matter what our circumstances in life have been. And this bill has given me a smile all year, from the national debate, the spotlight that Connecticut has been in, from being on morning shows to late night shows and everything in between. And I really appreciate your advocacy today and your wonderful testimony. And I think you made a very compelling case for pizza as Connecticut state food.
Thank you very much. And look up those state songs, because I tell you what, it's weird that we have 2 songs and no state food.
I thought it was just Yankee Doodle. What's the other one?
Oh, it's some, the state, oh gosh, what's it called? I knew you were gonna ask me that. I didn't have it looked up. I looked it up earlier, an hour, like 3 hours ago.
I'm not trying to put you on
It's
the
the
spot.
ballad-
I can look it up.
No, it's the Ballad of something. I can't remember. There is 2 of them though. It's kind of crazy. I was like, I can't believe this. And why Missouri only wants the ice cream cone, I'll never know.
Well, again, thank you very, very much for your testimony and your strong advocacy of this legislation. Have a great weekend.
You as well. Go eat some pizza, please.
If we ever get finished, maybe we will.
Good night. Thank you.
And next, we will hear from Luther Weeks. I'm sorry, Luther, it's a tough act to follow, but you're a regular.
I was
here,
going to
so
say the fun is
I'm
over. I can't top that.
And after Luther, we will hear from Sam Oliker Friedland, followed by Andre McGregor, followed by Sherry Quickmeyer. Welcome, Luther. The floor is yours.
Okay, chairs and members of the committee, my name is Luther Weeks, Executive Director of CT Voters Count and a computer scientist. I oppose SB 5 sections 27 and 24 with comments on section 18. Section 27 proposes that individual municipalities may provide systems for the electronic return of ballots after approval by the Secretary of the State that uses the web or blockchains and subject to a post-election audit. There's so much wrong with this section and the proposed technology, it's hard to know where to start, yet I will. Most importantly, almost all computer scientists and security experts agree that any form of internet voting is insecure. So far, all such systems that have been subject to an independent test or independent security evaluation has failed spectacularly. This proposal seems similar to systems being provided by a company called Vodes and often provided free to jurisdictions by a philanthropist. That system has recently been discredited. Let me provide a list of additional problems with section 27. This proposal is discriminatory. It is impossible to audit such systems. It is a lot to expect the Secretary of State with limited resources to be able to determine if any proposed system is secure. Blockchains do not help solve the significant challenges of internet voting. Section 24 proposes an ill-defined, risky, and likely discriminatory system for curing rejected absentee ballots. I favor well-defined and non-discriminatory systems for curing absentee ballots, yet no curing would be better than this scheme, or the one authorized for only 41 of 169 municipalities for the November 2020 election. What is wrong with Section 24 in detail? It delegates authority and responsibility, which should remain with election officials. It singles out a nonprofit organization for this information and responsibility. It does not provide a clear, defined, detailed standards for officials or volunteers. It discriminates against voters registered as unaffiliated and with third parties. It discriminates between towns that have few cures and those with less resources and greater volumes of ballots and cures to be done. It risks the safety of volunteers. For Section 18, I caution that any online system with signatures or online signature verification should never expose the signature to the public or to any individual signing an online form. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony this evening. Have a great weekend.
Okay, you too.
Next, we will hear from Sam Oliker Friedland, followed by Andre McGregor, followed by Sherry Quickmeyer. Sam, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, and members of the committee. My name is Sam Oliker Friedland. I'm Chief Counsel for the Center for Secure and Modern Elections, who works nationwide on policies that make voting more efficient, secure, and inclusive. Excuse me. I spoke to the committee and submitted testimony a few weeks ago on HB 6578. Nearly everything I said that evening applies here today, so I can be brief this evening. I asked some colleagues if I could switch my testimony topic to opining on my favorite pizza in Connecticut, but they advised me to stick to a less controversial topic, so I'm instead going to talk about our election system. We strongly support SB 5 with a special focus on the provisions that allow automatic voter registration and parolee voting. SB 5 ensures that every eligible citizen who is not incarcerated may vote, and that eligible citizens can efficiently become registered to vote when they interact with a state agency. We suggested several small changes to HB 6578, and SB 5 adopts both of those changes. First, it applies the enfranchisement provision to those on community supervision, ensuring an efficient system where anyone who's not actually under incarceration is eligible to vote, making the system more fair and more administrable. Second, it allows the Secretary of State to expand automatic voter registration to additional agencies. I want to highlight this point because it's important for two reasons. The first reason is equity. This helps expand the benefits of automatic voter registration. The fact that many agencies other than the DMV are also verifying US citizenship and other eligibility requirements, and allowing that efficient, secure automatic voter registration system to apply even to people who don't interact with the DMV. The second reason this is important is it really helps with the provisions of AVR that keep lists maintained and voter rolls up to date. Unlike the relatively large amount of time between when a person maybe gets a driver's license and renews that driver's license, many secure verification at benefit agencies happen on an annual basis. For example, Medicaid requires an annual recertification of benefits eligibility, which also includes an address update. These agencies that do annual recertifications are crucial in maintaining up-to-date voter rolls for voters who move from one address to another, ensuring that they're not on the rolls at an incorrect address, but also ensuring that they're on the rolls at the correct address. SB 5 will help modernize Connecticut's election system, help ensure that eligible citizens are registered to vote, and that the voter rolls remain accurate. We strongly urge passage. Thank you and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really just want to know where you stand on pizza as the state food.
Uh-oh. I was told I was supposed to stay away from this, but I think every time I've been to Connecticut, I have eaten approximately a whole pizza designed for 4 people, all to myself. And so I would strongly support adoption of pizza as your state food. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for your great commitment to eating pizza when you're in Connecticut, and thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Have a great weekend.
More than welcome. You too.
Next, we will hear from Sherry Quickmeyer, who will be followed by Mac Warner, who will be followed by Aaron Good, who will be followed by Guthrie Dinda. Sherry, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. And thank you all for hanging out so long. So Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Members Sampson and Mastro Francesco, and esteemed members of the committee, I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak on some of these bills. I actually have 2 proposals that I support very strongly. One is SB 5, an act concerning increased opportunity for absentee voting, safe and secure in-person voting and voter registration.
I think as we look around the country, states are rolling back voting rights laws, and including this most egregious recent example in Georgia. And I think it's our responsibility to expand voting rights in Connecticut. And this is, while we can observe that the Georgia law is the harshest, most restrictive laws, and since Jim Crow, we can certainly end up, which we know will certainly end up disenfranchising Black voters, limits on all sorts of things, and to the extent where people who are online for extended periods of time are not permitted to accept water from anyone, which just seems absolutely inconceivable to me. We can make it much more accessible here. We have that obligation, and it's not more difficult. This bill will take us a long distance to getting that. And we especially, I will go on to say that, that I will support the portion of the bill that limits guns in our in or near polling places, making it safer to vote. No one needs a gun to vote. And we support passage of this bill. I would also say we are very supportive of an act concerning state voting rights. As we have seen since 1965, citizens, have fought and died for the right to vote. And the VRA was enacted to combat a wide range of barriers and burdens. This is not just a Southern problem, it's a problem around the country. And as I will refer back to testimony from Michael Pernick from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, who made wonderful argument for this, we can absolutely do this. It's passed in Washington, Virginia, Oregon, and one is getting close to the finish line in New York. I will say that would be a good thing. Senate Bill 1078, an act concerning campaign finance laws, is something we oppose very significantly. And we agree that filing with SEEK posts and emails announcing a candidate endorsement is okay. We're concerned that the bill is written very broadly and it will open the door to additional, possibly to avoid restrictions from the CEP. There's no rationale for changing
Your
that.
3 minutes is now over.
To sum up, we oppose the portion of the bill that would permit leadership PACs to spend an unlimited amount of money. In primaries, this is incumbent protection and leadership power grab. This is not something we need. And it represents a return, I think, as Mr. Swan says, to the dark days where there was little transparency and offers the opportunity for dark money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony this evening. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Next, we will hear from Mac Warner, who will be followed by Aaron Good, who will be followed by Guthrie Dindo, who will be followed by Jordan Levine. Mac, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And my role here this evening, I'm the West Virginia Secretary of State, is to simply talk about the experience West Virginia has had with electronic voting. I've served in the, let me start by saying first a disclaimer. Nothing that I say here this evening should be perceived as a support or defense or not being in support of this bill. Also, anything, I'm not supporting any particular vendor or program. What I'm talking to you about is that we have had a positive experience here in West Virginia. That stemmed from my time in the military, where I had trouble voting when I was deployed overseas. I have 4 children and 2 sons-in-law. Each of them have served in the military, and all of them have had trouble voting. So when I became Secretary of State, I took it upon myself as a challenge to say, let's find a way for a soldier on a hillside in Afghanistan, or a sailor under the polar ice cap in a submarine, or an astronaut in outer space, all have the opportunity to vote. They're out there on the point of the spear, serving our country, protecting our way of life. They deserve a vote just as much as anybody. So we did that with some electronic voting with a vendor out of Massachusetts. They used a blockchain technology. I love the program where you had to take a picture of a photo ID, then use facial recognition from your mobile device. They compared those two, and that's how you, the security in the system, like a signature would be on a absentee ballot. You voted, and then you would again use a thumbprint or some sort of biometrical identification to cast that vote. So that was the security behind the process. It then went into the blockchain. From the blockchain on election day, the clerks would download it, and we had a very positive experience with that. That was in 2018. And we had people from 31 countries. It was just 130 votes in that initial general election, but from 31 different countries, and I'm talking Uganda, Botswana, Armenia, places that all over the globe, and people were able to vote. One woman in, I think it was Ghana, said it was a 3-day drive for her to go to the embassy to try to mail a letter. So you can imagine the difficulty she would have in requesting an absentee ballot, getting a ballot, and so forth. She was able to vote using her electronic device. So after our very positive experience with that in 2018, our legislature passed the opportunity for people to vote electronically who had certain disabilities. And that project just received an EAC, an Election Assistance Commission award for that. So this was the first federal acknowledgement that this system is secure, safe enough, good enough to be used. There are a number of jurisdictions across the United States that are trying it, from cities to counties to even states. So my perspective is when you keep it limited to UOCAVA voters, voters with disabilities, in this term right now, our legislature is taking a look at extending this to first responders. So if a first responder from West Virginia goes to Louisiana to help out in hurricane disaster relief, which happened right before our primary, they would not be disenfranchised because they missed the opportunity to request an absentee ballot. So we are incrementally expanding this, but it's not the cure-all to go mainstream. Still, the best way to vote is in person on election day at a polling precinct. So I'm not advocating to go mainstream with this. I can simply assure you that it has worked extremely well for us. In the 2020 election, we did use a web-based program, which worked just as well as the blockchain app as well, the app-based program that we did in 2018. So we've had two very positive experiences with two completely different systems, and that's what I'll share with you and open it up to questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Mastro-Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Warner, for testifying today, coming all the way from West Virginia via Zoom.
Good to be with you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just curious on a couple of regulations or laws that are in West Virginia. Is for voting, is there ID, photo ID required through you, Madam Chair?
There's identification, not photo ID in West Virginia. We have about 18 forms of identification somebody can use.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm curious on the process for absentee ballots. Do you verify signatures there through you, Madam Chair?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of process is that through you, Madam Chair?
It's simply the clerk does a visual comparison.
Okay. That's all. I was just really curious on that. You had mentioned something though about an ID, matching up a photo ID through the computer. What was, can you elaborate a little bit more on that through you, Madam Chair?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Using your cell phone, okay, you would take a picture of a government issued ID, say a driver's license, say a picture of that picture. Then the app does a comparison between that photo and your face. You actually have to look at your camera and move your eyes to show that you're a live person. You're not just taking a photo of the same photo again. And then the app does that facial recognition. And at that point, that is what allows the ballot to be transmitted to you. Once that, and the clerk verifies that you are a registered voter living in that precinct, and then they know which ballot to send to you. I hope that explains.
Oh, yes, it does. Thank you. I was a little confused. I didn't know. So that's more for requesting a ballot as opposed to voting.
Well, at that point, you receive your ballot, you can vote, you take as much time as you want to vote. And then once you press vote, or you then have to verify that you are yourself again, either the facial recognition or your thumbprint. And then that's what allows the ballot to be transmitted.
I got you. Okay. Thank you very much for answering my questions. And again, thank you for your testimony today.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, thank you for coming and sharing your expertise with us, but more importantly, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I do have one question. You brought up a point which I think is really important for everybody to consider, regardless of where you fall on some of the bills that we've had with us, is that you tried a new technology in incremental steps with what appeared to be a much smaller population than the general pop. I thought I heard the number of about 135 with those serving overseas. Am I close?
That was in the 2018 election, the first time. We had 1,500 that used it in the 2020 election.
Thank you. And that was going to be my question.
And that was about 1,300 soldiers and overseas citizens. That would be people serving at embassies or students, and then 271 voters with disabilities. And I really want to emphasize, I visited one of these voters, a quadriplegic who physically could not get out of bed, 35 years old, could only move his arm enough to move a mouse, could not hold a pencil to vote a paper ballot. He could use his mouse, and he was thrilled. He said for the first time he felt like a citizen of the United States who could vote secretly and with using his technology that compensates for his disability. It was really a heartwarming story. It's what motivates me to continue to push this, even though that, or not necessarily push it, but I'm just proud I'm able to offer this for the voters of West Virginia. Thanks.
Thank you. And you are pushing. You're pushing for access for those with disabilities to exercise their rights. So you should be commended for that. 271 people who might not have the opportunity to do this in the past in a private and secure manner is a wonderful thing to be pushing. So thank you. I'm just curious to the process to getting there. We heard for some folks who feel as though they didn't have the opportunity, those in the disability community, to have their thoughts considered before we move forward. And I think that it is fair and that is important that we do that. So I was just curious, how did you engage those with disabilities before picking the best option that you decided on to allow them to proceed?
Well, if I'm understanding the question, what we allowed is our clerks, individual clerks, to pick which system they wanted to use. At least that's where we're heading in the 2022 election, because now we will have had two successful pilots and with two completely different systems. One is the app-based program, the other is a web-based program. And they're two different systems, but we're going to allow the clerks to pick which one they feel is most accommodating for their location. So we really didn't leave it up to the voter to do that. We may get to that stage, but right now it's up to the counties to choose which one they go with. I hope that answered your question.
It did. Thank you very much again for your testimony. I found it very helpful. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Santiago, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Warner, for being here today and testifying. So I just have a couple of questions. In your absentee ballot request for the COVID last year, did you have to add if you can't come into person to a polling place, can you put in an absentee ballot? Was it restricted in any way, in other words, or is it just open for anybody that's absent on that day of voting?
West Virginia is an excuse absentee ballot, so you have to provide a reason for that. However, because COVID hit right before the primary, our law already says for a medical reason, an injury, an illness, or a medical reason. I went to the Attorney General. The Attorney General gave the opinion that COVID-19 is a medical reason that would allow everybody in the state to vote absentee, because we were under a state of emergency because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So everybody in the state of West Virginia was eligible to vote absentee. For the voters who are disabled that want to vote, they can check the block that they want this ballot sent to them and returned electronically. And again, our laws allowed for that.
So through the chair, so that's already in your state constitution?
It was
for the medical reason, or was it, did you have to put it in right before when the COVID hit?
No, we already, the word medical was already in
before
there.
the election, I mean.
Yeah, the word medical was already in there as one of our listed excuses. And the opinion allowed us to tell everybody that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, everybody was eligible to vote. So we didn't have to change legislation for it initially. What we did need to change between 18 and 20 was to allow voters with disabilities to get a ballot electronically. Overseas, you already had that under UOCAVA. We did not have that for voters with disabilities. So we did change that between 18 and 20.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I have another question. So with this new technology system, or even in the, I mean, so you still have voting where people go to the polls?
Yes.
And they vote. Okay.
Yes.
So is there a large number of fraud or this, you know, fraud going on with the election process, whether it's in person or through this technology that you now have?
There has been none through the technology that we're talking about. There has been through in-person, early voting, absentee. Absentee is the main place where we've had issues. But from my perspective, any fraud is fraud. It doesn't have to be massive or whatever. We take all of it serious, as I'm sure you do as well.
Through the chair. So what have been the issues with the absentee ballot?
We had a situation where a postal worker changed some applications from Democrat to Republican or Republican to Democrat, whichever. We've had people double voting. We've had a number of smaller instances. This isn't the type that's going to capture national news or whatever, but we have had incidences of irregularities occurring.
Okay, so through the chair, is it a big percentage? Is it a small percentage of the voters that are registered?
No, these are typically isolated cases. We have had double voting between two counties. We've had double voting between two states, and we've had just double voting where people just vote twice. This is, but again, these are isolated incidences.
Okay, great. Now, in your, I mean, I don't know much about West Virginia. So is there any way that, let's say, do your ballots have to be in English and Spanish or any other local language? Is that something that the voter is eligible for if they go in to vote?
That's not an issue. It's not an issue here in West Virginia.
Okay, so that means that your voting information is in both languages through the chair?
Again, I'm not aware of where we have to provide ballots in different languages other than English.
Oh, so everything is in English?
As far as I know, I haven't looked at this issue. I'm just not aware of any place where we have to print ballots in different languages.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here and thank you for your service. And it's very interesting, the disabilities technology, and something that maybe we should be looking at sometime in the future. And thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If I might, Madam Chair, if I could just add one thing quickly.
Go ahead.
I simply wanted to say that there is technology available now that allows ballot verification from the ballot that you send to the ballot that's received by the clerk. That can now be independently verified with maintaining anonymity, the secrecy of the ballot, by a third party, either vendor or a government entity. So that should take care of a lot of the concerns that the computer scientists and other people have with hacking of the system. With this ballot verification, it does exist. We're hoping to get that implemented in the next election. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, Representative. Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastrofrancesco for the second time.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. Mr. Warner, Representative Santiago just kind of brought to my attention, she asked a good question about the COVID, during COVID and how you handled it. What's the normal process for somebody requesting an absentee ballot? Do they have to call their town clerk? Do they call the town hall? Can they request it online through your website and just request an application and then fill it out and then a ballot is set? How is that processed in your state?
All the ballots. They can call, they can come in, they can do it online. We even opened up a portal after the primary last time, and people were able to go through the portal and request it. So they can pick up the phone and call the clerk and have the clerk mail it to them. It's as easy as can be.
Oh, great. So that would be the application, and then they fill it out and send it back, or is it the ballot directly that they're requesting through you, Madam Chair?
No, It's the application and they're requesting a ballot.
Okay,
And that's why we are slightly adjusting our days consistent with the US Postal Service. Our current law says that you can request a ballot up to 6 days prior to the election, but because that's not enough time to get an application sent in, a ballot sent out, and a ballot come back in, we're adjusting that to 11 days, or that's what's being considered by our legislature right now.
oh, good, thank you. And I'm just curious, during the COVID for the primary and the election for 2020, did your department just mail out applications to every resident for a ballot? Did they take it upon them to do that? Through you, Madam Chair.
In the primary, we did, and that was because our governor moved the date of the election because it looked like the COVID was going to peak right at the time of our election. So he moved it from May 12th to June 9th. And because this determination was being made of a state of emergency, we felt it was only fair for everybody in the state. Mailing them the application for an absentee ballot was part of the education of the moving the date, that they could vote absentee, that everybody had a medical excuse now to vote absentee. So yes, we did send that out. During the primary, we sent those out. During the general, we opened up that electronic portal and allowed people to request the ballot through the portal. Did I freeze up?
No, I think Representative Mastro Francesco may have frozen.
Okay.
I'll give her just a second to see if she should come back. If Master Francesco is able to rejoin us, I'll have her chime back into the conversation with you. But I'm going to call now on Representative Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Secretary Warner. Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Just a quick question or two. The online voting, and it's not, you refer to it as an online voting system for the overseas?
I refer to it as electronic voting because it's an electronic transmission of the ballot and then electronic transmission back. And it's far superior in security than, say, email or fax. Those are much more accessible to hackers and that sort of thing than the processes we're using. So e-voting is the way I refer to it.
And it sounds like in your experience, West Virginia has been a fairly secure process thus far, although limited in scope, I guess, at this point in time.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Is there any hope down the road of opening up the process to others, like in terms of just people in state, if it does continue to prove so secure?
Yes, and I think what I've shown is this incremental approach where we first started with military, then we went to voters with disabilities, and then now with first responders. And then I've had 2 legislators who've come to us and said, look, they're doctors. And they said, we have people who come into the hospital from another county. In West Virginia, you can only deliver an absentee ballot to somebody in a hospital in your same county. If that person goes in to a hospital in a neighboring county, they have no way of getting that absentee ballot. So if you were to go into the hospital after the deadline for the absentee ballot request, you're now disenfranchised. So they could then now, under the law that's being considered by our legislature right now, you would be able to request it from the clerk, and the clerk could send that electronic ballot to you even in the hospital. So that's how we're incrementally expanding this because of the reality of our whole intent is only provide this to these people who are disenfranchised from the system, military overseas, somebody who can't get out of bed, those kinds of things.
Okay, so ultimately, it sounds if you're going to potentially go to first responders and then to medical doctors, would you ultimately open up to all those who have to vote by all people who request an absentee ballot or no?
I'm not advocating that. There are other people in the system that are advocating for a broader expanse. I want this to be accepted in the community. We're getting it accepted in West Virginia, but as I think one of the previous people testified to, that there's people in the computer science arena that are saying nothing's secure in that regard. I would love to have, in fact, I've written to DOD. I'd love to have DOD take this on through DARPA and expand it to all military in all 50 states and have it done from a federal perspective. And I think at that point, then all the election officials across the US would be exposed to it. And if there are weaknesses, it's going to be found. We haven't found weaknesses in it yet. But I'm not ready to go forward and say everybody should be able to vote with a mobile device. Now, other states where you're hearing about long lines, people waiting in line 6 hours and don't get water and all that kind of thing, if they want to take this up and say, hey, let's give somebody a chance to vote electronically, I think that may be an answer for some of them, but we haven't had those problems in West Virginia, so I'm not advocating that broad use of it.
Okay. I think one of the benefits of a legislator by Zoom is we're able to interact with an individual like yourself who's in West Virginia. We appreciate you being here. And just, how did you find out about our hearing today? Just like curiosity.
I'm not sure. One of the legislators must reach out to our staff, or I'm being asked to do this in a number of states and locations. So I haven't stayed right on top of how I get asked to join in on the Zoom calls.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have the answer for you.
Oh no, I'm just more curiosity than anything else, because this day and age we see there's benefits and there's negatives to the Zoom the Zoom process. I'm just more curious as to how you ended up in front of us. So thank you for being here today.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you again for your time and your testimony with us here this evening, and we hope you have a great weekend.
Absolutely. Good to be with you. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Aaron Good, who will be followed by Guthrie Dinda, who will be followed by Jordan Levine. Aaron Good, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name's Aaron Good. I'm with the New Haven Votes Coalition. I just have comments on a few different bills. First, I actually live in Worcester Square, so obviously I'm in favor of 5656, lest I have my New Haven card revoked. SB 1078, too broad, needs more work. Go back to the drawing board. SB 5, my testimony in SB 5 is essentially a combination of my testimony on 6578 and SB 1017. It's in my written remarks. I won't repeat it. I disagree with the previous speaker. I agree with Luther Weeks and CTCA about online voting. It's not secure. And I'm somebody who loves doing things online and has lots of blockchain and cryptocurrency investments, but it's just not secure. And I also disagree with some testimony I heard earlier from CTCA about absentee ballot curing. That's just not how it works in other states with absentee ballot curing laws. The language in the bill, I think, mirrors what's done in Arizona and Nevada, and I think that's good language. SB 820, as we watch deliberations in Washington over the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and attempts around the country to restrict voting rights, I think it's tempting to say that willful or malicious voter suppression is not a problem in Connecticut. And that may be true, but even if intentional voter suppression is not a problem, there's still bad policies and practices, some of which I personally witnessed in New Haven, that have the unintended effect or disparate impact of voter suppression or voter dilution. For example, certain policies related to EDR. New Haven's been forced to turn away over 1,000 people trying to vote by EDR since 2014, not providing enough poll workers and resources to certain polling places that are known to regularly experience long lines and other problems, combining polling places so that many residents' polling places confusingly alternate back and forth between even and odd number years. Those are just 3 examples. Many others could be cited around redistricting, vote dilution, translating ballots into Spanish, which New Haven does well, but some other cities do not. Section 2 would create a stronger legal mechanism for identifying and implementing remedies for practices and policies at the local level that have the intended or unintended effect of voter suppression and for which there is currently no remedy. It would be nice to think that voting for different registrars or clerks is a sufficient form of accountability, but unfortunately in some places that's simply not sufficient as an accountability mechanism, and other remedies may be needed. My only suggestion for this bill is to make sure it's written in a way that permits the adoption of election and voting reforms like instant runoff voting, ranked choice voting, proportional representation, etc., and does not unintentionally create a mechanism for hindering these types of reforms by challenging them in court. In my written testimony, I've addressed these concerns further. We should never pass up the opportunity to place voting rights on a more robust legal footing, even when that might seem redundant or not of immediate urgent concern. This bill would do that. We should enact it now before the next round of redistricting. And I urge your approval of SB 820. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony this evening. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next, and have a great weekend, Aaron. Next, we will hear from Guthrie Dinda, followed by Jordan Levine, followed by Diane Lauricella. And again, if I pronounce anyone's name wrong, please feel free to correct me. Guthrie, I believe that you are here. Welcome. The floor is yours.
You got it just right on my name, so that was thankful. My name's Guthrie. I'm from Lebanon, Connecticut, and I'm here to speak opposing SB 5. While I think the spirit of the bill is noble, trying to expand voter registration and get people to the vote, it's very important. I think that in doing so, they may be suppressing the votes of gun owners. I know we don't have the right anymore to carry at schools, but my voting location typically is our firehouse. And I like to be prepared, so I carry everywhere I can. And I think limiting people to these polling, creating these gun-free polling stations can cause a lot of people some nervousness going to vote, which shouldn't be there, obviously. People with physical disabilities may not be able to use handicap parking or not carry, which in the news the last few days, we can see people may want to carry at the grocery store, which is tough. Let's see. Also, my firearm is safest when I'm carrying it. And if I have to go somewhere where I can't carry, I have to lock it in a box in my van, which it's secure, but how many vehicles get stolen on a daily basis in Connecticut, let alone the country? So I think no one should have to choose between voting and the right to self-defense. I guess that's the shortest way to say it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony. We hope you have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Jordan Levine, followed by Diane Lauricella, followed by Olivia Rinks. Jordan, are you here? I'm not sure I see. Oh, I see Jordan. Jordan is not responding. So if Jordan responds after I call on Diane, we'll let Jordan go after Diane. Diane Lauricella, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Flexer. Chairman Flexer and Fox and vice chairs, especially Vice Chair Thomas, love saying that, and our ranking members. My name is Diane Lauricella. I live in Norwalk. I am a former League of Women Voters president and have been a League of Women Voters member for at least 30 years. I'm aging myself in that way. I'm here tonight to offer and lift up two bills where voting rights and expansion of those rights has been mentioned. I have been able to pop in and out of to listen to others' testimonies. There have been a lot of very interesting discussions and thoughts brought up. I'm just here at this late hour on a Friday, and I thank you all for your attention at this hour for a few things, a few comments. In order to hasten my comments, I wanted to state that I am in agreement on SB 820 with both the NAACP. They had someone from their Legal Defense Fund. I very much agree with most of their testimony. And then Aaron Good has just recently spoken to you, and I very much respect his opinion on these matters and know him. I very much also agree with the portion that the ACLU spoke about, as well as others that talked about the important fact that we have there's a sense of urgency where, due to the outcome of a major voting exercise, in response, those that lost the election have decided to try their best on a statewide level, as we see in Georgia, to suppress and dilute votes at any cost and in any way possible. I am very pleased that Connecticut does not have as much of that problem, although on occasion, especially in Bridgeport and at times New Haven and some other cities, there are still issues. But those, in general, this is a wonderful, the state voting rights expansion is very important. It's so important to have early person voting and mail-in voting. I love the fact that we combat some barriers, but we do need bilingual assistance wherever possible. In the spirit of John Lewis, I'm so pleased you have this. I wanted to also lift up the portions of Senate Bill 5. There were some very good questions that are needed for rewrite or going back to the drawing board. But I do want to say, number one, I believe that we should remove barriers. I am actually opposed to town committee members collecting others' absentee ballots. I'm an active participant in politics, and I have seen at times what politics can do when it's a controversial election. I would prefer we expand the drop box locations and make sure they are well known by the electorate in that particular town and that they are secure. I also wanted to state that I do not feel that the radius restrictions are unreasonable for banning firearms. I don't believe it is punishing gun owners for a short while for them not
Your
having
3
their gun
minutes is now over.
by their side. I just will wrap up now. I do think we should take a look at the possible need for metal detectors anyway, whether we allow this or not. And I do feel that this promotes a fair voting system. I do believe we need to expand it and make it easy and convenient. Making voting convenient does not imply making it insecure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Diane, for your testimony. See no questions, comments. I thank you for your advocacy, especially you appreciated and valued your last comment there about making voting convenient. I thought it was very, very, very timely. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Up next, we have is Jordan Levine with us? I don't believe Jordan is responding. Olivia Rinks. Catherine Farnsworth. Jim Kenny. Jim Kenny's here. Jim Kenny, you're available?
Hi, Olivia Rinkus here,
Yes.
number 49.
Olivia, please begin.
Thank you. My name is Olivia Rinkus. I'm from North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm here to testify on behalf of a couple bills. First, I'd like to oppose SB 1078, an act concerning campaign finance laws, in favor of HB 6663, an act revising certain campaign finance statutes, because in SB 1078 is just too loose and we need less money in politics. And HB 6663 is just more restrictions and less people being able to influence lawmakers and legislation. I also would like to testify in favor of HB 6194, an act concerning the competitive bidding and oversight of quasi-public agency contracts, as well as HB 6664, an act concerning quasi-public agency transparency, on the grounds that they are receiving state money and they need to be as transparent as possible. I am also testifying in favor of HB 6193, an act subjecting certain non-state entities that serve a governmental function to the Freedom of Information Act and Code of Ethics, on the grounds that they are appointed by government agencies and are therefore serving state purposes, and they should be subject to state laws and be transparent to the public. Finally, I would like to testify in favor of SB 820, an act concerning a state voting rights act, with one suggestion, and that is to remove the restriction on guns in the polling place, as this is a violation of the Second Amendment and is an unfair and unrealistic conflation of violence with gun ownership. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Sorry, Olivia, thank you for being here today. Seeing no questions, I appreciate your testimony. Have a nice weekend. Thank you. Up next, Jim Kenny.
Yeah, hello, this is Jim Kenny. Can you hear me?
You can, sir. Can you please turn your camera on, please?
Yeah, let me see. Sorry, I'm not real good. Start my video. Okay, here we are. Hi guys, thanks for getting there. Sorry, I'm not real tech savvy with these Zoom meetings, but I appreciate y'all being here for this Friday meeting here. But I do want to say I am opposed to the SB 5. And again, I'm going back to the Second Amendment issue here. I'm 58 years old at this point. 2 years ago, I went ahead and got my carry permit. And one of the reasons I did that was because I just kept seeing over and over the intrusions on the Second Amendment. I always felt like if I ever felt the need that I want to have a firearm, I could go get it. And over the years, over the decades, I should say, it just became harder and harder and harder. So there's a lot of people out there like me. So every time you do make it harder on the Constitution loving people, more and more people are going to go and get guns. There's, you know the statistics out there right now. I don't have to tell you about that. So anyway, I oppose. One of the things that's a big concern also is with the zoning. Okay, so I'm just a regular guy. I drive a minivan. I got 3 kids. One of them's in grade school, and am I going to drive across the wrong road and not realize that it's a gun-free zone, and then wind up going to jail? You're going to make criminals out of good people, is what I see with these laws that keep coming up. Me personally, I feel safer knowing that I have a neighbor that has a gun that is a good guy. I don't feel real safe when I go into certain areas, especially in this day and age, where it is a gun-free zone. I'm not really sure I feel good with my family going into these areas either. They're turning out to be slaughter zones. But anyway, I think you get the point there. Making it more difficult is just going to bring more people to get more guns. I don't think you're doing yourself any favor taking this angle here. As far as the voting goes, this is very important to me here. And, I think there's a lot of Americans out there that just feels like our election system's crap. And I think maybe keep it simple. I always go back to when I was a kid. I'd go to a baseball game. And in 1972, they could tell me what the attendance was in the 7th inning. But in this day and age in America, we have to vote for months to get election results. This is ridiculous. This is not a good thing. I think one person, one vote, one day, make it a national holiday, whatever you got to do there. Everybody should have their vote. There shouldn't be any voter intimidation. That's a bad thing. But the American way, you can't vote for months. Early vote in person. Now you got military, you got people, medical needs. Give me a doctor's note. Have a doctor's note or something. But you just can't willy-nilly have people voting for months. This is ludicrous. I don't think anybody believes.
Your 3 minutes is now over.
Thank you guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny, for your time. Appreciate your advocacy, and thank you for being. Hope everyone has a weekend. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. My wife's a fan, by the way.
Next up, we have about 60 or 70 more people signed up, and only a few members here. So I'm going to call names, and then those that are here can testify. Kelly Gail Heilman.
Hi. Hello.
Ms. Levine, we'll get back to you momentarily, okay? Kelly Gail Heilman, number 52. Barry Michelson. John Murphy. Kevin Mardoff. Ann Gadwa. Adam Pina, I believe, is here. Mr. Pina. Good evening, sir.
How you doing?
Proceed.
Thank you for taking time for us today. So I oppose SB 5. Those laws will only impact law-abiding citizens. Law-abiding citizens will have to leave their firearms in their car or at home. But how will that stop a criminal? What will the criminal say? Oh, it's a gun-free zone. Let me put it away. No, it's not a cartoon. It's not Scooby-Doo. Why punish law lawful citizen when the criminal should be punished? Why should I not be able to defend myself and my family? We should make it harsher penalties for them instead of, making it us criminals for carrying our doing our rightful, carrying our lawful guns. I believe those are valid reasons for that. I listened to a few other people talk earlier, and I have worked 2 jobs and go to school at the same time, and it's hard. So I do agree that maybe we should have some mail-in ballots, but not for a long time. Maybe send it in within 5 days, have the people send it in within 5 days of the election. So that way, if there's breaking news, something might change their mind of who they want to vote for at the very end. So, that's my 2 cents on there. And so I'm against SB5. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pena. I appreciate being here and appreciate your patience with community and your patience with this process. Thank you for being here. Thank you for advocacy.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too as well. Thank you. Up next, Lauren LePage from 58 is present. I think there she is. How are you?
Very good. Can the committee hear me?
We can, yes. Please continue.
Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Lauren LePage. I'm the State Director for the National Rifle Association in Connecticut. I am here today testifying in opposition to Senate Bill number 5. I'll be very brief in my remarks. It's been a very long afternoon for the committee, and we have submitted written testimony as well. I do want to call your attention to some what seem to be unintended consequences of the narrow residential exception outlined in the bill. The bill provides 2 exceptions: firearms located in a residence within the 200-foot radius, and in the case of a uniformed on-duty police officer. The problem with this exception is that it's so narrow that there could be several situations where the law actually entraps otherwise law-abiding citizens who would be violating this law with no intent to do so. For example, if there was a driveway within 200 feet of the polling location entrance and a firearm was lawfully stored in someone's vehicle in a driveway outside the home, that individual would be in violation of the law. Individuals transporting lawfully stored firearms on election day in their vehicle within 200 feet would be in violation of the law. And a firearm lawfully stored in someone's vehicle who's passing through a right-of-way within 200 feet would be in violation of the law. So for these reasons and others outlined in my testimony, we respectfully urge the committee to oppose Senate Bill 5, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Lauren, for being here, for your testimony. Appreciate your advocacy. You submitted a written testimony, you said?
Yes, we did.
I'll take a look at that. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
59 Alton Boland. 60 Kevin Alvarez. 61 Bill Garrity. 62 Fahim Dalal. I believe he's present. Fahim, number 62. I see his name, but he's not responding. Fahim, are you present? 63 Michael Navaroli. 64 Dan Tontini. 65 Don Paul. 66 Key Roshman. Now go back up number 42 Andre McGregor. I believe you're here now, sir. Are you here, Andre?
I am, yes.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you for the time.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. My name is Andre McGregor. I'm co-founder of Shift State Security and testifying today on Senate Bill 5. We at Shift State are a cybersecurity firm consisting of former FBI cyber special agents, chief information security officers, and cloud and security engineers with decades of experience protecting Fortune 500 companies and government organizations by highly targeted threat environments. For me, for the last 15 years, I've been a cybersecurity engineer, a chief information security officer, and an FBI special agent in cyber division from 2010 to 2015, focused primarily on threats from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, along with cyber terrorists, hacktivists, and additionally liaison officer for DHS NCIC, now CISA, and the FBI cyber representative of the United Nations. And for the last few years, we've conducted independent security reviews and assessments of both mainstream mobile voting platforms and vendors providing components to these platforms. In each assessment, ShiftState takes a 360-degree view of the organization's posture and risk profile by assessing the security controls and any designated security functions in place, the data collection, storage, processing, encryption mechanisms utilized, access control measures, physical and environmental protections, patching, asset management practices, backups, business continuity, disaster recovery, and instant response. Additionally, we contract with additional independent security vendors to do penetration testing, application code review, and all the vendors are also introduced to DHS to do risk and vulnerability assessments, as well as operational review at Idaho National Labs. We are technology and vendor agnostic. Our aim is to provide objective evaluations of existing mobile voting technologies while recommending best practices to meet the highest levels of security, detect threats, and secure the vote. It is our belief that the electronic ballot return is a question of not when, but of when, not if, and we should be prepared for the widespread use sooner rather than later. So we have been providing the technical expertise to safely provide electronic ballot return, especially for voters that are currently facing barriers to voting, and understanding that security is an iterative process and we can successfully secure the vote. So thank you for the time to testify on Senate Bill 5. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor, for being here. Mr. McGregor, can I ask you sort of a broad softball question, if I may?
Sure.
Is voting online going to be voting of the future, do you think?
Yes. If you think about just all the technologies that you have on your mobile phone today, I would probably say a large majority of us did not expect that we would be doing mobile banking the way that we're doing it today, the way that we're looking at healthcare, telehealth, our kids and how we're putting them in schools. So if you think about that progression, that you're going to get to generations that are expecting this to be the norm, we have an expectation that this will probably be the case.
Okay. And do you see it more expanding at the municipal level or the state level?
Being that there's 8,000 jurisdictions, ideally you want the technology at the state level because the state level has the ability to have larger security teams, a larger infrastructure, the understanding of being able to do a trickle-down security layout to the other smaller jurisdictions. But what we've noticed over time is that the smaller jurisdictions understand their voters. Therefore, the technology is still going to be implemented at that level. So from a standards perspective, ideally, it should start at the top, whether it's at NIST or at DHS to push that down to the states, that then the states are providing their own layer of how voting should happen in that state. And then the local jurisdictions are accessing the technology based off of that.
Okay. Again, thank you for being here. Seeing no questions further from the committee, appreciate your patience with us today and hope you have a nice weekend. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you very much.
Up next, number 47, Jordan Levine. We'll call again. Jordan Levine, are you present? Jordan Levine. Bill Garrity, I see you're present. If you're prepared, sir, please begin.
Thank you, Representative Fox. Senator Flexer and members of the GAE committee, my name is Bill Garrity. I'm a registered nurse with more than 25 years experience in bedside nursing. I was elected as president of University Health Professionals, Local 3837, and I'm serving in my third term in that capacity. I'm also an AFT Connecticut Divisional Vice President for Healthcare. As a UHP president, I represent over 2,800 members who are proud UConn Health employees and state employees. I am submitting testimony in favor of SB 1076, an act concerning public-private partnerships and privatizations of services at the University of Connecticut Health Center. I feel as if a large portion of my life at UConn Health has been trying to fend off privatization. It never goes away, and I do not always feel like I or we have a lot of help in this fight. UConn Health is the only public hospital in the state. Public health, education, and research are the three things we pride ourselves on, and I will always continue to fight to keep us a public hospital, to not be carved up and pawned off to the highest bidder, to fight to make sure our patients should always come before profits. If I cannot get a flat out guarantee that we will not be privatized, then I would ask for some help in this committee, that the rating of the state's only public hospital cannot be done by directors and boards, but that this would have to go before the people who are voted into office, you, the Connecticut General Assembly, people who answer to the public, who utilize the public services we provide if this nightmare ever comes to pass. Please support Senate Bill 1076. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The only other thing I would like to add, if I could, since I saw it on your list, I would also be very happy to support House Bill 5656, because I have no problem with pizza being the state food. Thank you very much, and I'll answer any questions if you can.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity, for your testimony, for being here today, and your patience with our committee. How long have you been a nurse, you said?
I've worked for UConn Health for 25 years. I've been a nurse for 30 years. I graduated, 1989 I started.
And what capacity?
I have my first 5 years out of nursing school. I did orthopedics. I did 16 years bone marrow transplant and oncology at UConn Health. My last 5 years on the floor, I was an emergency room nurse before I was elected, and now I'm on full-time release as the union president.
Okay. Well,
I've done a little bit of everything.
Yes, sounds like it. Well, I want to thank you and your colleagues for your efforts over the past year or so, especially for everything you've done for the residents of our state as we've tried to make our way through this pandemic. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you very much. Then help support us on the hazardous duty bills that are going through appropriations right now. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Up next, Fahim Dalal. Is he present yet? Fahim? Jordan Levine, are you present? Your hand is raised. Jordan Levine.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
No problem.
All right, let me see. All right, great. I apologize for that. I was having technical difficulties over here. So
are you able to turn your camera back on, sir, by any chance?
What was that, sir?
Are you able to turn your camera back on? There,
I
thank you.
apologize. I'm trying to read off on my phone here.
Oh, no problem. That's fine.
Is it okay if I switch back to the?
That's fine. Yeah, please proceed. That's fine. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorary members of the committee. I'm here today because I am frustrated. I'm frustrated with our political system. I'm frustrated with our inability to discuss things with people across this fabricated line of ideology we have in order to achieve what's best for our state as a whole. So because of this, I unfortunately oppose SB 5. Over the last year leading up to this election, I've been a champion for voting rights, repetitively having the conversation with my friends and colleagues that we should be making it easier for people to exercise their right to vote, not harder. You can see what happens when you make voting more accessible. Last election, in the middle of a pandemic, we had the highest voter participation in over 100 years. So obviously, any person who believes in democracy would say that we should keep voting as easy as possible and would support this bill, unless there was something in it that actually did the opposite. When I first heard about this bill, someone I know referred to it eloquently as the anti-gun voting bill. And until I actually read the text of it, that's all I thought it was. As I read the bill, I actually found myself agreeing with it until I got to the section in question. And one paragraph in this bill turned me as a supporter into opposition. One of the things I find frustrating about this bill is the fact that so much effort goes into making it easier for some people to vote, which is great, while it seems to intentionally make it more difficult for others. While it doesn't actually say gun owners can't vote, it reads very similarly to the discriminatory voting laws of the Jim Crow South. For the sake of time, I'll assume you know the examples to which I'm referring. This bill would force elderly and handicapped gun owners who normally park in closer spaces to park 200 feet or more away from a door, risking injury because it would be against the law for them to exercise one constitutional right while exercising another constitutional right. It sounds pretty ridiculous. 8 million Americans became first-time gun owners last year, and that's the most ever in 1 year. This shouldn't come as a surprise considering the year we had, that 8 million people came to the realization that they cannot rely on anyone else for their protection. At some point, these people will have to make a choice that many of us have made countless times already, whether to carry their firearm wherever physically possible and protect themselves, or to obey a sign telling them not to, while hoping some crazy person doesn't pick that time and place to kill as many people as possible. This is the part that upsets me, the absolute pinnacle of cognitive dissonance. Back in 2014, Moms Demand Action, through petitioning, pressured the Kroger company to tell their customers not to bring guns into their stores. 5 days ago, a man walked into a King Soopers, which is owned by Kroger, and killed 10 people. Today, the people who support this bill want another place where it is illegal for us to protect ourselves. Less protection and more opportunities for someone to kill again. I struggle to find a logical explanation for this. I'd also like to add that I've heard multiple people testify today who have mentioned voter intimidation as related to carrying a firearm in a polling station, but I'm struggling to figure out why so many of these people think gun ownership or the choice to carry one is a part
Your
of
3 minutes is now over.
I'm sorry, I'm wrapping up. I'm not sure how carrying a gun is supposed to intimidate someone into voting a different way, considering you have no idea who that person is voting for. I carry a gun and wouldn't call myself a conservative. I didn't vote for Trump. And I'd say a large portion of my gun owning friends didn't either. So I just don't understand that. But thank you all for your time. I would love to answer any questions that anybody has now.
Thank you, Mr. Levine, for your testimony. Questions or comments, Mr. Levine? Seeing none, sir, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your patience with us, and thank you for your advocacy today.
Thank you, gentlemen and ma'am.
Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Seeing no further individuals present to testify, we've called 62 a few times. He hasn't responded. So we will call this public hearing to an end. Our next public hearing is Monday at 11 o'clock, followed by a committee meeting, ideally around 1 o'clock. But that may be somewhat fluctuate on depending on how long the public hearing goes at 11. There's one bill on for the Monday's public hearing agenda, so ideally we'll not go that long. Thank you all for your patience with us. I hope you have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Good weekend, everyone.